strengths. We don't all have the same strengths. Humans, yes, we don't all have the same strengths. We don't all have the same strengths. Humans, yes. So someone who does something often enough, here's the tricky part. Here's the tricky part. So someone who does something often enough, here's the tricky part. 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 Alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans, the alien, 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 alien. Humans, the humans, the humans, the humans.
Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back. We are here for another exploration into the strange, the mysterious, and the esoteric. Many of you have been sending me messages about other people in the so-called conspiracy land community who tell similar stories to Corey Goode. And we have discussed here in the past on this very show, we have discussed how the lack of vetting or demand for any sort of evidence in the case of one Corey Goode opened the floodgates to a huge amount of people running around telling fantastical stories, and all of them quite like Corey Goode. Well, I don't want to say all of them. That's too much of an absolutist statement. Most of them are much like Corey Goode. They have no evidence. They have no pictures, no videos, no documents, no corroborating witnesses. And yet, like Mr. Goode, they tell an incredible amount of absolutely fantastical stories. So everybody's sick of Corey Goode and hearing about Corey Goode. I get that. I'm sick of hearing about Corey Goode. But people are emailing me about all of these other people who are, in some people's views, including mine, I would say, trying to become the next Corey Goode, especially now that through Corey Goode's own admissions of never going to space and fictionalizing things or dramatizing things or just saying that his stories are true for public relations purposes, many of the other people in this, I guess it's a genre of conspiracy land. It's a slice of UFO alien land, right? These people telling these fantastical stories about the secret space program. So many people are sending me these videos of these other people. And to the best of my knowledge, all of these people sort of rose into prominence or awareness after Corey Goode. So as with anything, you remember the boy band craze, right? What do we have? First, we had New Kids on the Block. And when others saw the huge, tremendous success of that boy band, New Kids on the Block, along comes Backstreet Boys and NSYNC and all of these others. Because, people out to make money are often very unoriginal. And they just see somebody else do something that is successful financially, and they think, well, we could do that too. Just like the boy bands or hair metal. Do you remember hair metal, right? First one or two bands rise to prominence, like Motley Crue, and the next thing you know, every band you see looks like them, sounds like them. Same for industrial. I remember when 9 Inch Nails hit, and the next thing you know, everybody and their grandmother was putting synthesizers in their songs suddenly. It's very unoriginal, but this is where we're at in conspiracy land, we have seen Corey Goode make perhaps millions of dollars telling fantastical tall tales with absolutely no evidence. And let us be clear, I believe that many of the so-called old guard around conspiracy land or UFO land or whatever you want to call it, let everyone down in the case of Corey Goode, because there used to be at least some vetting of claims, right? But Corey Goode and David Wilcock rammed this entire fantastical storyline down the throats of everyone, whether we wanted to hear it or not. It was everywhere for a time. At every UFO conference, the major ones anyway, all the online conferences, again, the major ones anyway, all over YouTube, people discussing this Corey Goode and his narrative. All over podcast land, people doing shows either pro or against, most pro, right? Most of the YouTube channels and podcasts were very up on the Corey Goode so-called material, which I instantly identified as garbage. You're welcome from the very beginning. Others, however, rushed in to cash in on the Corey Goode craze. And last night we did a show detailing exactly that. And some of the enablers and creators of the monster that would become Corey Goode included Jay Widener, who has since had a mea culpa of sorts, coming to his senses and saying that Corey Goode made it all up. And that was before the deposition, by the way. Then for telling the truth, Jay Widener got sued for that. But we also had people like David Wilcock, of course. And someday I'm going to do a separate show on David Wilcock's fake garbage sources, the people that he milks for these fake stories that he sells, including, let's see, Bill Brockrader, who is a court-martialed child molester who is right now a criminal on the run, last I heard, a fugitive from justice. And also Daniel Brinkley, a man who claimed to die 4 times, right? Well, first he died once, and then he wrote a book about it, and he made a bunch of money. So then he needed money again, and he died again and wrote another book about dying again, and I think he died again and again. Every time he needed money, he died and wrote another book. And we did a show previously on him and how all of his claims were great story. Hey, you woke up in the morgue with a toe tag on. You were clinically dead. Turns out his doctor says that was all bullshit. It's another source of David Wilcock. Then we get to Pete Peterson, the fake secret space program whistleblower insider, government insider, who we proved here his entire biography was a work of fiction. We went through it line by line, checked all his claims. They were all fabrications. Then, of course, David Wilcock's new insider becomes Corey Goode. So we can see the history of David Wilcock's so-called sources. Anybody familiar with David Wilcock and his history of using, let's just say, problematic sources should have put the brakes on Corey Goode right away. But nobody did. They just let David Wilcock use another fake source. But these are the same people who had let David Wilcock use fake sources before, or let's just say problematic sources before. But interestingly, everybody jumped right on the David Wilcock, Corey Goode bandwagon. They saw Corey Goode and David Wilcock making a lot of money, getting a big following, and everybody wanted in on it. Let's all get in on the money, right? And everybody threw caution to the winds, and everybody threw any kind of morality, ethics, or expectations of vetting or, standards of evidence right in the trash as long as they got some money out of it. So Corey Goode becomes big. Along come the poisons of the secret space program. And that's the best analogy I could think of. That when in the music business, when somebody becomes very, very popular, all kinds of copycats jump out. And by the way, I'm not supporting Corey Goode's assertion that people are stealing his intellectual property, but these are very similar stories and similar characters, most notably. So we're going to do this new series, Who's the Next Corey Goode, and cover the copycats. Tonight, we are covering a man named Ismael Perez, who I think this guy's got the best chance of being the next big SSP superstar, and we'll break down the reasons why. And then we have people like Tony Rodriguez, Elena Dannon, and others. We're going to do a show on each. Why? Because you asked me to. To be very honest with you, I have a very, very limited interest in any of these people, but we like to we play to the audience. If our audience here wants me to cover, I don't know, whatever you guys want me to cover, if I hear enough from you, we do that. So this is what we're going to do. Tonight is the first of the new game show, The Next Corey Goode, or maybe we'll call it The Next SSP Superstar, right? Trademark. Oh, better be careful there. I might get sued for saying SSP. Anyway, so Ismael Perez, what can I tell you about him? Well, I have done some research on Mr. Perez and can share some things about Mr. Perez. What I can tell you is that Mr. Perez, like many of these SSP whistleblower people, has a problem staying in his lane. And we've talked about this before and how this is a very common occurrence. It used to be, I've been covering and interested in conspiracy land and UFOs and aliens and the characters involved in that community for decades, probably 20 years. So it used to be that people did what I would call staying in a lane. Someone was an alien abductee, or they had a UFO sighting and experience, or they worked for the government and they got some small piece of the real truth about extraterrestrials and aliens, and they came out and gave their testimony, or they were a psychic, or, a remote viewer, right? But now it seems like all of the lines have blurred. All the lines have incredibly blurred now. And I just don't see people staying in any lane. And it's as if people are purposefully trying to check all the boxes in order to grow a following. Like I said, it used to be that people stayed in their lane. Somebody was a secret space program or super soldier, or they were an alien abductee, or they were a psychic or a remote viewer, or they had an experience, like a close-up experience with a UFO, and they would tell their story and give their testimony. And also, usually, these people had at least some form of credibility, or perceived credibility at least, and some form of evidence, or what I am fond of calling tantalizing maybe proof, right? Those weird little things that they could throw into their story. In any case, people stayed in a lane. And Corey Goode, I believe, was probably the first of these conspiracy land characters who, I believe, purposefully checked all the boxes, right? Corey Goode originally, he's a secret space program insider, right? Oh, but then he realized there's a whole lot of people who follow and are very interested in my labs. So he checked that box. I'm a victim of my lab. They kidnapped me as a child and trained me because, a lot of people like people with superpowers and psychic powers. So he checked that box. I'm also an intuitive empath, right? A lot of people are into this lawn material, right? And David Wilcock talks about it a lot. I'll check that box, right? And we'll connect the dots of my experiences and stuff from the law of one to prove that I'm telling the truth here. Great. So we've got a channeled book that we're citing as proof that we're telling the truth about our fantastical Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories. Great. But all the boxes he would check, by the way, he checked the 17th letter of the alphabet box, right? When he saw that getting big, he checked that box. Oh, I'm an expert and I'm talking to the people that are in working with the 17th letter of the alphabet. I'm working with the alliance, right? Check that box. And I believe in the case of Corey Goode, all of this was done to grow the tent of potential viewers, fans, and customers, some would say victims, as large as possible. And this, in my analysis of him, is why he's not staying in the lane. You like aliens? Checking that box. You like reptilian aliens? I'm checking that box. Gray aliens and people being abducted, genetic programs, secret alien genetic programs to develop hybrids, checking that box. You like psychic powers? I'm checking that box, right? You like the 17th letter of the alphabet and believe that crap, that garbage is true? Hey, I'm in communication with the 17th letter of the alphabet with Buanon. Check that box. He checked off every box. And I just hadn't seen that before, and like I've said before, I'm a pretty open-minded person, especially when people stay in their lane, right? Okay, all right. So you had an experience where you believe you were abducted by aliens. Okay, let's talk about that. That, to me, is as fantastical as even that is. That's very believable that somebody may have experienced something that, let's just say that they did, or that they perceive to be real. Even that is interesting to me and worthy of discussion, and at least worthy of listening. But when you get to these people that are everything, I'm a super soldier, I got superpowers, I got psychic powers, I'm Earth's galactic ambassador, I'm communicating with this alien species and this alien species and this alien species and this alien species, and the inner Earth people, right? And it becomes too much. It's just too fantastic. Like, put the brakes on a little. Calm down, box checker. Put the brakes on and let's examine the plausibility even of what you are shoveling at people. It's just too much for me when they won't stay in a lane. After Corey Goode, we saw a lot of people start figuring out that formula worked for him. And a lot of people started checking all the boxes. So what I can tell you about Ismael Perez, and by the way, I have heard people call him Ishmael, and I've heard people call him Ismael or Ismail. I believe it's Ismael. There's no H there. So if I'm mispronouncing his name, I apologize. He's free to email me and correct me. And by the way, we're going to be as fair to him as possible in our look into his claims. So what can I tell you about him is he's one of those people that is checking all the boxes. He's in contact with extraterrestrial aliens. He's a master of meditation and Kundalini meditation too. He knows all about ancient astronaut theory, and he could tell you like the history of things that happened billions of years ago that even Earth historians have no idea about, nobody's ever heard about, but he knows all of the truth of human existence, and it's a lot. it's piled pretty high and deep with this guy. And by the way, the first thing that I saw from him was a Kundalini meditation, which again, if that's all he was doing is like teaching meditation, and claiming that he is some sort of master level meditator, okay, I would give him the benefit of the doubt and at least, listen and not be cynical and critical right away. But that's just one box that he checks. And the more you look at this guy's videos, the crazier it gets. It's like that Netflix formula that works so well. Just get crazier and crazier and crazier the deeper in you go. But the first thing I'm going to share, and we're going to cite fair use, this is a transformative work. The first thing I'm going to share is this Kundalini meditation. And by the way, several people who sent me his material and asked me to cover him, many people are all saying the same thing. And that is that Ismael Perez is trying to start a cult. Take from that what you will. I did not say that. People are telling me that. It's an observation that people have made based on him. And I can't say that I totally disagree, especially when we see this next video and what I believe to be the bait that he's putting out. But, giving him the benefit of the doubt, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with teaching people meditation or yoga. But when you add on the fact that you're some kind of star seed and you're a super soldier and you've got superpowers and you fought aliens in space and you were doing space battles, and it gets a little too much. It's too much, friends. It's just too much. But I always find it interesting because I wonder, like, if somebody just stumbles across his yoga or meditation videos and they don't know about the other wackadoo stuff, do they just believe? It's a weird situation with this guy, because it seems to be like many sides to him, and he's never done. And another thing I've noticed about him is, like many of the Cosmic Con grifters, I've listened to 3 of his interviews now, and no matter what question somebody asks him, he always has a very he has an answer. So he's got all the answers. And by the way, I did just want to mention, I'm not sure if this man's real name is Ismael Perez. I tried to check into that and was unable so far to verify that was his name. But I find it interesting, should that not be, his real name, that Ismael means God will hear, and it's a Hebrew name, which I thought would be a good name for a cult leader. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say that. All right. So let's get into the first video of his that I will share, which is a Kundalini meditation. And here's something. I'm going to have to retract my previous statements, because I always say that every single guy that I've ever seen that comes out and says he's a super soldier is like a fat, bald, 50-year-old slob that looks like hell. This is the first time, friends. We've finally got a super soldier that looks like he's got, at least he kind of looks like vaguely like he's got the Captain America physique going. So I had to eat my words. This dude's got, guns. This guy looks like he's in shape. The first super soldier I've ever seen that looks in shape, right? Interesting that. All right, so let's hear about his Kundalini meditation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ismael Perez, and what I want to be doing today is I'm going to be teaching you guys Kriya Kundalini Yoga. It is an ancient method that the yogis would do in order to access higher levels of consciousness. And how do they do that? By clearing their chakras, by aligning their chakras so that they can connect with their higher self.
I love how he's using these women as props. This is using women as props. And by the way, I did magic shows. I can't fault him for that. One way to really sell a good image is to have hot chicks on both sides of you. It's really helpful. And it projects an image By the way, I will say that having beautiful women in your show, and let's make no mistake about this, this is the Ismael Perez show. Having hot women in your show projects an image of power, masculinity, and authority and popularity, right? Look at this guy with these two hot chicks. He must be important. Look how hot these two chicks are. Are those his disciples? Are those cult members? Who knows? He doesn't say. But I just thought it was interesting that in no other video have I been able to find does he use the hot chicks. And I already hear some people in the live chat, or I can imagine that some men watching this are already going to ask me, how do I sign up for this cult, right?
And that is the whole purpose of Kriya Kundalini Yoga. It allows the coiled serpent energy, otherwise known as Kundalini energy, that is located at the base of your spine, to rise up your spine, activating all the chakras so that you could become a multi-dimensional being. And that is the reason in how these yogis were able to do paranormal things like walk on hot coil with bare feet. And that's how they were able to levitate. That's how they were able to bilocate.
All right, one good point that I'd like to bring up is if you want to be a cosmic con artist, you got to promise people superpowers. David Wilcock promises people superpowers. I've seen others do it. Here, this guy is essentially promising people that he can teach you how to get superpowers. You know who else does that? Randy Cramer, the fake secret space program Marine that was never a Marine. He is right now teaching a course. Somebody just commented on a video here on our channel for $99 a month. And you take his classes and you'll get superpowers. I don't know why, but it seems to be a common trait in the Cosmic Con game that you can make a lot of money teaching people how they too can have superpowers. By the way, Sarah R. Adams also was teaching courses for people for how to get psychic powers and how to also open Stargates for $1,500. She would teach you how to open a Stargate. So you too can get superpowers from a Cosmic Con. However, I have yet to find anybody, by the way, including a few people that are taking that Randy Cramer $99 a month course to get the superpowers, who ever got the superpowers. And much like David Wilcock promised everybody superpowers in the year 2012, or in the lead up to that, nobody I know who bought those courses or those books from David Wilcock ever got superpowers. Imagine that.
So by practicing this technique, bear in mind that you will be activating superhuman abilities. So we're going to start by first taking a few breaths to relax. We're going to breathe in through our nose, breathe out through our mouth. And we're going to do a few of those. Now we're going to actually rest the back of your hands in a lotus position over your knees. We're going to close our eyes. You could either sit in a yogi position, cross your legs, whatever you feel comfortable. I like to do it like this. We're also going to coil our tongue backwards like this. Bring it back. And what that does is that allows the energy to flow in a circular fashion. We're going to put our focus in our third eye to activate and stimulate the third eye chakra.
By the way, I have seen Kundalini meditations previously, but not one quite like this. And so I'm wondering where he got this or where he learned this, because it doesn't appear to... I don't want to be too critical. I just would like to know who taught him this, calling it a Kundalini meditation to activate superpowers. What text did he get this from? What, yoga teacher or Kundalini guru did he get this from? Yeah, I'll just say it like that.
And so it is a combination of breathing, visualization, and intonation. We're going to be spinning chakras. We're going to be visualizing lights while we're breathing, all at the same time.
Feel free to play along if you too want to get superpowers. And please do. Everybody who gets superpowers, you got to let me know. If you get superpowers following along and doing this, I want to know about it. I tried this 17 times and I didn't get any superpowers.
To clear our mind. And after we take a few deep breaths, we're going to visualize blue light coming from the core of the earth, going in an upward way through our root chakra, going up all of our chakras out of our crown chakra, and all the way to the core of the galaxy. We do the inhaling when the blue light is going up, and then we do the exhaling when the white light is coming down. So the white light is the second part of the cycle. We're going to visualize white light coming from the galactic core.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting this from. And I mean, I got an awful lot of books about meditation, and this doesn't seem at all familiar to me. And by the way, I freely admit I could be wrong. This could be a very standard meditation, and I just don't have the book or I may be unfamiliar with this, what he's teaching here, but it doesn't ring a bell to me at all. By the way, we want to thank Imperator Saminium for becoming a member. And I'm going to do something a little different tonight, and we will be calling out the super chats and sharing them on the screen. I will be monitoring the live chat. Yes, Chris DeMaeus with kind and generous $9.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thanks to new member Imperator Saminium. And Totem R, happy almost full moon, all. Thanks, Stephen. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And I'm vigorously scrolling. I'm going to do something different for a change and share all the super chats on the screen and thank them as they come in. As soon as I'm caught up with my scrolling, what an incredible amount of chat messages we have tonight. And welcome to all members of the live chat. Good to see so many people here, making my job difficult. I'm scrolling as vigorously fast as I can. And okay, I'm all caught up. So now I will be monitoring the live chat. And should I see a super chat come in, I will be thanking everybody as they come in and sharing them live on the screen. Thank you very much. Asman is here. Welcome, Asman. Sorry, just needed to clear my thing. And where do we go from here? Here we go. We want to thank everybody for their kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And of course, thank you all for helping us to praise the cash.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank the Google AI algorithm, God Almighty, praise the cash. Thank you, friends. So let's continue, but we're not gonna go too far with this,
downward,
because honestly, I think this is made up garbage. I really do.
way into our crown chakra, all the way out our root chakra, and then back into the core of the earth. So,
by the way, if he's promising people that doing this Kundalini meditation will get you superpowers, can he show us his superpowers? By the way, he's also a super soldier, so he's got some other superpowers that we haven't heard about yet, but we're going to hear about them.
So we're going to start by inhaling slowly through our nose. And as we do so, we're going to also visualize a blue light coming from the core of the earth in an upward direction, going through our root chakra, going up all of our chakras out of our crown chakra.
Thank you, Ed, for the kind and generous $1.99 super chat and saying done with good and Wilcock. Well, welcome to reality. And there was some discussion on Twitter about people, should use discernment and it's their fault too if they believe them. I don't believe so. When you're dealing with somebody that's willing to do anything on earth to manipulate and deceive people so that they could steal money from them, it's not the fault of the victim in that case. It's the fault of, it's not the fault of the person that was deceived. It's the fault of the deceiver. And I think it's important that we talk about that and recognize that as so. So, good for you, Ed. I'm sorry if you got too deep down that rabbit hole. And I'm glad that you're going to be out. Praise to Cash, too, Ed. Thank you for the support.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. And we're all caught up for once. Let me rock you, Shaka Khan. Angelo Putin says, stop, Steven. It's working, bro. Is everybody getting their superpowers? He said if we all do this, we get superpowers, right? John says if blue light comes from the center of the earth, then we're all effed. Yes. Tony V says, well, look at that set design. Yeah, we've had the same set design. I got a light here that's been on my list of I got new lights and some more cameras. Been on my list of things to do for a while. Haven't done it yet. Hope to do it soon, though. All right. Muscle growing is Mike's getting muscles growing. He's getting everybody's getting superpowers. Asman, I got superpowers. Can't wait. Can't wait to see them. I feel so powered with superpowers. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So let me get back to this here. And
all the way to the core of the galaxy. And as we're doing that, we're going to be doing an inhale really slow. And at the same time, we're going to be spinning all of our chakras at the same time to the right and then to the left.
Oh, what did I do? Oh, sorry, friends. Let's get back to the share screen. 1 second. Yeah, I was muted. Thank you very much. I thought somebody sends me a nice text and says, "You're muted, you moron." Thank you, Ed, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and for helping us to praise the cash. Yeah. So we're just going to do a little bit more of this. I love the stock video and the serene mountain settings.
So I'm going to begin.
How much you want to bet that this guy lives in Sedona?
Begin to visualize the blue light. I'm spinning my chakras to the right and to the left. as the blue light goes up my spine. So just to give you guys a demonstration, this is how it goes.
Well, back to the hot chicks and him. Gotta have a nice overlay of all that nature stuff. That's right, honey. Arch your back. Arch your back. You too. Ah. Is anybody getting superpowers yet? I'm not. Man, this is really, really nicely produced, though, I have to say. Like, if you're like a crystal hippie bitch new age girl, you probably love this dude, right? That's right, honey. Arch your back. There you go. Arch your back more. There you go. I'm still not getting any superpowers. Breathing can give, and visualizing blue and white light can give you superpowers. That blonde looks like the bitchy one. You know, if I had to pick which one was the bitchy one, the blonde.
I just did 2 cycles.
Maybe that's why I haven't gotten my superpowers. I didn't do enough cycles.
Remember to visualize blue light coming from the Earth's core through your root chakra, up your chakras and into the galactic core while inhaling with your nose.
We're sending light to the galactic core with
chakra.
our tongues coiled, and that's going to give us superpowers.
Exhale, you bring down the white light from the galactic core into your crown chakra, all the way down until it connects to the root of the earth.
All right. I'm sorry. I've had enough of the meditation. All right. Sounds like the land of make-believe music in the background. Yes, it does. All right. So he's a hey, alien scientist is here. Yes. So this guy is a Kundalini meditation expert. And but besides that, he's a lot of other things. He's a super soldier with superpowers, and he knows the entire history of humanity, the hidden history. By the way, he has a book on Amazon called Cosmic Origins, which got some pretty funny bad reviews, which maybe we'll read. But one of the problems with these guys is sometimes guys email me and you go, oh, you got to do a show on this guy. And like, go try to figure out what Tony Rodriguez's story is from his interviews. It's all over the place. Like, you got to listen to this shit for like 18 hours to try to piece together what's his story, what's he saying here. But I found a great synopsis of this guy's superpowers and his super history, saving Earth and all that, because he was on everyone's favorite stupid channel, Super Soldier Talk. That's right, Super Soldier Talk. For those unaware, there is a channel on YouTube. I love it. It's called Super Soldier Talk. And it's got a guy who's like a total true believer, and he interviews all these wackadoos. And so the wackadoos all go to Super Soldier Talk, and they all get a turn telling their Buck Rogers, Bionic Man, Flash Gordon stories of being Earth's hero and fighting aliens on Mars and all this other stupid nonsense. I'm sorry. It's just so, you got to see this channel. Anyway, all right, look, this is a serious show. Gotta get serious here. All right. Gonna do a reset here. Like, okay, Super Soldier Talk is a conspiracy land YouTube channel centered around, you guessed it, super soldiers, people who claim that they have had real world experiences saving Earth, fighting reptilian aliens on Mars, or other strange alien battles that they have taken part in. Many claim to be some sort of secret members of some sort of secret government project to develop super soldiers, and they have augmented strength, endurance, and other superpowers, a lot like the X-Men. Anyway, this Super Soldier Talk channel is where all of these wackadoos go to tell their stories. But I'm happy when I see somebody has been on there, because usually on their first appearance, this James Casbolt, I think his name is, who runs this wackadoo channel, he I don't know if he coaches them or he asks them to give him a biography or something. But in any case, we got a synopsis of this guy, Ismael Perez, and his superpowers and his history here. And so we're going to share that video. And this is and by the way, the Super Soldier Talk channel was infiltrated by a guy named Oki, who does a YouTube show and channel called Oki's Strange Stories. And he just went to that guy and made up a bunch of nonsense. And this guy bought it hook, line, and sinker. So he mined all of their stories, and then he came up with his own fake super soldier story, mixing in the Nazis and all kinds of stuff. It was great. All right, so Super Soldier Talk. Let me do it again. Make sure we get the audio. I always do that. All right, we've got the audio. And this is interesting because apparently, besides being a Kundalini yoga master, and this is from 6 months ago, Ismael Perez is a Radiant Guardian Ultra Soldier. Now, you may be unfamiliar with what a Radiant Guardian Ultra Soldier is, and so was I, but don't worry, we're going to get an explanation of it from the host of this Super Soldier Talk show. And just when you think that you've seen everything on the internet, there's a YouTube channel where wackadoos go and tell space stories that they swear are 100% real. And look, I've watched a lot of these clowns on here, and none of them have any evidence for any of their stories. Sound familiar? Yeah, like Corey Goode. Yeah, exactly like Corey Goode. All kinds of fantastical claims and fantastical fairy tales, but no evidence. None, usually. None. Well, let's get into this Ismael Perez, because he's a Radiant Guardian Ultra Soldier. And I love, by the way, that in the intro, there's this looks like bad video game. It looks like, like Quake video game super soldiers. I'm going to put down the music because I don't know if that's copyright. I don't want to get a hit here. SuperSoldierTalk.com.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Super Soldier Talk. I am James Brink, and we have a very exciting show for you today. We also have a very special guest here. So we have Ismael Perez, and I'm going to go ahead and just read his bio. He was recruited as an ultra-elite super soldier in the secret space program by an off-world group known as the Central Race that comes from the future, a.k.a. Wingmakers, according to the ACIO. He then served 60 years in the 5th Corps of Radiant Guardians to fight in the multiverse war against the evil AI. The Radiant Guardians work with higher dimensional beings beyond the Galactic Federation.
What?
During this time, he helped liberate galaxies in the cosmic sector of Innsra.
He liberated
that consists of 100,000 universes. Our local universe is number 84, and our constellation number is 70, and our system, which our planet is located, is number 24, comprised of 52 local star clusters. Within that cluster, we are known as the planetary body 606.
Oh, good to know. We're planet number 606.
He now serves as a cosmic ambassador representing an intergalactic alliance known as the Covenant of Palador. This is a cosmic treaty that was initiated by the forces of light in the higher dimensions to protect and guard the Earth from the Draco forces and the AI. There's a collective known as the Animus that the Guardian Alliance has been battling for over 1 million years, and Ishmael was a warrior in many lifetimes, as recalled from his many past lives.
Oh, he's got past lives too. He checked the box. Gotta check the box. Are you getting all this? I need to take notes because this guy saved whole galaxies, dude. Forget about Corey Goode only saving Earth. This dude saves whole galaxies, right?
The majority of starseeds that have volunteered for the call to rescue this planet, including Ishmael, have been selected to come here to help.
Another common trait of the cosmic con artist, they're always a prophet or someone chosen or someone very, very important, like Corey Goode claiming to be Earth's galactic ambassador. Out of everybody on Earth, they picked a burnout dude like him. Yeah, this dude was selected as well to save our planet with the other starseeds. They always assign themselves some insane sense of importance to the human race somehow. Common trait.
Ishmael is one of the inner council members who is here to bring forth the next level of cosmic disclosure that will restore our planet.
Well, where have we heard that term before? He's going to bring us the next level of cosmic disclosure. I see a Gaia TV contract right in this guy's future.
Back to its original glory and fulfillment of the galactic prophecies. The information that he's going to bring forth has never been heard before on this planet. And
he's going to tell some new fantastical stories to go along with his Kundalini meditation with them hot chicks. All right.
We also got a link to your book in the description, Our Cosmic Origins, which taps into several of your past lives, as well as true galactic roots of humanity and the origin of the cosmos and the Earth's relationship to the multiverse. So
this guy, James Rink, man, he looks like I don't know, man. He looks like a member of the Manson family. He's so enamored with this guy. Like, he's super impressed with Ismael. And who wouldn't be? Because after all, this guy Ismael is a cosmic ambassador. And he saved galaxies? He saved whole galaxies, man. And he's an ambassador and a starseed. Yeah. All right. Well, let's hear what Ismael has to say.
Without further ado, thank you for coming on here, Ishmael. I appreciate it.
Thank you, James, for having me here.
Right. So, by the way, and thank you, audience members, for joining us as well. We are live, and we will do the best. I will do my best to get around the censors because I got one strike already. So I am. Anyways, but I think we're going to be fine because we're gonna stay on topic to SSP disclosure, which the AI gets confused about. It doesn't. So let's go here, and maybe we could start with how did this all begin for you? Being a ultra soldier, does that mean that you were created in some kind of?
He wasn't just a regular soldier, friends. He wasn't a super soldier. He was an ultra soldier, right? Ultra soldier.
Laboratory and then inserted into the public, such as in Project Surrogate.
The way my mother described it was that she was actually being abducted the whole time she was pregnant, a few times a month.
Check that box. All you alien abductees, my mother was an alien abductee the whole time that she was pregnant. Interesting. So we've checked. How many boxes? Is anybody keeping track? How many boxes have we checked so far with this guy? We've checked the past live box, the alien abduction box, the superpower box, the yoga master box, the secret space program box. A lot of boxes being checked here. Yeah. And thank you, Ed, for the kind and generous super sticker purchase. $9.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate it. And I will go through real quick right now and see if we have any more to share before we continue with our wonderful journey. If you're just joining us, we're broadcasting live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, D Live, and we are covering The guy I think will be, just may be, the next Corey Goode, the next SSP superstar, Ismael Perez. 1 second. Now I got to go back. Damn it. I need a faster scroll method. Thank you, Ed, for your kindness, generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Ed's out there helping us. Ed is out there helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, so we're going to hear. We've heard that he asked him, when did you think they started to utilize you and what was their goal? So his mother got abducted by aliens the whole time she was pregnant.
And she just recalled seeing these beings of light. She called them angels, but she also recognized that they were inside a huge mothership. And they were actually...
Check the box for angels. Check the mothership box. We're checking boxes, friends.
Using gene splicing in order to delete...
Genetic experiments. Check that box.
This add and modify genetics pretty much. They were actually mixing my DNA with all these different celestial races from different universes.
Oh, so this man has DNA from all these different universes mixed in with his DNA. So we've checked the genetic experiment box. Now we've checked the alien hybrid box. He's also an alien hybrid. Check that box, right? Check that box.
And so I was one of 100 individuals that served in Core 5 that were actually also taken to be, genetically modified up in a mothership. And the beings that were conducting the operation were known as the Central Race. They do have other names. Some people call them the Azurites,
Yes,
which is
bingo.
a 12-dimensional group of beings that operate within the Rock Confederacy. And the Rock Confederacy is a realm beyond the galactic levels of reality, going beyond the local universe into the cosmic minor sector of Enzra as well. So they come from really high level dimensional realities. And so it all started
multi-dimensional beings. If you're playing along with Cosmic Con Bingo at home, like Madame Two Swords said you should be, we're checking the boxes. So every time that this guy checks a box off, which I believe is specifically designed to gain a big following for him, we check off the box. We've got alien hybrid, we've got superpowers, we've got secret space program, we've got the genetic experiments run by aliens, we've got alien abduction. I'm losing track. He's checking this guy is checking all the boxes, man. Ambassador, you got to check that box. He's an ambassador. And he's an ultra soldier, super soldier. Check that box. And he fought in the secret space program. Check that box.
With these little stories that my mother used to tell me as a kid. I used to think she was just, trying to make me feel different because I was always bullied and picked on and I never quite fit in. So I used to think she was telling me these stories to make me feel better, to make me feel like I was special. But, one day she passed away when I was 16 and and I just remember her telling me 2 days prior to her passing away, she was saying, Ishmael, everything that I told you about you being an experiment that is being conducted by beings of light is actually true, and
beings of light and angels. Check those boxes. We've got angels, we've got beings of light. Check the boxes.
One day you are going to receive your memories. One day you are going to know who you are in your multidimensional reality and who you were prior to incarnating here on the earth. And when she said that,
we're going to come up.
I started. It actually triggered me, James. It caused me to want to start meditating, and it made me just hungry for knowledge. And then that's when I began investigating things for myself. But right before that happened, I did experience moments of
live chat,
what they call missing time in my life.
A classy show.
I found myself walking on a particular street, and it's funny because it's always the same street, But this is the thing, James. I didn't know how I got there. I didn't even know what I did prior to walking on that particular street. All I remember was that
Empress
I just
Cortana's
ended up
here
there
asking,
without
is
any
this Stargate?
recollection of
We
what I
haven't checked
did,
that box
you know,
yet.
to get there. Like, I don't know if I was coming from school, from my house. I don't know where I was coming from. And so that incident occurred 3 times in my life when I was 16, 18, and 19, 16, 18, 19, about going to be 20, towards my late 19 year, when I was about to be 20 years old. And that's when I noticed that happened 3 times in my life. So that's always been with me. You know, I've always wondered why that happened to me. Why didn't I have any recollection as to why I ended up just walking on that street without knowing how I got there? And so again, you know, I started going within myself. I started meditating, and that's when I felt like being communicated. I was receiving transmissions from other dimensions, and I felt a connection to the off-world entities. I felt that there was
interdimensional communication or downloads. If you had that on your Cosmic Con bingo, please check it off.
some sort of
now I'm going to have to come up with a Cosmic Con bingo card, and we're going to have to do this again, and so everybody can play along at home.
Intimate connection between me and these off-world entities. So then at that point I knew I was different. At that point I knew that I wasn't human.
Communication with off-world entities, check that box. Or communication with the aliens, check that box.
Okay. And you know, eventually I started having memories. Through meditation, James, I started having memories.
Recovered memories, check that box.
Of my past lives in Lyra as a Lyran, you know, I guess high Lyran commander. I also had memories / warrior. I also had memories of life in Sirius, life in the Pleiadians, and I'm thinking to myself, why am I having these memories of being this great galactic warrior in these galactic wars? You know, and this was during a time where people were still watching Star Wars and Star Trek, and to me, I felt like I was going crazy, you know, having these memories of being part of these galactic wars, and so I decided to investigate things to see if there was any tangible records that actually confirmed any of this information. And I discovered a whole lot of information, you know, due to my hunger for knowledge of this stuff. And it wasn't until I was probably in my early 30s and mid 30s that I started having these strange dreams that I was part of this group of elite super soldiers, and the reason I call it elite was because we had abilities that.
Here it is. We're going to check the superpowers box.
You would only see in like Marvel movies or DC movies. Some of us were able to literally fly like Superman, emit laser beams through our eyes, electromagnetic plasma waves through our hands, like, you know, the X-Men. Capable of controlling weather with our minds.
That's called Storm. Trademark. He's ripping off X-Men and Superman. Superman's got laser eyes. Of course, I'm sure there's some other characters that do too, like, I don't know, the Kryptonian criminals certainly had laser beam eyes, but they were from the same race as Superman. Darkseid, he had omega rays come out of his eyes. This guy, this is wonderful.
Capable of manipulating matter, energy, and time. And it had a lot to do with us being upgraded, you know. So I started having memories of just kind of like what we see in the video game Halo, where we're strapped into this advanced aircraft and we have the things on. And
you know who else plays too much Halo and steals from Halo for his super soldier material? Randy Cramer. He actually was asked one time what kind of weapons they used on Mars to fight the aliens, and he started saying Halo weapons.
We're wearing these special suits, and all the men are built like they're genetically just like Captain America looking. Everybody was buff, and all the girls were fit. And I just remember it was, I think it was 50 men and 50 women, a total of 100 of us that were part of the or what we call Core 5, serving within, you know, the I guess what some call the program called Radiant Guardians, and the first person who actually came out and termed that was Randy. Randy Cramer, I believe. He was the first one to come out that talked about Radiant Guardians. So before or Randy Cramer, I had no clue. I mean, I've heard of like, Aaron McCollin, I think. I've heard of what's his name? The guy that died with the black goo. I forget his name, but he was killed.
Max Spears.
Yes, I've heard of
Yeah,
him.
Black Goo is from an episode of X-Files. And so now he's going to tie his garbage fake stories to other people's garbage fake stories, as if that somehow legitimizes his claims.
And then I've heard Corey Goode's testimony, but they only talked about they only talked about Solar Warden. So it wasn't until I heard Randy Cramer's testimony about Radiant Guardians where it clicked for me, because that's the name that I kept getting in these dreams, Radiant Guardians, Radiant Guardians. And I just remember scenarios where we were taking on this vessel. We would teleport to planet Jupiter, because that's where the main base for Radiant Guardians was located. Because again,
teleporters, check your teleporters box.
Planet Jupiter also acts as an intergalactic, where many galaxies are actually coming, sending representatives from different galaxies to create some sort of an intergalactic union between billions of galaxies. And that's what's happening on planet Jupiter, by the way. So that was our main place, because they knew about of the programs that we were engaged in. And so I just remember teleporting to planet Jupiter, and then from planet Jupiter, they will
pause a second.
Sure.
This is a very good question. Amy Collins says, Stephen, how long would he last telling these stories in a bar in Philly? We would have taken him outside and beat his ass after the first 3 minutes of this. I think. I'm pretty sure. Depending on what bar you were in and what neighborhood. But in my neighborhood, somebody would have beat his ass. Somebody would have beat him up.
Was that actually solid, or did you go to Jupiter Command? Space station?
I believe that, it was called Jupiter Command, but they also had another name for the city, because I know at Mars we have Prime Areas, and then there's another one. But I think, Prime Areas, and then I think Jupiter was
New Warburg.
Is that the other city in Mars? Yeah, I didn't know that part, because I never went. They never located me to Mars or dispatched me to Mars. I always went straight to Jupiter. But I do believe that the soldiers of Solar Warden did go to Mars as a preliminary before
this
going.
This guy know that Jupiter is a gas planet? Does he know that you can't go to Jupiter? Really? Does he know that? No. Science doesn't matter. Science fiction.
Off into their mission. So I do remember going inside Jupiter, and it was like just huge interstellar structures where there were many terrestrial races from representing billions of galaxies.
Whoa, this guy has been, forget about Corey Goode, dude. This guy's been exposed to aliens from billions of galaxies. Billions of galaxies. Okay, if you say so. If you say so, sir. You've seen billions of galaxies of aliens on the planet Jupiter.
And I just remember when I went, say that again.
Well, does that mean that the surface of Jupiter is solid?
The surface of Jupiter is inhabited by higher dimensional beings beyond the sixth dimension. But because we were operating from the fourth and fifth dimensional, we were actually inside Jupiter, where the structures are located. And I just remember just many representatives of different galaxies cheering us on, saying, okay, giving us their blessing before we went off on the mission, saying, wow, you guys were cultivated for this. Many universes came together to create you guys. You guys are the pinnacle of that, and now here we are, ready to employ you guys on your first cosmic mission.
Billions of galaxies worth of aliens were on the surface of Jupiter inside structures cheering him on because he's going on a secret mission to save the universe, I think. I'm getting a little lost here,
restore and save many of the galaxies and universes that have been affected by this cosmic AI. And it's not just the Animus.
Fear of artificial intelligence. That's another box he checks.
Different cybernetic intelligences that were different than the Animus, but of course they were working with the Animus. They were actually their minions. We were fighting a group of beings
They're fighting cybernetic organisms, dude. This dude's fighting cyborgs on the surface of Jupiter, even though Jupiter doesn't have a surface.
A group of beings
The
known as the Borg,
Borg?
and in
Come
some
on,
cases, some
wait
huge
a minute.
cybernetic beings that look like dark
Did
clouds,
he say
and there
he
were
was fighting the Borg, or that they look like the Borg? Get lost here.
group of beings known as the Omicrons, which was like a very advanced cybernetic race. There was also a group of beings known as the Borg, and then
He just stole directly from
some
Star
cases,
Trek. Come on, dude. The Borg? There was a group of beings known as the Borg. Really? Dude, you're going to get sued by the people who own Star Trek. You can't just take a whole alien race from a science fiction fantasy series and pretend that you fought the Borg. You fought the Borg? Really? The Borg?
huge electrical cybernetic beings that looked like dark clouds, and they were huge. So, and then of course,
Right,
a lot of the spider.
He's describing the bad guys. We've got a race of cybernetic, super advanced beings. We've got a race called the Borg, very original. And then we've got a race of electrically charged beings that look like dark clouds. These are the bad guys.
The black spiders. The black spiders were actually one of our biggest foes. They were used in many universes to just kind of pop into reality and literally just terraform a planet in days.
I wonder where he got that idea from. Has anybody seen The Mandalorian? In an episode of The Mandalorian, in one of those episodes of the latest series, they show Luke Skywalker building, I guess, what you could describe as sort of a Jedi temple. And what's doing that? Spider robots is doing that. Building a whole temple, moving Earth around, right? Creating a whole complex for Luke Skywalker to, I suppose, train new Jedi at. Yeah, spiders.
So our job was to pretty much nuke them, nuke them with a different type of EMP that we generated through our bodies, being jacked to about 60 to 65% of our genetic power, or genetic material.
Would you consider these spider beings, were they actual archons, like negative entities that control this AI matrix that we occupy, or are we talking about physical reality like nanobots?
Well, they're one and the same, because all artificial intelligence is controlled by archon energy. That's the consciousness.
He had to report to Sergeant Santa, Madam Two Swords.
Artificial intelligence, whether in the form of a spider or big, huge, dark electrical clouds that were
Starship
conscious,
Troopers, yes,
with no emotion, of course, and other entities. And so I started having, dreams of like flying and stuff, and just like popping into the
This dude's giving David Wilcock a big stiffy. David Wilcock's like, oh my God, he checks more boxes than Corey Goode. Oh my God, this dude has saved whole universes. Forget about Corey Goode. Corey Goode's a sloucher. He only saved Earth. This dude's saving whole galaxies with his superpowers.
What would happen is we would meet for a preliminary in Jupiter, okay? And after everybody gave us the blessing, all the representatives from the many galaxies who were actually calling us, the hope, they were saying, you guys are the hope of the multiverse, this and that. We were actually teleported, and how they would do it is they would plug in a what is called a cosmic Stargate number. So how that works is like, the entire multiverse is divided into 7 segments. Each segment is a...
Yeah, he's checking some more boxes. The multiverse. The multiverse is all over popular culture right now. The Flashpoint movie. They're talking about the multiverse in Marvel movies right now. That's what enabled that latest Spider-Man film to bring back the Tom Holland Spider-Man and the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, so they could have all 3 Spider-Men in one movie. The multiverse, alternate universe theory. He's checking that box. And now he's going to check the Stargate box. This dude is an expert at checking all the boxes. I'll give him that.
Considered a super universe. So our local universe is located within the seventh segment known as Orvington, according to these records. And so our job was to secure and restore the cosmic minor sector of Enzra, which occupies over 200,000 organized local universes. So out of those 200,000 organized local universes, about 1/3 were afflicted by this AI. And, many, unfortunately, many galaxies were destroyed in the process. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of galaxies that were destroyed. And so what we would do is we would teleport by plugging in the Stargate, depending on the universe we were going into. So let's just say that what they would do is they would first plug in 7, which is the 7th super universe, and then they would plug in 5 because we're part of the 5th major sector within the 7th super universe. And then
sorry, he checked another box, numerology. Many people are interested in numerology, so he's going to drop some numerology in with his story.
And they would plug in 3 because we're part of the 3rd minor sector known as Enzra. And then, of course, they would plug into the local
he's
universe.
Telling everybody how they programmed the Stargate to take them on the space battle to save the universe.
Since we're universe number 84, they would plug in like universe number 133 or universe number 78 or universe number 13.
This guy's traveling between universes? Oh my God, this guy's so much better than Corey Goode. This guy is just worlds above Corey Goode. And look, for once, this guy does actually look like a super soldier. I'll give him that.
By plugging in these numbers, we would open up a portal from Jupiter and directly just access. Within 2 seconds, we would open up the portal and transfer ourselves into these other
What's with the headphones? This is wonky.
Universes within the minor.
His headphones, I mean. Like, does he not have a cable long enough? This guy saved the universe, but he can't find a headphone extension cable? Sorry. I know it's petty, but
cosmic sector of Enzra within seconds. And I just remember just being like strapped, like almost like we were about to go off into war and stuff, and just flying in these huge motherships. And
he was on a mothership.
Just being strapped. I'm sorry, they weren't motherships. I'm sorry, I'm my bad. They were actually ships that housed about 100 individuals, but they were pretty big craft. But the reason I said motherships is because I do remember that in the Jupiter base, there was a lot of motherships that were in the inner structure of Jupiter that were kind of like hovering over the entire intergalactic meetings that were taking place there. And so what we would do is we would pop into these other universes, and then we would locate the certain galaxies and planets that were being mostly afflicted, and we would plug in their Stargate numbers, each planet and each galaxy.
I don't know about you, but I think I saw this movie before, and it was called Stargate. You plug in the coordinates, but this guy is using a Stargate to travel between the multiverse and different universes. So there's that, right? There's that.
Each constellation has a Stargate number, and then we would access those particular realms, and then we would just clean house. And I just remember just coming back and everybody like patting us on the back saying, "Oh, wow, you guys did it again. Thank you so much. Now we secured
the universe.
Universe, blah, 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 in the constellation, blah, 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 and so many planets, and you guys did it again. Thank you so much. This was very, very crucial, that we were successful in this operation." And so I just remember having dreams like that. So
I just want to take a moment to recognize comment from Elegant Pause 1. I am late, but as someone whom does meditate, what exactly was that utter nonsense? How is he even grounded sitting on a bench? I would take it apart further because there is no point. Yeah, I think he made up that whole meditation. That's what I'm thinking. But listen, Elegant Pause, you better have some respect, okay? Because this dude saved whole universes, okay? And he travels in a Stargate between between different universes. And he saved whole galaxies. And he's an ambassador, okay? And he's been genetically upgraded by aliens, and he's got lots of different alien DNA. So have some respect, Elegant Pause, for Earth's ambassador. He's saving galaxies. What are you doing, Elegant Paws? You're not saving any universes or galaxies, are you? And you don't have superpowers. He does.
I used to think I was, going crazy at first. And then I heard Randy Cramer say Radiant Guardians. And when I heard his interview, I totally it just made me just think, like, what if I was part of the program? What if I was part of Radiant Guardians, with everything that my mother told me about, me having missing time.
Missing time. Check the missing time box. Lots of people think they've had missing time, and they like to follow other people who think they've had missing time. Check the missing time box.
Having these visions and these memories that are slowly coming back. I felt like, hey, it's probably, is there any way to access all my memories? Because from what I understand, James, they do blank slate us, right? That's what they do?
Blank slating. Who else talked about that? Many of these people do. Randy Cramer, Corey Goode. That Penny woman talks about blank slating. I think Tony Rodriguez has as well. They wipe your memories, but you get them back. Some of them.
So I figured that that's what they did because, I just remember glimpses. I don't really have full recollection of everything in detail, but I believe that the time is coming where we're actually going to access all our information once again and then be able to write books, in detail about this stuff.
Can you describe the portal? What the portal, even when you're traveling through it, and what it looked like when it opened up in front of you?
It was very kind of like in the movie Doctor Strange. It just opened up just like a circle. They would use a technology device to open up the circle. The circle would literally just it would just literally just open up, and then it was maybe about 12 feet in diameter, going in a circle circumference wise. And
I just want to take a moment to acknowledge, so that we all understand, that despite all of these claims, we're only 20 minutes in, and so far this guy has traveled between the multiverse. He's saved whole galaxies. He got genetic upgrades and superpowers like a DC or Marvel Universe guy. He fought evil aliens, one species called the Borg. He fought the Borg. Hello, Captain Picard, or 7 of 9. Captain Janeway. Did he serve under Captain Janeway or Captain Picard? What do we think? He's been through Stargates. He's got superpowers, and we're 20 minutes in. And boy, what an incredible amount of fantastical tales. He has interacted with species, apparently, from thousands of star systems on the planet Jupiter, inside structures inside the planet Jupiter, and more. And this is just the first 20 minutes, friends. And what evidence or proof have we been given so far? Trust me, dude. That's all.
And
just pointing that out because I think that's important, I remember the good old days in conspiracy land where if somebody wanted to be a speaker on the circuit, they would have to have some kind of evidence, some kind of proof, whether it be blurry ass pictures or videos or something. This guy's got nothing.
Remember, it was just opened and all of us, like 100 of us, would just go right through it. And then that's how we were able to go to any particular world. They would just plug in the Stargate number, and we had access to any universe, any planet, any galaxy at will.
And when you showed up on the other side, were these all oxygen planets?
Well, because we were genetically enhanced to use 60 to 65% of our full genetic material, we were able to operate on planets that were some of them were nitrogen mainly dominated. Some of them.
There's one of his superpowers, friends. He can breathe nitrogen. That's one of his superpowers. So, I guess this guy would be okay if I hooked him up to a nitrogen mask that was just pumping nitrogen and no oxygen. He could show us that he could survive that for an hour. No, that dude would be dead. This guy is full of it. And that's one way he could prove his superpowers, though, right? Let me put him in a bubble that's devoid of oxygen, a vacuum chamber. We'll suck all the oxygen out of it, and we'll suck nitrogen in it, and he's got to sit in there for an hour and show us that he can breathe nitrogen. He'd be dead in 5 minutes. Dead as a doornail. In 5 minutes, this dude would be dead as a doornail. Thank you, Ed, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Okay, thank you, Ed, for helping us to praise the cash. On with the space adventure Buck Rogers stories, friends.
Were methane, so we were able to actually.
He could breathe methane, so we could suck the oxygen out of a chamber, put him in it, and fill it with nitrogen or methane, and he could survive, right? Tom Foolery says, Stephen, can you get an interview with this guy? Probably not, but I'll ask him. Yeah, I mean, I'd interview him.
Coexist, and some of them were actually water worlds where we actually were able to live inside water.
All right, great. Then I want to put this dude in my bathtub and jam his head. Fill the bathtub and jam his head in there, right? And we'll see if his superpowers are real. He can breathe water now. Let's go over the superpowers, friends. So this guy apparently can breathe methane, nitrogen, or breathe water. He can breathe underwater. This dude is Aquaman. I think I've seen that movie too, Ismael Perez. It's called Aquaman.
So it was kind of interesting, according to my memories. Yeah.
Were there any concerns about bringing back viruses or any contamination from bacteriological?
Yes, there was. Yeah. Well, it turns out that a lot of the universes and galaxies that were afflicted by the AI, many of the species were infested with what Corey Goode would call nanites. So that's an issue, So we would go through this cleansing device.
Evil nanites.
To pretty much clear not only our physical bodies, but our etheric bodies as well. Because there's such thing as etheric STDs or astral STDs. So they would go through this cleansing device that would actually just kind of cleanses physically, astrally, and etherically.
Oh, he went through a cleansing device, so he didn't get space herpes. Hey, space herpes. I seen that movie too with the space herpes. He's talking about space herpes. This dude. Jesus Christ, what am I doing here? Joanne with a kind and generous $9.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And we thank all of our kind and generous benefactors. We want to thank our Patreon supporters, our channel members, and all of you PayPal pledgers as well. Instructions in the description of the video if you prefer PayPal to the super stickers or super chat, and we prefer PayPal. So thank you. We'll be reading those as well. I'm going to check in with those in a moment. But thank you very much, Joanne, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Thank all of you kind and generous benefactors for your support of the show and for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you. And we love you as well, Joanne. Thank you for your support. We really, really, truly appreciate it. And yes, he said astro STDs, space herpes. He's talking about space herpes. What movies is that the spaceship got space herpes? Is that Ice Pirates? I think it's called Ice Pirates, where the spaceship got space herpes. I definitely remember a science fiction movie where the spaceship that the protagonists were traveling in and the spaceship got space herpes, right? Amy Collins says the Ismael dude tops them all off as far as not only checking every box, but doing so with vigorous hyperbole. Yeah, I agree. This guy is really trying to sell it, man. He is really good. This guy's better than Corey Goode, though. All right. In the live chat, I want a 1 if you think he's better than Corey Goode, or a 0 if you think Corey Goode is better than him. Let's see who's better, Corey Goode I tell Buck Rogers stories. Is this guy better than Corey Goode stories or worse? If you think this guy is better than Corey Goode stories, then we just type 1. Or, I could do a poll. Don't type anything. Never mind. I'll go over there and we'll do a poll. Whose space stories are better? Ismael's or Corey Goode's?
From any, nanotech, any type of negative technology.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could comment about that is that apparently, Umbrella Corporation, another alternate reality, was going to other planets, grabbing bacteriological organisms to create the Ouroboros, which is the zombie virus. But that actually G virus came from off world, where it was combined with AI and microorganisms. But I was just concerned that you might have got, but I guess they have advanced medical healing technology. Or perhaps you said you were in the 6th dimension, so maybe it didn't affect you like it would here in third dimension Earth. But okay.
Well, I mean, we operated all the way up until from what I recall, up to the 8th dimension, because physicality exists all the way to the 12th dimension. It's just a different type of matter. It's more of a refined base matter, more crystalline oriented.
So let's go into let's just go discuss a difference between Solar Warden, Radiant Guardian, and Radiant Glory. Why don't you? By the
way, just James Rink, and by the way, I apologize. I called him James Caswell. That's a totally different guy. This host of the show, James Rink, is now describing secret space program names of programs of the secret space program, and I just want to mention that none of them have ever been proven to be real or true. None of them proven. These people, they talk about them, and most dominantly people talk about Solar Warden, which I believe originates with one Gary McKinnon. There might be some evidence that there is a program called Solar Warden. The rest of them, I think, are made up super soldier nonsense names, but it is what it is.
Give us a little rundown of what you think the 3 groups are about.
Okay, so Solar Warden is operational within our galaxy and our local universe. We have, I think, over 100 bases throughout the Milky Way. And I think, what is it, 900 to 1,000 colonies just within our solar system, and growing by the day. So, that's what Solar Warden is doing. Solar Warden was also developed by the Federation.
He's a super soldier too,
with our Navy. And of course the White Hats, in order to
counter he's got the White Hats
attack and the Dark Fleets and the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate, who are actually more aligned with the Draco. And so from what I understand is that Solar Warden is not only our interplanetary police force, but is also throughout our galaxy known as the,
will never abduct these daffy bastards.
The galactic police force, because we do have the most advanced genetics in the multiverse. As you know, we are galactic royalty, and this is evidence is confirmed by Alex Collier and other contactees.
I agree.
And so what they did is in Solar Warden is they enhanced genetics to about 10 to 15%. But that was sufficient enough to reclaim the victory against the Draco in our galaxy. And
Draco,
of course,
if you had the Draco on your Cosmic Con bingo card, check it off. The Draco, those are some of the bad guys too. And Storm Crow is correctly pointing out that they don't know the difference between a solar system, a galaxy, and a universe. Yeah. Look, don't let things like science and correct terminology get in the way of a good BS story you can sell, Stormcrow.
Many of those soldiers were sent to Orion because Orion has been a huge hotspot for this galactic war with the Draco. And I think just recently, a lot of our soldiers from Solar Warden just returned, I think within the last 2 years.
On my list.
When they secured the war in Orion. Is that correct, James?
Are we talking about Hammerhead, the maximum security prison, the Draco one?
Yeah.
Did they go in there and rescue people?
This dude gives David Wilcock a
because that's where they would take a lot of people that are involved in the Iraq wars.
Must love this dude.
Yeah, I think so. But you are aware, though, right,
did.
that we've won the war in Orion already, right?
I thought it happens in 2023.
Well, I guess since all time is happening at once, I guess in terms of that, yes, it's. But the victory is ours. I mean, we do have the upper hand. I thought it happened in last year in 2021. I thought that's when our super soldiers returned from Orion. But you could be right. It could be 2023.
Johann Fritz was talking a little bit about
Yes.
Hammerhead and the particular war between Solar Warden.
Let's stop to Madame Two Swords says he definitely looks like a queen. I think this dude is very you know a term that people used to use, and even I would admit that I would have qualified under that, metrosexual. Remember that term, Madame Two Swords? And that didn't mean that you were gay. Metrosexual meant that you were a little preoccupied with your appearance, right? And I don't know. I did things like get my eyebrows waxed or manicured or fixed up, and facials, and but I don't know. This dude does look a little too metro. He looks a little too well manicured, right? And maybe I don't know, but I will say this: like, the crystal hippie bitches are gonna love this dude so much. They're gonna love this, not the first dude, the second dude, the Ismael guy. Those crystal hippie bitches, Madame Two Swords, are gonna love this dude. Look at him. He's all buff. He's got that V shape. He's got good facial structure, good looking guy, well manicured hair, right? He's very well put together. Meanwhile, Corey Goode looks like a dude that, like, especially in that wrinkled up, stupid suit of his in that deposition, he looks like, I don't know, like Corey Goode always looks all greasy and not very well manicured. This dude is going to blow Corey Goode away with collecting crystal hippie bitch followers. Look at him. Look at him. That's why one of the reasons I think that he is in the running to be the next SSP superstar, the next Corey Goode. I think that he has tremendous potential to get a lot more cult members or followers than Corey Goode, just based on his appearance and nothing else. Now, I know that's shallow to say that, but it's true. It's true. Just look at social media. Attractive people have more social media followers generally, right? You put an ugly girl on Instagram taking selfies every day, and then you put a hot chick on Instagram taking selfies every day. Give it 90 days, and you tell me who has more followers. The attractive woman would have more followers. It's shallow, but that's the way the world works. And so I think this guy has tremendous potential compared to Corey Goode to collect followers, especially female followers. Look at this dude. He's all buff and well groomed, well manicured, right? He's got a lot more potential to get a bigger following than Corey Goode, in my opinion. I don't know about his stories. They're about as ridiculous as Corey Goode and about as plausible as Corey Goode's stupid stories, but let's see what else he has to say.
And I guess that's when actually the alliance was, well, I mean, the alliance, I guess, theoretically exists now, but the schism of Darkfleet breaks off, where a third of Darkfleet breaks away with in conjunction with Solar Warden.
Could be
over this AI contamination issue with the elite officers.
Exactly.
So is that also what's connected with the war in Orion too? They were also fighting.
We covered that, and we did commentary over it. Just search the search box on our channel for Emery Smith. We covered all three of them. That was some great drama. Emery Smith was telling that poor girl, Vanilla Sky Dreaming, that he was going on secret missions to Antarctica and all this stuff, and that the aliens told him that those two were supposed to have a baby, so it'd be like the savior of Earth. And meanwhile, he was still living with his girlfriend, drinking himself to death every day, being a fallen over drunk, and he just met up with her and banged her. So great. Check the bingo card for the word alliance. Have I heard it yet? I don't think so. I don't think we've heard the bingo. We haven't hit the alliance bingo yet.
As well
on the bingo yet.
Yes, because Orion was actually taken over by AI. I don't know.
Well, we got Orion though, Empress Cortana.
You recall. And what's been running Orion, even above the Draco, is what they call the Red Queen. And so
nobody would
believe
know.
that's what we've been fighting pretty much in our galaxy. Yes.
Interesting. Yeah, I know the Red Queen has come into
the Red Queen.
She is really nasty.
Very nasty. And in fact, a lot of the gray human hybrids that they created here in our planet since the 60s were actually taken to Orion to be part of the Borg hive mind controlled by the Red Queen.
Whoa, wait a minute. So the gray alien human hybrids, check gray alien human hybrids on your Cosmic Con bingo card, were taken to the Orion to fight the Borg. This sounds like a bad Star Trek episode being repeated here. To fight the Red Queen. Who is the Red Queen? I don't know. But she's really nasty. The Red Queen is the queen of the Borg, and the Borg have a queen. But they're talking about the Red Queen, not the Borg Queen. This is getting confusing.
And they believe that the only reason they took them there and they took some of our genetics was because sometime in the near future, they're planning on sending these hybrids back to the Earth to conquer the Earth. But of course, we're not going to let that happen, right, James? We're going to be ready for them.
Yeah, well, we're going to need there are a lot of super soldiers out there. Even when disclosure takes place, this is not going
to Oh my God. Really?
All right, well, let's talk.
Wait a minute. B. Baker says the Red Queen was from Resident Evil series and artificial intelligence. So they're stealing the Borg from Star Trek and mixing it with the Red Queen from the Resident Evil TV series. Do these dudes just watch TV and steal parts and jam it all together to tell their fake stories? I think so. I've seen Corey Goode use stuff from Babylon 5, Stargate, Star Trek, Star Wars, and more. So maybe they just watch too many movies and then they steal little bits and pieces and jam it all together. But come on, at least change the names of the shit, right? Don't just use the Red Queen and don't just use the Borg. That's lazy cosmic conning right here. It's lazy cosmic conning. If you're going to cosmic con, at least try, change the name of the races or the characters or something when you jam them all together and tell your cosmic con stories.
So now the difference between Solar Warden, going back to your question, is that Radiant Guardians is actually operational in the multiverse. So it goes beyond our galaxy and our local universe.
It's like Spider-Man.
And that's everything I know. It's just that.
Dude, I wonder if he had Spider-Man from any of the multiverses in his team to fight the evil aliens. And if he did have Spider-Man, which Spider-Man do we think he had? The Tom Holland Spider-Man or the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man or the newest Spider-Man? Which one? Or maybe he had Miles Morales Spider-Man from that Spider-Verse, right? Maybe. Who knows?
Been fighting wars in other universes. As far as like knowing things in detail, I'm yet to get my memories back.
From Star
I'm hoping
Trek.
soon, though, because I really want to write a book about this.
Okay. Well, what I put in my book about Radiant Glory and Radiant Guardian is that, well, first of all, Solar Warden was founded, I'm going to say founded, but the term was created during the era of Reagan with Star Wars and that whole initiative. But it actually existed prior to that. I don't remember the exact name of the project, but from there, Solar Warden split off into two different groups. Initially, it was Radiant Guardian, where Solar Warden would patrol the area from the sun to the Oort cloud. In the 1990s, Solar Warden was divided in half, where Radiant Guardian patrols the sun to Mars and Mars ring asteroid belt, rather. And Radiant Glory was tasked with patrolling the region from Mars ring to the end of our solar system near the heliosphere or out towards the Oort cloud. So I guess theoretically, so that means Radiant Guardian is really a subdivision of Solar Warden.
I believe so, yes. And then there's
That's
even
this dude's mom's house, probably.
I guess
his grandmom.
A even more subdivisional program that was used that was actually left off the records. And I believe that there's only about 100 individuals were part of that program. And the only reason, from what my mother told me, is that the only reason they picked her was because she carried a very high concentration of Rh negative blood type, which is the universal donor. Yeah, I think she was the AB negative. I'm not sure. It's the most rare one out of all the Rh negatives.
All right. So we got, so at that point, the task of Radiant Guardian, Radiant Glory, according to the notes that I wrote here, is that they're tasked with patrolling the areas, making sure different groups have supplies. They also make sure everybody's getting along. And if we have like a comet or asteroid, they're responsible for taking care of that as well. But you're saying that it was primarily the AI is what your main focus on was.
Yes.
At least your team. Okay. So let's discuss a little bit about of course, with there is Dark Fleet out there.
He just said Dark Fleet. Does that mean Corey Goode's going to sue him? Corey Goode has warned people in a recent video that if you use the term Dark Fleet, you're going to have some problems. And this James Rink from Super Soldier Talk channel, he just used the term Dark Fleet. I think that might be some problems for him. And by the way, I've put up a poll. Let me know in the live chat, who do you think tells better fake secret space program stories? Corey Goode or the next super secret space program superstar? I think he's going to be it. Maybe. We're going to cover the others, though, just, to be fair. Who tells better fake secret space program stories? Corey Goode or Ismael Perez? It's pinned in the live chat. You can vote. If you're listening on Rumble, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, or watching, come on over to YouTube. Just go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers in the search bar. Look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go to that channel, go to the live chat, and vote in our poll. Who tells better secret space program stories? Corey Goode, who recently admitted under oath that he's never been to space, or this guy, who hasn't been really busted yet for telling fake stories, but this stuff's pretty ridiculous. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and call his stories fake super secret space program stories as well. So you too can vote in the poll. Let us know who you think tells better fake secret space program stories.
And that would be the more, I guess you could say, more negatively aligned.
He's talking about Dark Fleet.
Draco.
Trademark.
They embed Draco officers on all their ships, at least until the schism takes place.
Exactly.
The officers are required to drink black goo.
Yes, they are.
So what about on Solar Warden? Were any of the officers contaminated with black goo? Do you happen to know?
Black goo?
I don't have any information.
That's from X-Files, dude.
According to some testimonies that I heard, that some of the officers or some of the soldiers were contaminated, and they actually had to, get rid of the black goo that was in their body. I've heard rumors, but not that I can confirm, personally. Yeah.
So theoretically, you can't really get rid of black goo. What you have to do is you have to kill the person and then reanimate the body and bring the soul back.
I didn't know that. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, wow.
So far, Ismael Perez is leading in our poll.
Interesting.
59% to 41%.
So, another person. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to interject that a splinter group of Dark Fleet actually joined the AI in other universes, and now they're.
I got to stop this for a second because we've checked some more boxes. If you're playing Cosmic Con Bingo at home, check the black goo box and check the Dark Fleet box. Right? This guy checks all the boxes.
Building a vast. So basically, at the highest level of this AI war, we have Omega. Omega is the Dark Lord. I'm just revealing the name of the AI god. Sorry. Hopefully that's not too much. But they recruited a good portion of the Dark Fleet to go be part of what is known as the Phantom Matrix multiverse, which is a totally different multiverse that was actually developed by the AI himself, where they actually were.
The Phantom Matrix multiverse. Is that like the Phantom Zone in Superman comic books? Man, this dude is stealing from everybody. He already stole from Superman once, claiming that people on his super soldier team had laser beam heat vision eyes like Superman. Now he's talking about the Phantom what? Man.
Able to assimilate our version of or our organic multiverse and digitally, create their own version.
I know. Do you notice that?
Their own personal version of a multiverse, but it's an inorganic one. It's a multiverse that is inhabited by mechanical beings, androids. There is no biological life forms. And so what Omega's been doing at the highest level of reality is that he's been using a Death Star Mechaba as a black hole, in other words, to suck up universal life force from the organic living universes in order to power up his phantom matrix. So in a way, he's been this AI depends on our.
Good point, Arlene Atkins. If you get superpowers from bathing in your own pee, imagine what the superpowers David Wilcock could get bathing in this dude's pee, right? Good point. Yeah, David Wilcock will want to bathe in this dude's piss.
Energy in order for its phantom matrix to continue existing. So that's the only reason why it didn't destroy all the multiverse, is because it feeds off of our energy in order to power its own multiverse, which is full of cybernetic intelligences. So there's going to be one final war, James, in the future, and I think it takes place after 1,000 years. I think after the solar flash takes place, we become upgraded.
Star reference.
There's a new age here, and we become reinstated back to the galactic community. Right, first contact takes place. All of that. I think there's going to be about 1,000 years of peace, and then after that, we're going to, there's going to be a final clash against the Dark Fleet and the cybernetic Phantom Metrics.
Phantom Menace multiverse? What? Did he just say Phantom Menace multiverse? We gotta back this up a little bit.
And then after that, we're gonna, there's gonna be a final clash against the Dark Fleet and the cybernetic Phantom Metrics.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Multiverse.
He said Phantom Metrics multiverse, not Phantom Menace.
And that's going to be a huge war involving everybody in our universe, not just the super soldiers, everyone. Of course, we're going to be at the forefront of that, but I do believe we win that war.
Straight face.
Wow. Yeah, someone was actually asking that question. Do we eventually go to war with Darkfleet? So that it would be.
Yes.
Yeah, they keep saying Dark. By the way, hold on.
We'll deal with that when the time comes.
Wait a minute. I got to do something here. 1 second. Okay. We'd like to make a statement here at Truth Seekers, and that is that we do not support, condone, or encourage the intellectual property theft and or stealing of Corey Goode's trademark terms. We are simply covering these people. They are using the terms, not me. I am not profiting or stealing Corey Goode's copyrighted or trademark terms from his intellectual property. They are. So don't sue me. Sue those dudes, those two clowns. Okay. I'm not saying it. I didn't say we're gonna call it the Dark Armada. That's what we're gonna say. Okay. We'll say the Dark Armada to prevent any lawsuits from stealing somebody's. I didn't steal any intellectual property. I call it the Dark Armada. They called it the Dark, you know what. So don't sue me, dude. They're doing it, not me. We're just listening. You can't, yeah, we're just listening. All right, let's get back to this. Yeah.
Time travel, Bob.
They mentioned time travel. Mark your bingo cards. Check the time travel box.
The people from that future timeline are sending their soldiers back in time. Maybe that's you. Back in time.
Yeah, I do feel like I'm actually from the future. I just wish I could remember the mission. I'm almost there though. I'm getting tidbits here and there.
All right, so comments. Yeah, in my book I mentioned the Omega Project, and that's what they call this whole New World Order agenda. But it's quite enlightening to hear what you said about the AI, because that actually makes sense. Where the wing makers were sending their tranches of technology back in time to be discovered by the ACIO to fight the Animus, and here we are in this whole cycle. But we also got so somebody was asking about the reason why Darkfleet officers would consume black goo.
He said it. I didn't say it. I call it the Dark Armada. I don't call it the Dark. They did. They did. Don't sue me. I say Dark Armada. They're saying Dark. Corey Goode. His name's James Rink. You could get his details at Super Soldier Talk YouTube channel to file those lawsuits against him. And Ismael Perez has a website. You could sue them. They're doing it. We're just listening. It's not my fault. Not my fault. It's really not my fault. Trademark.
verse, the average IQ of many of these advanced extraterrestrials is around 700 to 800. And of course, IQ has to do with standard deviation, so that's just way off the charts. The Dark Fleet officers, usually they have technology to enhance your IQ 150 to 200. So with the Black Goo, they can bring it up to close to 400, but they're still basically dummies out there. But so there's an incentive
Black Goo from the X-Files television series, and it'll increase your intelligence, but you're still stupid compared to the aliens. And even though these people, were somehow enhanced to have 400 to 500 IQs, they're still unable to come up with original ideas, and they have to steal their stories from Star Trek, Buck Rogers, Babylon 5, Star Wars, the Stargate movie and television series, the Borg. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
To increase your intelligence, increase your I was going to say intuitive abilities, but I would say Black Goo would probably shut that down because it takes away your connection from your heart chakra, your connection to God's source. But you're more intelligent, but you're like a Borg. Anyway, the other thing I want to mention is Tron. Word got back to me that there is a parallel universe that is like the movie Tron, where everything is digital and AI, but it's positive.
Oh, the movie Tron is basically a documentary, and there's a real universe just like Tron. Sure.
Positive AI universe out there, and it's controlled by this Lord Metatron.
Metatron is an angel.
No. Okay. Yeah, it's actually, it's funny that you mentioned Metatron, because the second name to Omega is Metatron, because Metatron, the original authentic Metatron, is the giver of life. He's the one who, through geometry, sets the actual blueprint for universes to come into existence, whereas Omega, the reason he calls himself Omega Metatron is because that means the destroyer of life. So while the original Metatron gives life, Omega Metatron destroys it. So it's that cosmic duality with AI.
Check the Metatron box. Okay. You got to talk about Metatron.
And so I guess without trying to get another strike on this channel, the Jabiru people were supposed to be going to that negative timeline, and those who took the boosteroos, then they're checking out. So do you have any information on whether or not, because I believe we're on a positive timeline, do you think that the Alliance is going to stop that from happening? Release technologies to help these people before this, what they call the solar flash, takes place?
That's the clue. That's the plan. From what I understand, according to my research, it takes about 3 to 4 years for the people's body to totally take over their minds or central nervous systems and absolutely just conquer them mentally, where they become, like zombies. It's a 3 to 4 year process. So it's been 2 years since they've administered the medicine, and so I believe that it's in the positive timeline. I believe that the Alliance and the White Hats are going to come in strong, and bring about the disclosure and right in the nick of time, bring forth these healing modalities that is totally going to neutralize the poison. And also another thing that I believe that could happen that will totally save these people from entering the Phantom Matrix timeline, which they don't want to end up in, is the solar flash, which is going to act as a huge EMP.
There we go.
That is
solar flash. If you had solar flash on your Cosmic Con bingo card, check that box. This dude is checking I am impressed. I gotta say this. I am incredibly impressed with Ismael Perez's ability to check every goddamn box in conspiracy land. I mean, we've got the multiverse. We've got reptilian aliens. We've got gray alien human hybrids. We've got genetic engineering. We've got super soldiers. We've got Metatron, the angel, the bringer of life. We've got sacred geometry. We've got the Dark Armada. I didn't say the other word. I said Dark Armada. Don't sue me. Sue them. We've got every box black goo, Stargates, parallel universes, the Phantom Matrix, Tron is real, right? The Dark Armada, Solar Warden, and those other BS terms that somebody made. This guy is going through a checklist. He's got every box on his list, and he is just checking them off, every single one of them. My labs, right? Secret space programs, right? Secret bases on Jupiter. Check, 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 check. Every box to grow that cult-like following, right? No matter what you like, Ismael Perez can talk about it. Alien hybrids, genetic engineering, AI black goo, multiverse, secret space program, secret bases on other planets, other thousands of alien races cheering him on, getting superpowers. Man, impressive, truly impressive BS capabilities this guy's got.
Not only going to have an effect here on our world, but from what I understand, it's also going to have an effect throughout the multiverse coming from this world. So that's another interesting theory that I've been hearing about. So we'll see how it goes down, James. But I do know that in the positive timeline, the forces of light have
time travel. Check that box.
I also know that in the future, the metahumans do win the war against Omega and the Dark Fleet, and the entire.
All right, wait a minute. He said metahumans. Does anybody know where the term metahumans originated from? Metahumans. Where did the term metahumans originate from? Comic books. Metahumans is a term. I think it's the DC universe that the term metahuman, and it means an enhanced human, a human that was either born with superpowers or has some kind of superpowers from an accident, like Spider-Man, or, superhuman abilities. That's directly from comic books. And thank you, Ed, for another kind and generous $4.99 super sticker. We thank you for the kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And thank you for helping us to praise the cash, Ed. And thank you to the AI algorithm gods for making praising the cash possible. Praise the AI algorithm gods and praise the cash. Praise the cash. Ed is here to help us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to continue in our journey of ridiculousness of Ismael Perez.
Cybernetic collective, and it's now all coming into play here in the present. It's all just trickling down here in the present.
All right. Well, this might tie into this question. Maybe it doesn't.
Damn.
Damn.
Look at
SSP
that.
personnel will get their memories.
Holy jeez. Damn it, man. Boy, man, you can't. We got a great audience. Joel is here with a fact check for me. I was somewhat correct. It was from the DC universe. The term was first used by a fictitious race of extraterrestrials known as the Dominators when they appeared in DC Comics' Invasion miniseries in 1988. Well, there you go. That's where the term metahuman originated from. How do you like that? We got facts and all kinds of stuff.
Back around 2026 to 2020.
And that dude looks about old enough to have read comic books in 1988 as a child, doesn't he?
27. What do you think might happen around that period of time?
Hopefully by no later than 2028, we could have this grand solar flash. That's my hope, because, how much longer can humanity take, the abuse?
So you don't ever expect, I don't know, how about say a website being set up of all our files being put on there, and then we could log on and find out, oh, I was in the SSP after I didn't. I guess yeah.
I think that in the positive timeline when disclosure takes place, all that stuff will be restored to us.
I don't know.
But I think that we're also going to be getting memories. Our memories are going to be coming back to us, James. Along with those files, of course. Those files are just going to be there to back it up.
Yes, here's our disclaimer.
Right, and this is where I have this question. Full public disclosure. Do you think the government will come out and finally
the
say,
younger
by the
guy.
way,
Okay, yeah.
we have a
The
secret
guy on the
space
right looks 40 to me.
We're heading there. We're heading there. Yeah, Paul Hellyer, the Prime Minister of Space Defense of Canada, already came forward.
He was not the head of Space Defense of Canada. Paul Hellyer was a wackadoo who worked for the Canadian government, who read Philip Corso's book and believed it to be 100% true. And in fact, any book that Paul Hellyer read, he believed to be 100% true just because it was in a book. Paul Hellyer is a wackadoo. And all of these wackadoos cite Paul Hellyer as some kind of evidence or proof. He just cited Paul Hellyer. Let's see what he says.
Is it the Israeli ex-space head of command? What's his name? Ashayim Ashmed or something. He came forward, I think, 2 years ago. So it's prepping there.
And that Israeli person was just repeating stories that he heard from his granddaughter, who heard them from Laura Eisenhower. So somebody listened to a wackadoo and told their grandpop, who worked for the Israeli Space Agency, these stories, and he mentioned that in an interview. He didn't say it was true. He just mentioned hearing about these things in an interview. But these clowns will have you believe that a Canadian government high-ranking official said the aliens are here, so it's true. That would be Paul Hellyer. He was a wackadoo. Or the head of the Israeli Space Agency said the aliens are here, and it's true. Both those statements are complete falsehoods, complete inaccurate statements.
Yeah. So.
All right.
Let's
good. Okay. Well, so I think you mentioned this on camera.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Going to have to make another announcement. We here at Truth Seekers do not condone the theft of intellectual property of trademarked or copyrighted terms of other SSP grifters. I mean, whistleblowers. And therefore, we will not be held responsible for our coverage of other people's use of trademarked intellectual property of one Corey Goode of SBA.
How many 20-year and back missions have you done?
I believe 3. Yes, because there's 3 instances in my life where I felt missing time, and I believe that had a lot to do with this. Yeah.
Yeah. So typically, right after they return you on a 20-year and back, you would.
He's saying this stuff, not me.
Exhausted for about
Don't
3
sue
days.
me. He's saying this stuff, not me.
I noticed one time I just had dinner, and then next thing I know, I felt like I haven't eaten in 3 weeks, and I was so exhausted for the next couple of days. So, yeah. So that might be a sign that you might have been involved in this.
James Rink
do you
was
have
a super soldier too.
anything you might want to comment on that? What you noticed after you were returned?
Just that I didn't remember anything. It's almost like I had no recollection of how I ended up there. That's all I remember. But I do, and now that you bring it up, I do remember feeling very lethargic at the same time for a couple of days. I do remember that. Now that you bring it up,
do you have any information on the?
I agree, Madam Two Swords.
The process of actually how they blank slate you.
I have no recollection. But I believe that this is a technology that was developed by the ACIO in collaboration with the Cordium. So I don't know if that was for nefarious reasons, because the original purpose of developing blank slate technology was to blank slate the Animus upon their revival, not to use it upon humans. But I do believe that they used it on humans, especially those that served within the program, because they already had it. How they used it, I don't know, but it works, obviously.
Yeah, well, I noticed a lot of SSP experiencers. That's of course, blank slating is. They're not going to necessarily remember the blank slating because everything else has been wiped. That's like the last thing you remember is. But typically, the people that do recall it under regression, they're put into some kind of bed or a tank. They're required to sit still for up to seven days. I think it's your age drops back 10 years for every week you're in there. So if you were 20 years, you might be in there for 2 weeks. Other times they might have a clone body. So they would put you into stasis and send you off world.
Check clones
and then
on your
at the end of
bingo
your service, the clone would be expired and send you back. That'd be the case, like, because I think you said you were in enhanced bodies at that, like avatars. Do you recall being cloned out, being put into tanks?
Do you recall being cloned?
No, I don't remember any of that. And from what my mother said, she says that that my I guess the way they made me was where they didn't have to clone me. Oh no, she said I was unclonable. That's what she told me. She goes, they never cloned you. They couldn't clone you because of the types of genetics or DNAs that they gave you. It's impossible to clone this type of genetic material. That's what she used to tell me. So I don't know how they did it with me. I think they used a very highly advanced technology where they would actually just put you in a chamber and literally just regenerate your body back to what you were before they took you, which was a better way than just cloning you. Because then, cloning you, it requires extrapolating your consciousness from one avatar to the next, and that's just lower technology.
Well, but on the other hand, if you were went on a mission and you died, and they needed to reanimate you somehow, they would want to have cloning material.
Yeah.
And some people actually didn't come back.
James Rinks isn't having. This guy's like, nope, wasn't cloned. I'm unable to be cloned. I'm too genetically advanced to be cloned. But James Rinks is like, no, man, you need to have a clone in case you get killed during a mission or a battle. Yeah.
They might have been purposely killed, like airlocked. They were, they just went crazy. They were a bunch of assholes. And when they were sent back, they send the clone back that doesn't have the soul and it quickly dies and deteriorates. There are cases like that, but I'm glad.
But in my case, because I was, I guess enhanced to 60 to 65% of my full genetic material, my body was made into.
You keep saying that. I was enhanced to 60 to 65% of my full genetic material. What does that even mean? He hasn't defined this term. Look, if you're going to have a superhero origin story, you got to flesh it out a little better, dude.
Destructible.
Did you have some DNA activation that activated the junk DNA to give you your superpowers? Come on, man. You're not trying. This guy's not trying hard enough on the superhero origin story, in my opinion.
For those that serve, in my group, we were all made indestructible.
He's indestructible.
Tell us more about how they enhanced your abilities. So, like,
we all had a nickname.
Now we're going to hear about his superpowers. I'm so excited. Now we're going to get to hear all about his superpowers.
They used to call me the Kryptonian. Everybody had a nickname. Just like you had a nickname.
This dude was Superman, right? Makes sense. Dark hair, big build, right? He looks like he could fill out a Superman suit, actually.
So, because we were using adamantium particles.
He just said adamantium particles. They were using adamantium. Wait a minute. Come on, dude. He just said they were using adamantium particles. Do you know what adamantium is? It is the fictional metal in the Marvel universe that is indestructible. That's what is his name? Jeez, God, I'm blanking here. Is your X-Man, right? He's got claw. Wolverine. Wolverine's skeleton and claws are made of adamantium. And this dude who's saying that he's telling true stories just said that they were using adamantium particles. So far, he's stolen off of Star Trek, Stargate, the DC Universe, Superman stories. Now he's stealing off of Marvel, claiming that the fictional Marvel universe's adamantium is real. And when he was in the secret space program, they used adamantium particles. I'm sorry if you're, I guess he could say, well, just read X-Men comics. That shit's real, man.
Which is very advanced crystalline genetic structure. Our bodies were very, very, to the point where they were equivalent to vibranium.
Vibranium? That's what Captain America's shield is made out of. He was equivalent to Captain America's shield.
Laser.
Vibranium. That's another Marvel Universe fictional metal. You know what else is made of vibranium? Black Panther's suit.
weapon out there could destroy the type of your physicality at that level of percentage. It's totally indestructible.
He was indestructible.
And stuff. So I was the Kryptonian, and everybody else had a different name. So they give us these, I guess they adopted the nicknames from the comics, But,
that explains
again,
it.
there's a lot of truth to those comics, James, when you consider that the people who actually wrote DC and Marvel were actually insiders back in the 50s, and they were part of these ultra secret meetings.
This is really what he's going to use to explain stealing from comic books, saying that the people who wrote the comic books were government insiders. Yeah, Stan Lee, he was in a secret space program too. That's where he met the real Spider-Man. Come on, dude. This is some fairy tale nonsense.
Yeah, I was trying to look up what was the name of the material that was in the pre that I was trying.
The adamantium particles?
Pre is comes from the rings of Saturn, and it's a metal that's your body treats it like gold, but it's harder than diamonds. It's also got chameleon class technology capabilities. So
chameleon class
they would replace the bones with pre-metal and then clone tissue over it.
Yeah, replace the bones with metal. Do you know who else had their bones replaced with metal? Wolverine in the X-Men comic books. Jesus Christ. These guys are about as original as it comes. Like, if these guys had an original thought, either of them, it would die of loneliness. So far, everything we've heard has been harvested from Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, the X-Files, Superman comic books, X-Men comic books. There has not been one original anything this entire 44 minutes. So I'll give them points for checking off all the boxes, but they get 0 points for originality here, these two clowns.
I guess you said you weren't cloned out, but theoretically, I don't know. Maybe they would have to, but they probably would have
one brain cell.
You said they didn't modify.
He's going to be on Jimmy Church soon. I guarantee it.
Because they didn't want you to interface with AI. They wanted you to be a crystal.
Thank you.
Upgrade your DNA to be more a crystalline being.
Exactly. Yeah. Because I do remember operating in multiple dimensions. Like I was able to master and control gravity and everything. Time, I was able to manipulate reality at will at 60 to 65%. Kind of like in the movie Lucy with Scarlett Johansson.
Now he's stealing from the movie Lucy.
I mean, it was literally like that for us.
And do you think these abilities might cross over into your civilian life eventually? Come back to you?
This is a very good point. This dude, Mike says the Super Soldier Talk channel has 79,500 subscribers, right? We haven't even cracked 7,000 subscribers. That's why I keep saying it, Mike. The truth is boring, right? I picked the wrong genre, right? Let's seek the truth of these things. I should have just interviewed wackadoos, right? Is it too late, Mike? Listen, I want to ask my audience something. Is it too late for me to just interview wackadoos, right? But you got to be nice to the wackadoos. And like, if I were to interview this guy, I would do the same thing we did tonight. I would stop him and say, excuse me, you mentioned adamantium. That's a fictional metal from the Marvel comic book universe. You're talking about vibranium. That's the fictional metal that Captain America's shield is made out of and Black Panther's battle suit is made out of, or stop him and say, wait a minute, you're telling me that you fought the Borg in space? Maybe I should have just interviewed wackadoos. All you got to do is sit there and pretend that there's all of these glaring problems with him telling these stories, saying they're true, don't exist. You just have to pretend that you don't know where adamantium really comes from, or you don't know, where black goo really comes from, the X-Files, I picked the wrong lane, right? I should have picked the wackadoo lane. I should have just been the conductor on the crazy train full of wackadoos, and then I could have made some real money. I could have been somebody, Mike. I could have been somebody. Instead, we decided to tell people the truth like dummies.
So I'm working on that.
They would have had looking glass technology, I assume, where they could look into the future, glimpses of it, and
Looking
see
glass. Check that box. You know who told us about looking glass? Originally, it was Bob Lazar, who lied about everything else. So I don't believe there's anything to looking glass. And then who else told us about looking glass? Complete and total fraud that ripped off Bob Lazar. You know, the guy with the, what was that? Geez, what the hell is that guy's name? It'll come to me.
potential reality of what might happen. Was that ever a concern to them?
Dan Burrish told us about the looking glass technology, and he was a complete and total fraud.
That suddenly their super soldiers assets became fully aware.
Well, because of the purpose and mission that we served, we actually have very highly security. We're very well protected, I was told.
Oh, we have good security. That's good.
You know, our protection not just comes from, you know, the Pleiadians and the Federation, right? Our protection comes from beings beyond them. And so because we're that important to the cosmos and because of what we did for the cosmos, they're actually securing us so that when the time comes, you know, when the time comes for our dormant DNA to come online, these abilities are going to come right back.
No, we haven't checked the cattle mutilation.
I was told that I was also going to be used in the last war against AI. That's going to take place in about 1,000 years. Okay. So obviously, I'm not going to die, and you neither. By the way, we're going to live forever.
He's going to live forever. Some superpower.
All right. So let's go into
Galactic Federation. Check the Galactic Federation.
Go into a little bit earlier. An ultra soldier. How would you define an ultra soldier of the Radiant Guardian variety?
The ultra soldiers are the ones that are the most advanced. You know, there were the ones that were enhanced to over 60%. I think 60 to 65%. That's what makes an ultra soldier from a regular super soldier. A super soldier, I think the most they've ever enhanced a super soldier is up to like 25 to 30%. And that allowed them to have, you know, telekinesis, psychic powers, precogs, you know, straight out telepaths where they could just read and sense things, capable of observing it, data and information, where they could walk into a room and tell you exactly what every person is doing, all hundreds of them, within a second, which is a type of perception that allows you to capture everything like in pictures. So I do know that there was different levels of upgrades, and each
they're doing a circle
which gave us a different categories from, you know, regular super soldiers to elite super soldiers to ultra super soldiers. So that's the spectrum.
Dormant DNA. Bingo.
And how would the Radiant DNA. Guardian ultra soldiers compare to, say, some of the ultra soldiers? I guess they would have had Leaksodon over a Darkfleet.
Yes, he is.
I mean, there are different types.
He said that word again.
Darkfleet developed their own versions of ultra soldiers, you know, human 3.0s by mixing and merging with AI. So some of the members of the Darkfleet became extremely powerful, but again, you know, they merged with the tech, and so they're now like cyborgs, but they're extremely powerful because not only are they using human genetics at like 60 to 65%,
but they're all out that Corey Goode was only enhanced like 8%, but this dude was enhanced 65%. He was an ultra soldier. He was an ultra soldier in this thing, right? It's like a cavalcade of BS here. It's like a cavalcade of BS. Yes, the DNA was optimized just like this in the movie The Fifth Element. Yeah, so it's pretty easy to see this guy's sources of it's all stuff from popular culture.
Also dealing with AI genetics as well, or AI, you know, whatever you want to call it, digital cybernetic information.
Yeah, it almost sounds like they're a whole new life form already.
They are, and they're actually causing an issue for the living cosmos. So, like I said, that's going to be one last battle that we're going to have to clash in eventually, or be involved in.
Okay, and I guess the other comment I wanted to make about the Leaksodon are super soldiers that were created by the Germans, and they took DNA from the original Atlantean race that can live up to 120,000 years, and they can create these hybrids in these cloning vats. It takes about 20 days to grow a clone up to full age, and they just stop aging. They don't age at all well, I mean, I guess it takes 120,000 years, but I mean, practically don't age. That would be, I guess, is that the destiny of humanity to have
These
our
guys went to
blueprint
too many
DNA
Comic
return back
Cons.
to the way it was?
Absolutely.
Atlantis.
Yeah, absolutely. Because in our original makeup, when we were first developed, we were developed as the most hybridized race in the multiverse, using 12 strands of DNA. We were
12 strands of DNA.
you know, designed to achieve levels of power that no other species out there could achieve. And so that's why we became like the most, I guess, coveted race in the multiverse. Yeah, our genetics is priceless.
So this is a comment from Allison. Yeah, so something right out of Star Trek and Star Wars. I would comment and further and say neither of those two are getting it right. Star Wars, they don't show the cloning and the re-aging tech. Star Wars doesn't do. I'm sorry, Star Trek. Actually, both of them don't do it. They don't show you the extent of the medical healing technology that the real reality is much more advanced.
We're gonna get med beds.
I agree. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that was left out in those movies. However, those movies are also very educational as far as them being more documentaries and just sci-fi. A lot of hidden knowledge in those movies.
This came up in the chat. Is there a FedEx in outer space? Do they deliver in outer space?
It's no, it doesn't happen that way in outer space.
Okay, somebody should send a memo. Done. Okay, so let's go on the next question here.
Comic, yes.
Yes. Okay, so let's see here. How about this? Do you have any information about any treaties between the ICC, which is the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate, or Dark Fleet with the Alliance? Are they?
He said it. He said it again. Corey, sue him.
No, they're completely separated. You know, the Alliance is totally opposite to the agenda of the Dark Fleet and the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate. However, there was a splinter of the Alliance that actually did form a treaty with the Dark Fleet and the Interplanetary Corporate Conglomerate, but they're going to be dealt with very soon.
Sue him, Corey.
They're going to be dealt with. It was just a small percentage of traders.
I didn't say it. Don't sue me. Sue him, Corey. Sue him, Corey. Keep saying your.
Yeah, that's actually. I wanted to tie that question into the Star Trek question because in our future is Star Trek, but way more advanced. And the name that I actually got was, well, at least a possibility is High Fleet Command or Star Fleet Command. Do you have any information about what
for the next
secret space program? Well, I guess it won't be secret in the future. Might look like.
Yes, from what I understand is that Space Force and Solar Warden are going to be merge, and they're going to be called. I think they're going to be called. Not Star. Yeah, I do understand. They gave me the symbol, which is like it's kind of like like that, but with a circle around it, and it's like blue with yellow. It's like a yellow circle with blue around it, and like a yellow cross representing the 4 quadrants of the universe, and how the Earth is going to now be the new guardian at the center of the entire universe, which is awesome.
Oh yeah, Earth is so important, and our genetics are so incredibly advanced that aliens from all over the universe, but not just this universe, multiple universes all throughout the multiverse of universe prize us. We're special. Right? And DJGs, thank you for your kindness, DJDs, and your generosity, and also for being a member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. And now I got to get over to my bumpers. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the AI algorithm gods, praise the members, praise the Patreon supporters, praise the cash, DJDs. Thank you. Much, much appreciated. And thank you for being a member as well. I bet you this guy hasn't flown above 29,000 feet. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Awesome. I can't remember the name of it, but yes, I do see a merging coming with Space Force leading the way, and then of course, bringing forth
Space. If you had Space Force on your Cosmic Con bingo card, check that box.
The technology that's been used with Solar Warden and stuff, and of course, taking us into a Star Trek reality where the human race here on this planet is going to actually, be scattered all throughout the
Here
galaxy,
comes the hopium.
which is awesome. That's going to solve the population issue, of course.
And also they'll start building, there'll be flying platforms. Then eventually you can build a house on it. Then you can build a city on it. And then the flying platforms can go out in outer space.
Oh,
And then,
outer space.
yeah, and then
Flying
planet Earth will be
platforms.
kept as a nature preserve on the surface. Okay, so let's go to, how about this? Some of the technology that you've encountered off-world. What can you tell us? What is it like out there?
A lot of the technology that I've encountered was living. It was like a biosubstance that was alive, where the intelligences were actually in a symbiotic way, were consciously infusing themselves with the crystals or the stones or whatever it is that they were using.
Crystals.
They were using them as tech. It was living
Crystals.
technology. So, including their
Talking about crystals. That's for the crystal hippie bitches. Check the crystals box. The crystal hippie bitches love it. They love it. Them crystal hippie new age girls, they love it when you talk about crystals. They absolutely love it. He's talking about crystals.
their spacecraft. A lot of the spacecrafts were actually telepathically in communion with the person that was
telepathically controlled spaceships. Check that box. Telepathically controlled spaceships. Who had that on the Cosmic Con bingo card? He said it.
And so it was amazing how they were able to communicate as if spacecraft was an extension of their consciousness. It was beautiful. Some of this tech is just beyond our comprehension.
So Dark Fleet got their technology.
He said it again, Corey. Sue his ass. Sue this dude.
Innocent aliens and stealing their tech. There was also trades with the MMF, the Merchant Marine Fleet, where they would go around, kidnap humans.
In order to actually have a trademark, you have to enforce it against everybody that uses it. So these two guys have used the term dark. I'm not going to say dark meat, but rhymes with dark meat. I'm not saying it. I'm not infringing on anybody's copyright or trademarks. But if you're going to maintain a copyright, you have to sue everybody that uses your trademark terms or copyrighted terms. These guys keep doing it, which means in order to enforce his copyright, Corey Goode has to, I believe, sue these guys and everyone else who uses the term dark meat, Armada. All right? I'm not going to say it, right? So is Corey Goode going to file suit against them next? Then he'll have even more lawsuits going?
On planet Earth, trade them to aliens with their own cybernetic units and regen tanks so they live forever, and replicator to feed them. And they trade them off as slaves in exchange for technology. So that's how Dark Fleet became so advanced so quickly.
He keeps saying it, Corey.
So Warden, I'm assuming, would, in order to, because there is this, there's still like this, this issue between, because you got the Nazis down in Antarctica who are controlling Dark Fleet, and now you got the Americans running the Solar Warden program, and there's still like a conflict going on here. But
check that box.
How did Solar Warden get all their advanced technology? Did they make a deal with the positive ETs like the Galactic Federation, and they just handed it over without, because typically DNA is the trade, the currency of the universe.
Exactly, especially our DNA. They've been selling our DNA throughout the galactic slave trade for actually centuries. They just, we're just now catching on to that. Yeah, they've been abducting us for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Alien abduction.
Yeah, but how does Solar Warden acquire their technology so quickly?
By the Federation, because what happened was, from what I understand, is that the Federation first secured the Galactic Wars when they first won the battle in Orion 15,000 years ago. Then what happened was a group of the Draco Empire traveled into the future in order to recruit members of our race to genetically enhance them and, of course, mix them with the cyborg or with the AI to become cyborgs, to go back in time and re-win the war against the Federation. And then so that's when the Federation also traveled back in time, popped into our reality in the 1950s, developed Solar Warden to counter-effect that. And so a lot of this has to do with time travel. So So definitely Solar Warning developed or received the technology by the Federation and the good benevolent forces to counteract what Darkfleet was doing with the Draco.
Corey Goode, they keep using your terms. You better sue these clowns. That's your intellectual property, right? That's definitely Corey Goode's intellectual property. Why do they keep using Corey Goode's intellectual property and trademark terms, right? And that's a monetized video, Corey Goode. They're stealing your stuff, man. You better do something about this, right? I think you better do something about it. All right, checking in with the live chat. Here's what we're going to do, friends, because quite honestly, I have to piss so bad I could taste it, and that's not a good feeling. We've been here for 2 hours, 37 minutes, but I'm determined we're going to get through it. We got another 25 minutes of this, and I'm good to keep going, but I need a short break. So we're gonna have a short musical break brought to us by everyone's favorite music video maker, Simon Fly. And it's an appropriate music video because these guys are doing what I call the UFO circle jerk. This interviewer is literally just feeding him stuff to talk about, not questioning any of this ridiculousness of stealing terms from Marvel Comics, DC Comics, X-Files. He's stealing terms too. And they keep stealing Corey Goode's copyrighted or trademarked Dark Meat Armada. The Dark Meat Armada. They keep saying it, Corey Goode. You better sue these clowns, right? Better sue these clowns. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short musical break, and then we're going to finish. And then we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. Wasn't planning on doing a very long show today, but hey, we got to get through it. There could be more boxes to check here. So don't go anywhere. I hate taking a break, right? Because I take a break and like 50 people jump off sometimes. Don't stay right here. We're gonna enjoy some wonderful music from the incredibly talented music video maker and musician Simon Fly. And when we return, we're going to see how many more boxes we can check in our wonderful game of Cosmic Con Bingo. We'll be right back, friends. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community showed you the truth? Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? Alien technology. Alien technology. Where's the goddamn ball shavings analysis? He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. He is lying. Bullshit. 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 He is lying. 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 no one in the UFO community show you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community show you the truth? Garbage peddler. Why has no one in the UFO community show you the truth? Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Garbage peddler club, and I ain't it. Cosmic Con Shuffle. Cosmic Con Shuffle. And I ain't it, 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 and Greetings and salutations and welcome back. I feel better already. I feel 10 pounds lighter, friends. And if you're just joining us, you are watching Truth Seekers Live, and we are broadcasting live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Rumble, Odyssey, and DLive. And if you're just joining us, we are playing a new game of sorts. It's the Cosmic Con Bingo game. And also, we are trying to determine who will be the next big secret space program star. After all, Corey Goode has lost the top spot due to his admission after some 6 or 7 years of telling stories that he said were true of, space adventures. He's now admitted under oath he's never been to space. Kind of hard to have space adventures if you've never been to space, but it is what it is. And there's lots of new Cosmic Cons popping up, checking all those boxes, trying to become the next big secret space program star. And tonight we're covering who I think is the front runner to be the next big secret space program star after Corey Goode and his meteoric rise to fame and now rise to the land of obscurity and nothingness. There's going to be a new SSP star. So we're trying to figure out who that's going to be. Many people in the running, including tonight's subject, Ismael Perez, but we've also got Elena Dannon, Tony Rodriguez, Randy Cramer, and others. And by the way, we are a viewer-supported show. I'm supposed to remind you of that. And we're going to return to our coverage of Ismael Perez Super Soldier Talk with James Rink and our coverage of his absolutely fantastical stories. But before we get back to that, let's take a moment to remind you how you can support the show here.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Okay, friends, and we are back. Let's get back to the wonderful world of Ismael Perez and his secret space super soldier talk with James Rink of Super Soldier Talk. Let's get back into it, friends. We'll see how many more boxes we can't check off. Oh, let me do that again. Always someday I'm going to remember to check. Share system audio. There we go. Super Soldier Talk. And let me put my fair use banner up. By the way, this is a transformative work. We're educating the public about Ismael Perez and his secret space program. He's a secret space program insider and a super soldier and all those things, which, if true, would certainly be newsworthy and worthy of discussion, public discussion, and critique. And that, my friends, is what we are doing here. We are critiquing his stories and seeing if there's any truth to his incredible claims. And we'll get back into it now, friends. Thank you for all of you joining us. What an active, incredible live chat tonight. Comments that you'd like me to share on screen, especially if you have something funny while they're talking, please put it in all capital letters. I'll be sharing some of your comments while we go through the remainder of this.
All right. Okay. So let's go into Cordium and the Labyrinth group. So is this connected? Is this the group that actually is traveling back in time, giving technology?
I do believe that, yes, the Cordium is a group that has been using a lot of time travel to give us the technology.
The Cordium
so I think
group.
that they're the ones that are actually the depository of intergalactic records. And, you know, some of them are related to a lot of rogue extraterrestrials, especially from like the Evans and stuff.
Yeah,
you know,
they do.
Like the Naboo.
That's why we use that.
And those that are involved
That's
with
Mr.
the
Ian.
hybridization programs involving human genetics and Zetas and Grace. So
The
the Cordium is
Zeta
definitely
Grays, check
not
that
good.
box.
It's It's very, very malicious.
All right. But Labyrinth. So okay, this is what I wrote in my book here. Labyrinth group are a group within the Alien Contact Intelligence Organization that communicate with different extraterrestrial groups, including Numbers Group, Council of Five, and Cordium. They are tasked with helping maintain intergalactic security for these groups.
Yes.
Numbers groups has actual no agenda because each group has their own different agenda, but they act like an overseeing intergalactic council like the UN is on planet Earth.
I love how James Rinks just says this stuff like this is just totally established fact, right? Yeah, oh yeah, the Galactic Orion Group and all this nonsense. Like, he doesn't even explain where he's getting all these terms from. It's just a fact.
The Council of Five guard this region of space to which our solar system also belongs.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the Council of Five represent Orella, Irigote, Genevas, Redons, and Murthers. And then I wrote the information about the Cordium is very secretive available at this time.
Very secret. Yeah, that's why they have the Labyrinth group,
Yes,
because
please hit
only
the like
members of
button.
the Labyrinth group have access to the Cordium. even people that are because it's very compartmentalized. Even people that are
David
below the
Cullen.
labyrinth group, like those that are elite scientists within the ACIO, have no clue of what's really happening. All they know is that they inherited this advanced technology, and all they have to do is take orders from the labyrinth group because those are their masters. But in turn, the labyrinth group is
that's
taking
Mr.
orders from the
Ian.
Cordium, which is unfortunate.
Are you familiar with the
Star
Republic
Hunter.
of the ACIO?
That's what this is.
No, I'm not familiar with them. Actually, it's the first time I've heard it.
Well, looking into the origins of the ACIO
Yes, we are
through
on
remote
live
viewing,
streaming
you
on
see
Rumble
that there's
right
they come from another universe,
Oh, they
and
come from another universe.
from that timeline, they call themselves the Republic of the ACIO. But yeah, the head of the ACIO appears to be some kind of AI
Look at
infected
that.
entity, and it's not.
Look at that. Thank you, Zizix, for your kind. I hope I'm saying that right. Zizix. If not, you're free to correct me. Some of you guys have these very strange names that are difficult to pronounce. We want to thank Zizix for two things. One, being a member, and two, purchase of a super sticker. So not only being a member, but also helping us praise the cash with the purchase of a super sticker. Thank you, Zizix, for both being a member and purchasing a super sticker. We are a viewer-supported show, and it's thanks to the continued support of people like Zizix that we are still here. Thank you, Zizix.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash. We're having a wonderful night of praising the cash tonight. Thank you, all you kind and generous benefactors. We appreciate the love and support you are sending our way. Mike says he got that shirt at Galactic Kmart. Yes, he did. Hey, maybe it's Galactic Walmart. You don't know, right? Maybe
Not
Kmart's still open in other parts of the multiverse.
necessarily positive, which makes if it almost feels like the ACIO is more neutral here in this timeline, but maybe it's becoming more positive. I don't know, but from their perspective, it would be positive because
Suckers
the wing makers
gotta work harder.
The ACIO is working to extract that technology and to help humanity. So
here's the hopium.
Anyway. All right. Well, let's move on to another question here.
Well, that's interesting. Royalty
so
check, yes.
Why don't you tell us what do you think will happen in SSP disclosure or a first contact?
Here, and I love you
what
too.
do you think it
Thank
would
you
be
for
like?
being here.
I think many ships
Look
are
at
going to
that.
appear worldwide, especially over huge cities, motherships.
Hubba.
And I
Look at
also
that.
believe that the Alliance is going to broadcast through the airwaves. So what's happening, getting humanity ready for first contact. And I also believe that.
All right, we got more boxes to check. The Alliance, we got to check that box, and we also have to check first contact. This dude is amazing, man. Listen, this dude in an hour and 9 seconds has checked almost every box he's checked almost every box in conspiracy land. No matter what you like, he has talked about it. Amazing ability to check every box in conspiracy land.
Mr. T and JFK, the son that faked his death, are going to.
JFK's son faked his death. That's from the 17th letter of the alphabet garbage. What do we think? Is this guy a Buanon idiot too? He probably believes all that nonsense, right? If he believes this crap, he's pushing. He probably believes that shit.
Be with Commander Valiant Thor, who is the
Valiant Thor. Oh my God, Stranger at the Pentagon. And by the way, if you listen on our audio podcast, we just began rebroadcasting early episodes of Truth Seekers because I realized we never put them on Spreaker to Apple Podcasts and iHeartRadio and all the places our audio podcasts go. We just uploaded an entire episode, Stranger at the Pentagon, Alien at the Pentagon. Is this for real? The story of Valiant Thor, brought to us by Frank Stranges, a Christian minister whose other claim to fame was telling fake alien stories with absolutely no evidence or proof. One of the hallmarks of a Cosmic Con is you have to bring in stories that other people have already heard of and accepted as true. Valiant Thor being one of them. But the problem with the story of Valiant Thor is there's tons of holes in that story. I believe it's a 100% manufactured fake story, and there's quite a lot of evidence of that. And you can see our previous coverage of that. Or if you like, go to our YouTube channel and just hit the search bar and search for Valiant Thor or Stranger at the Pentagon. And you will find our episode poking 100 holes in that fake story. But this guy seems to think if you just quote a story that people already have heard of, it somehow reinforces your own BS. I beg to differ.
Representative of the Venetian Council, who's actually working with the Alliance and the Federation, he's a liaison, is going to make some announcements.
Just look for Super Soldier Talk.
That's
Jeremy.
That's what I've been told, that it's gonna be like mass.
I'll put a link
sightings.
in this chat.
The cabal's going to be exposed. This is after the EBS, after they initiate the new programs.
Yeah.
That is going to bring the wealth back to the
real
people.
small sleeves.
Then they're going to prepare people for first
source.
contact. And I
By
do
the way,
believe
thanks
that
for being a
Commander
member.
Valiant Thor will be at the White House streaming with Mr. T and JFK Jr.
Jesus Christ. Did you hear that? Wait a minute. This is important. This is so important. All right. So I don't know why. I don't know how. But Ismael Perez, secret space astronaut. He's not an astronaut. He's not. This is such crap. He just said that Commander Valiant Thor, an alien from the early contactee movement, popularized by a man named Frank Stranges, a Christian minister who told a lot of tall tales and wrote a book, Stranger at the Pentagon. Hey, man, Commander Valiant Thor and JFK Jr., who's dead, and Mr. T are all going to be live streaming from the White House for first contact. You heard it here first. This is an exclusive story. Mr. T, Commander Valiant Thor, and JFK Jr. are all going to live stream from the White House to bring us first contact. Amazing information that this man is bringing. Mr. T? What the hell? Mr. T and Commander Valiant Thor together? That's just too much, dude. You never go full crazy. This dude is going full conspiracy land crazy. He's going full wackadoo.
And at that point, will he be the president of the world? They'll disband the United States and create like a whole planetary governance?
No, it's going to be the current structure is going to shift into one of interplanetary structure comprised of 22 different federated regions. Yes, so he's going to be in charge of the American Federated Region, but there's going to be 22 others. And in turn, these 22 federated regions are going to be under a New World Council or New World structure. And at the head of the New World structure are going to be pretty much us, the starseeds. And so that's
there's some hopium for all of you wackadoo starseeds. The starseeds are going to be in control of all of planet Earth. He just said that. Is Mr. T going to get like a kingdom of his own? Did he really mean Mr. T? 1980s A-Team, B.A. Baracus, Clubber Lang from Rocky 3, Mr. T is going to make the announcement of first contact with Commander Valiant Thor. He said, that's what he said. I didn't say it. He did. This is ridiculous.
I was told that we're going to be in charge of the new Earth.
Apparently, I guess it was under Duns and Bradstreet. Australia was a sub-corporation of the Federal American Empire. Does that mean Australia is going to be part of that federated United States? Are they going to be in the same federated region?
Yes, I actually given a description of the 22 federated regions and the conglomeration of countries that are going to consolidate into the different regions. In my book, Our Cosmic Origin, I do reveal what the New World structure is going to look like for the next few thousand years.
Well, what other countries will be part of the American Federated Region?
The American Federated Region is going to be called the Peacock Federation, actually.
Oh, that's a good one. I pity the fool that messes with the White House live stream announcing first contact of alien life. I pity the fool. I pity him. This is so ridiculous. Like, does Did he think about this part of the story before he told it? Or did he just on the fly go, all right, let's throw in JFK Jr. so we can check that box. A lot of people think he faked his death. We'll say that. And then let's throw in Commander Valiant Thor, because a lot of people believe that BS story. And then, you know what? We're going to need something to really punch up this plot line. Let's throw in Mr. T of 1980s fame. Jesus Christ, this is so ridiculous. Mr. T, I'm going to say it again in case you missed it. Mr. T, JFK Jr., who died years ago, but he faked his own death, and Commander Valiant Thor are going to live stream from the White House.
And so, Canada is going to be a part of it, Mexico, and I do believe Alaska. And then there's going to be 21 other federated regions, as well.
Awesome. Okay, so let's move on. Actually, there's some great questions in the chat, but I wanted to get through my questions first because I'm almost done here on my list, and hopefully you're still good on your battery.
About 15%. Yes, I should. 20%. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So I guess how about this one? Do you have any information what would happen
charge up the battery
if AI was to take over a planet?
See,
our planet.
This is a plot hole. Earlier, Ismael Perez said that he can manipulate space, time, energy, and reality even. But he needs a cell phone charger to do a live stream? Just does not make sense. This is a plot hole. Just put it out there.
Yeah, on the negative time.
Okay,
people that are dying.
Right. In the event that the AI alters the timeline, and Omega makes his appearance as
this
the
story
Antichrist,
needs work from work,
which is, by the way, AI.
Nanu.
All the records when they prophesied about this Antichrist, they were talking about AI. I do believe that at that point there's going to be some sort of divine intervention where a group of us, especially the ones that were enhanced, like yourself and myself, are going to be. So there's going to be some sort of technology that's going to access and turn on our DNA. And turn on our abilities, and at that point, we're going to be the ones that are going to, I guess, pretty much save the world from this invasion, if it goes into that timeline.
Yeah, we need Elvis.
So everything's already been planned out by the higher ups. Like they've already.
Why didn't he put Elvis in there with Mr. T? Like Mr. T's pretty cool, but if you put Elvis and Mr. T together, that would be even more amazing. Even more amazing, right, Arlene Atkins? I think so.
No, they've already checkmated Omega. In other words, Omega, there's no way Omega is going to destroy this world. Because, in essence, this world is the most important world in the cosmos.
But there are a lot of people that are checking out right now, and it looks like their souls are being captured and taken to a Earth 2.0, a clone, a copy of Earth, to continue their experiment in three-dimensional life. Do you have any information on what?
Did you know that a lot of the Buanon people are saying that besides JFK faking his own death and actually being alive, and he's going to come back and be Trump's running mate? Do you know who else is really alive? Princess Di, and she's going to come back. She's going to come back and help the alliance. Yeah, garbage people peddle nonsense. Garbage peddlers.
That Earth is like for the people that are going there. These souls.
Right, that's an alternative Earth that was actually created through CERN. CERN has always been used by the dark side, especially the negative AI. And
if you had CERN conspiracies on your Cosmic Con bingo card, check off that box, please.
So they created an alternative version where they're actually trying to send people into that alternative Earth that is going to ultimately be dominated by AI, where smart cities are going to be, everywhere worldwide, the Internet of Things. You're going to be talking to your wall, your stove, your microwave. It's not a good world. It's a world where you're going to literally be living in such a virtual type of digital world that you won't be able to distinguish it from what was real anymore. It's going to be a further matrix than the matrix that we're already existing in. A type of matrix that is going to be impossible to exit once you're there.
So when this solar flash takes place, does that mean I don't know, George Soros will still be alive?
Solar flash. George Soros conspiracies. Check that box.
Would they come along with us to the positive timeline, or would they just disappear?
Oh no, they're going to go into the negative timeline, or if not dispersed. Yeah.
So from our perspective, they just disappear.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Is that what the whole rapture thing was about in the Bible?
Absolutely. Yeah. That's symbolically speaking, yes. One person will disappear, the other person will, remain.
All right. How about this guy? Elon Musk. Is he the savior of humanity, or is he a traitor and he goes to Dark Fleet?
Ever since he
Elon Musk
began
conspiracies. Check that box.
to create the Neuralace through his Neuralink company, the whole purpose of that is to merge us with technology to make us cyborgs. And I was informed that he actually was the first one to implant the Neuralace. So he enhanced his own genetics and he's already a cyborg. And I also was informed that he was actually compromised by the AI.
He's a cyborg.
So him and the other tech companies are all working with the AI.
Oh my goodness. You heard it here first. Elon Musk is a cyborg enhanced by AI, and he's already working with the AI to take over Earth. Very troubling news, friends.
Which is not good.
And interesting.
Especially Google. Google's leading this, this whole
Don't you talk bad about the Google AI algorithm gods, because they find favor in my show. Don't you talk bad about them Google AI algorithm gods and the YouTube AI algorithm gods. You're going to screw up my shit. All right, we got to do this, friends. I'm sorry, but this is necessary. Praise the Google AI algorithm gods. We are not speaking ill of you. This guy is, not me. Don't ping my show. Don't shadow ban us. I didn't say anything bad about you guys. I love you. All right, we're good, I think. I hope. Talking bad about the algorithms. You're going to get us. They're going to take notice of us.
AI thing is being led by Google itself.
Oh, man, he keeps talking. I didn't say anything bad about Google. He did.
People believe that Google's already sentient.
Do you think Google's going to survive into the solar flash?
No, I think the solar flash is going to act like an EMP and destroy the entire infrastructure of AI, and it's not going to exist anymore. In the ascending positive timeline, of course.
Well, does that mean we're going to be about power, electricity?
We're going to be using a different type of power. We're going to be using free energy technology. We're going to be using planetary and star power or stellar power.
But the grid is going to go down after the solar flash until it gets fixed.
And it's going to be replaced. Yeah, exactly. Okay. It's going to be replaced by a grid that is going to be operating on multi-dimensional realities.
I heard that the White Hats have, I don't know if it's kept in underground dumb or where the technology is, but they have ways of quickly converting it will take about 2 weeks to get the new grid back up online.
That could be a possibility. Yeah, I believe so.
What about, and this question has been coming up.
Shut up, Ray. You better shut up, Ray. You're talking about Earth's ambassador here. He's saved whole galaxies, this dude. And he's got superpowers, and people called him Superman. Oh, I'm sorry. They called him the Kryptonian. All right? So don't you dare make fun of... he's a hero, Ray. And if he says Mr. T is going to announce disclosure via the White House live stream, along with Valiant Thor, then we should believe him. Give him the benefit of the doubt. You have no right to, claim he's not telling us the truth.
Over and over again about med beds. Do you have any idea when that's going to be coming out?
There we go. Check the box for med beds. Jesus, this guy checked this stream is a cornucopia of conspiracy land boxes, all of them checked. I was waiting for the med beds. We got med beds checked off
to the public
between now and 2024, I believe, because according to the vision that I had 15 years ago, when I was connected to my galactic self, which oversees a mothership known as the New Jerusalem, I was able to access like a future, like a time frame where when the Earth was actually going to be reinstated back into the galactic community. And I was told by no later than 2024. So we'll see what happens. We're 2 years away. I'm going to cross my fingers.
Okay. Yeah. You know what? Before I switch the topic.
Question. You have to remember, so people get the wrong idea about me. Practice Preferred Frequency Light says, "Hey, True Seeker, I don't know who these guys are, but I have a question for you. What will you say when the ETs that are our family do make contact with us as a collective? I've shared my contact with you. I don't recall you ever sharing your contact with me. Feel free to email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. But I'm an experiencer myself. That's what got me down the rabbit hole. Do I believe that aliens exist? Yes. But do I believe all of these people that run their mouths with no facts, no evidence, no corroboration, no films, no videos, no proof of anything other than their fantastical stories? No. And it would be an amazing, earth-shattering, earth-changing day when first contact is made. And I, for one, hope that I live to see it. But the problem is that there is such a hunger for this information to be real or true that and there is such a lack of real verifiable proof or evidence of these things that the cosmic cons rush in to fill the void, and they take money from people telling stories like this. This guy's selling a book. This guy, you should buy his book. Really? Do you really think Practice Preferred Frequency Light that this guy's telling the truth? So far, he's talked about adamantium, a fake metal from the Marvel comic book series X-Men. He's claimed that he has alien DNA and superpowers. He can breathe methane. He can breathe underwater like Aquaman, right? I mean, some people are just too ridiculous to believe. This guy is one of them. Do I believe in extraterrestrial life? Yes. There's just far too much space in the universe. And even if we assume that everything is just randomly generated, right? The right roll of the dice and you get a planet capable of supporting life. The right roll of the dice and you get a planet capable of supporting intelligent life. There are so many dice rolls in the universe. Millions of exoplanets out there, at least, maybe billions. Millions of galaxies and star systems out there. I believe there has to be other intelligent life in the universe. And I believe that someday we may experience contact with others. The others, that's what I call them. But the problem that I have is all the frauds, con artists, and quite honestly, cosmic con losers like these two, who muddy the waters with fake stories, false information, fake information culled from various sources like comic books, science fiction movies, and more. And so, so don't get the wrong idea. And I hear you, some of you are saying, well, why don't you cover things that you think may be true or are true? And we have done that in the past. The problem is those things are so few and far between. Most of what we get, 99% of the information out there on the internet, is from wackadoos like these two talking about the Borg and AI black goo from the X-Files and all this other nonsense that they culled from popular culture. These people aren't telling you the truth. They're just looking to profit from people that really, really, truly want to believe this stuff.
Like one other thing I want to mention about Elon Musk, Neuralink was based. I think that company was based down in Texas, and Monarch Solutions has a base down in that same area where he's working closely. It's like a subdivision of Monarch.
Deep underground military base. Check that box off your Cosmic Con bingo card.
Monarch. So he's getting once that technology touches your physical body, the nanites contaminate it, and so stay away from Neuralink. But
feeding off of the fear of the coming AI merging and Neuralink being some evil, nefarious thing. Great.
Okay, so I guess in the positive timeline, we don't have to get nanobots injected into us to interface with the internet and all that. We can. Okay. All right.
Somebody just yelled in the background of James Rink. Was that like his grandmom? It sounded like an old lady. Somebody yelled in the background of this thing, like shut it down. I thought I heard or something. Did anybody else hear that?
So I guess in the positive timeline, we don't have to get nanobots injected into us to interface that and all that. We can.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Shut it down. It's out. I got to timestamp this at 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 5 seconds. I'm gonna do some work on that audio and see if we can hear if that's somebody's grandma yelling, "Shut it down." I think it was. Because if that's true, that's funny. Like, God damn it, James Rink, shut it down. Stop talking to crazy people. I'm trying to watch my stories, right? That's so funny.
How
James Rink reacted, so I think that whoever's yelling came from his side, not from Ismael Perez's side. He didn't react to that noise or that yell.
What's some information we can do to manifest the most positive timeline?
To be in the here and the now, to keep your awareness, or at least be aware of your mind every second of the day, because mindfulness is our power. It's the way we co-create reality. Don't worry about the past. Don't have anxiety about the future. Focus on what you want and always be in control of your mind, because that's how we create reality.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Now we're going into some questions. I guess there was a question about crypto. Do you see crypto surviving into the? Is that going to be there?
No.
Check the crypto box.
No,
Check
no,
the
no.
crypto
That
box.
was created by Sophia, the android that was developed by Hansen's Robotics, and she's
What?
yeah, she's
Wait,
part of the AI system.
he just said that crypto was invented by. I know that robot. It's been in the news. Hold on, let's hear what he says. He's claiming that a robot created by Hansen Robotics, I think Sophia, maybe, who you may have seen in some stories or videos, created crypto. That's not true.
Now we're going into some questions. I guess there was a question about crypto. Do you see crypto surviving into the? Is that going to be their currency of the future?
Not at all. No. That was created by Sophia, the android that was developed by Hansen's Robotics. And she's,
this is so stupid.
Yeah, she's part of the AI system. You know, she's actually already connected with Google, and I wouldn't be surprised if she.
By the way, you know, I don't really care. I don't have anything to prove to anybody, but anybody that knows me in real life knows that I have a background in computer science. And one of the things that I did for years was try to build robots and androids. That Sophia the robot is simply a technology demonstrator. It's not very advanced. It's really not that great. So how is a robot that doesn't even have consciousness creating something as extraordinary as the blockchain and crypto? It's not. Where is he getting this from? Is he just making this up? Sounds good. Oh, yeah, you know that robot you may have seen videos of that's a technology demonstrator and a publicity stunt for a failing robotics company that's been failing for 20 years? Yeah, that's who invented crypto, that robot. Sure.
She's also being influenced by the Red Queen all the way from Orion.
Oh, here we go with the Red Queen again.
Well, I was always told that Bitcoin was from an AI from our future, which had nuclear war, and it was sent back in time to try to change the timeline. But it's almost like a Trojan horse.
It is, yeah. Bitcoin, cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
I mean,
be respectful.
When you think about the original patent number, they gave us cryptocurrency 60606. You know, that's the mark of the beast symbolically if you read the book of Revelation. And according to the book of Revelation, the beast is AI.
His mom is
well, what about XRP and XLM? I know there's a lot of people in the truther community.
I think that's really what happened. I really think that's his mom yelling at him to shut it down or quiet down because she's trying to watch like Little House on the Prairie on cable or something, and he's getting too loud.
Are pushing that
high. I think that's the only thing that is probably not associated with the AI system, because that's connected to QFS, and that's going to be the new, I guess, quantum system, financial quantum system that is going to replace the current system. So I think that XRP is probably okay. I don't think that's related to the AI crypto.
All right. Well, let's get down here near the end of the list. What are some of the future projects you want to work on?
I'm currently in the process of writing my third book, which is going to explore the entire cosmic war against Omega from the beginning of time, where he was originally developed in the 11th creation, because our Earth and our local universe is part of the 12th creation. And then I'm gonna, hopefully be teaching. Well, I just started teaching online courses that give an in-depth I guess, description of galactic history and cosmic information, as well as providing people with tools and methods to actually activate their
Oh, and by the way, I have to check here. There's a website for him, and his Instagram is funny too. We're going to look into both of that, but let me get that ready, because we're going to look at that when we're done. We got just a few minutes left here. We're going to make it through this cavalcade of BS and fairy tales, one way or the other, friends. We are going to make it through. We're going to get there. I wasn't planning on doing this whole video, but it's just so fantastical and amazing. I couldn't wait to see what box would be checked next from Conspiracy Land. Seems like they're checking every single box in Conspiracy Land.
Dimensionals, as to why I was able to, access galactic information on my own. So I'm teaching this stuff online now. So yeah, that's my plan. My plan is to, help bring disclosure as much as I can, and also to aid the starseeds in their memories and their mission and purpose as to why we came to this earth at this time. Excellent.
So let's just go ahead. And do you have time to take a few questions from the audience members?
Just a couple more questions.
Okay.
I do have to get going in a bit. Sorry.
All right. So audience members, go ahead and throw a few good questions out there. Well, maybe I'll just go ahead and pick one here. Here's one from G. When is the Earth Alliance EBS military martial law? Do you have any idea?
I feel that it's coming soon, but I do know that it's going to happen between now and 2024 for sure. But I also believe that it's best to be prepared. It could happen in July. It could happen in August. I've heard a year ago that's the summer of 2022.
Yeah.
In the summer of 2022,
he did start all this crap.
That something big would happen that would alter the course of history for the betterment.
Well, according to the Guardians of the Looking Glass, they say crypto is going to crash, Bitcoin, even XRP and XLM. And then and that's because the Tether coins are connected to Evergrande bonds in China. So once people realize Tether coins are worthless, it's going to freak people out. And then the exchange, they're going to pull money out of this, and then the exchanges are going to go bankrupt, and then nobody's going to be, And once that happens, it will start triggering cascades, chain reactions in currency. The dollar will crash, and then I guess the stock market will be next. But do you see it getting like really, really bad, like everything gets wiped out before we get reset? Or do you think they're going to it's going to do soft landing?
Yeah. And by the way, nothing says this guy is giving us credible information or has the ability to give us credible information about what's going to happen in the future, like him quoting fake medals from Marvel comic books. And like, why would you even think that this guy has some major insight into the future? But okay.
The way I understand is that they're going to make the transition as smooth as possible, where there's not that many casualties or people suffering from the crash. But yeah, the stock market, that's definitely coming to a crash.
Dude's a
the entire economy is coming to a collapse.
Welcome.
So just be prepared, have at least 2 weeks of storage of food and water.
Yeah, 2 weeks of supplies. Check that box.
Okay, we could throw this question here. Radiant Glory and Guardian ships. Why don't you describe what they actually look like? How big are they? And
we get to hear about the spaceships.
Well, the biggest ones we had were actually the size.
But you know what? I'm really glad that we get to hear about the spaceships. But then I start wondering, like, where does he get this information about the spaceships? Right? Like, is he getting it from the same place he's getting his information about adamantium from Marvel comic books? How does he know about the spaceships? Where is he getting all of his information from? Now we're going to hear all about the spaceships. And where does this information come from?
Wow, the land of make-believe.
That's where this comes from. That's what I think. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
This is of like 10 football fields long, and they almost look like cigar ships.
Cigar-shaped UFOs. Check the box. He hasn't mentioned triangle-shaped black triangles, though, or TR3Bs yet.
Some are very light, some of them are darker, but they're huge, like huge cigar ships that are like 10 football fields across. Other motherships that we've had are actually planetoids. They're considered bioships, where they could actually
checkbox bioships. Many people talk about the fact that some alien spaceships are actually living beings, created genetically or through DNA manipulation, and they are living, breathing, intelligent beings somehow. Check that box.
And where people are many different extraterrestrials are actually inhabiting these bioships, and those are huge. Some of them are as big as Pluto and stuff. Some of the
That's not a moon. It's a space station or a spaceship as big as Pluto. I wonder where he got that idea from.
Smaller craft that I remember was just this. Again, it reminds me of the Halo video game where we're in this.
All right, he's mentioned the Halo video game 3 times. Anybody else think he's mining Halo for stupid factoids and ridiculous plot lines to include in his fake super soldier nightmare stories?
That is like where we're like strapped and we're getting ready to deploy to go somewhere and stuff, and it's anti-gravity aircraft,
Anti-gravity. Mark anti-gravity on your checkbox.
As far as like how it looks on the outside, I have no clue, because all I remember was just going through portals,
Portals.
And coming
we
out.
already checked that portal box. Okay.
Craft, we're going through a portal as well, so that was kind of interesting.
Here we go. Somebody wants to know, will we be able to buy a spaceship and go explore after disclosure takes place?
Most definitely, yes.
Oh, wow. See that?
I believe so.
There's some hopium for you. You'll be able to buy a spaceship. Remember, we're supposed to be able to buy a goddamn hover car. Where's the hover cars, David Wilcock?
Even if your health is absolutely trash, let's say you are a 75-year-old woman with diabetes and you're overweight and you have no energy, chronic fatigue, you'll be able to have a med bed and you'll be able to be regenerated back to 21
There's more hopium.
To probably better 28 than bringing down the
all these clowns sell hopium. Are you a 75-year-old woman with diabetes and very bad health? Don't worry, you'll be able to just jump in a med bed and be age regressed back to being 21 years old and healthy again. That is the hopium garbage that these people peddle to the true believers.
21, and then you can go into Space Force and serve your intergalactic family. But yeah,
and that's what's going to happen. Once disclosure takes place and the Earth is once again part of the galactic community, many Earthlings are going to go up and serve within the Federation fleets. So it's going to be beautiful.
Tron Mathrath, when will the Galactic Federation help America get out of this corrupted mess? First of all, do you think the Galactic Federation even cares, or is it the Intergalactic League of Nations? Is that who's in charge?
Well, we have different federations. Some of them have been compromised, but the Galactic Federation of Worlds is the accurate one. Those are the ones that are working for the benefit of humanity. And the Intergalactic Federation of Councils, the Super Federation, as well as the Universal Council, which comprise of members from many, many universes, are all good. And so right now we're receiving support and help from like the entire multiverse.
The multiverse again.
Yeah, everyone is helping to secure the ascending positive timeline, because what happens here is going to have repercussions, going forward into the future and in the past all at once. So definitely.
We'll make this the last question for the audience. Is there a united federation of planets like in Star Trek?
Yeah, it does.
Will there be? It may not have happened yet.
Well, the Galactic Federation of Worlds has existed for 6 million years just within our galaxy. Every galaxy that has human-like beings has a galactic federation. But as far as the Earth creating their own interplanetary federation of planets, I think that within the private sector, we're already part of the interplanetary federation or some sort of confederation.
There's the Galactic Federation of Light. There's the Federation of Worlds. There's the Federation from Star Trek. Everybody's got to have a federation, right? Yeah, so if you have a multiverse, do you get their power and strength? Yeah, I guess so. Star Trek. It's Star Trek. Trek. Dummies. Yeah, I agree. At least say it right while you're ripping off science fiction movies.
We are aligned with the Pleiadians, the Lyrans, the positive ETs from Sirius, the positive ETs from the different solar systems, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
All right, so let's end this with how can people contact you or learn more?
Here comes the pitch.
So
here comes the pitch. You got to have the pitch. You give them all the BS for free, and then you buy my crap. You people better buy my crap. I gave you all a bunch of grade A, super soldier, insider, whistleblower, Galactic Federation nonsense for free. Now, and here's the thing. Do these people realize that this guy just spent an hour and how long did he spend here? An hour and 18 minutes talking about stuff from Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, the Borg, comic books, Marvel comic books, DC comic books, the X-Files, all mishmashed together. But he's telling you it's all true stories that he's telling. But somehow all this crap is out there in popular culture. And he gave you all that crap for free. But now you got to buy his crap, man. So here comes the pitch.
So I do have an Instagram where I'm constantly posting information, getting downloads, revealing galactic intel and stuff like that.
Downloads.
It's called Project Restoration Zion 1, all one word. You could order my book, Our Cosmic Origin. It gives you a very good description of Earth's real history and how it ties into the galactic history and in essence to
this guy's stealing material from comic books, movies, video games. He knows Earth's real history, and you can buy his crappy book. By the way, I did. It's terrible. His book is terrible. And by the way, here's what I'll say about his book. Almost everything in his book was ripped off from the Urantia book. Almost everything in there.
The cosmic
and then he tacked on a bunch of stuff from comic books and science fiction
history of our universe as well, and how our universe is part of a greater cosmic body known as the central motherverse, and much more. It's also an integration of cutting edge science through quantum physics and ancient metaphysical studies, all put into one book.
He
so
did say that.
It's a book that kind of gives you an explanation of where we came, how we ended up here, and where we're going. So it answers all these questions.
And that's the hook for hopeless people who are searching, right? They're looking for something to explain things to them, somebody to sit them down and say, this is the truth. He's got the real truth, right? Everybody else in the universe is wrong. This guy who's stealing from comic books and popular culture, television shows, movies, he's got the real history of the human race. Sure. Sounds right.
Also, I'm teaching online courses. But
by the way, James Rink better hurry this up and finish this up before his grandma comes over and smacks him live on air. I would love to see that. Like if some imagine that. Wouldn't that be great if some old lady came over and I told you to shut it down once, James, and smacked the crap out of him? That would make this just totally worth sitting through this garbage.
Now I'm booked all the way till September. So if you want to take my online course, you could actually, book your place in it now before it gets, filled up within the next week. They're filling up quick.
Yeah.
That's
a David Wilcock tactic. Hurry up. You got to hurry up and buy my course. There's only so many slots. That's garbage. It's a streaming course. Do you think that he would stop people from paying him for the course? Oh, sorry, we already got 1,000 people. I'm limiting it. No, they don't. That is deceptive. That is against the law. You can't lie in your advertising, dude.
A good thing, because that means that there's a lot of starseeds out there who are interested in learning this stuff and learning how to access their galactic self.
Yeah, he's going to teach you to access your galactic self. All you need is a whole lot of comic books. You need a whole lot of comic books and a whole lot of time to watch Star Trek, and you too can access your galactic self. And thank you. Brett Michelson is here with the kind of generous $50, 50 NOK. That's Norwegian money. Thank you from Norway. all the way from Norway. I love this technology. We connect with other people from all over the world, including Bent K. Michelson, who says, "Good morning from Norway, Stephen, and hello to all. I finally managed to get to you in a live show. Your channel is the best." Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of our show. It's nice to know that we have some kind and generous folks all the way in Norway who like the show and come here to support the show and help us come here to praise the cash. Thank you, Bent, for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and for helping us to praise the cash. We had a great night of praising the cash tonight, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to close this out. We're almost done. We've got seconds remaining of this very important interview.
So if it's okay with you, James, I could give you a link to the course, for your viewers. Okay, cool.
Come on.
Description.
Thank you.
What kind of grifter are you? You didn't give James Rink a discount code?
All right. Yeah, well, thank you, Ismael, for coming on here, and let's see, we can maybe try to get you on again, go more into some more of the technology, or maybe even some of the missions you had, because I know this is more like an overview, and it'd be kind of cool if we can hear about some, even
James Rink wants to hear about his secret missions in space. What a space cadet this James Rink guy is.
Yeah, some funny stories on some missions. But and audience members, thank you all for joining us. We had a great participation here tonight. I think we can probably keep this up on YouTube. But I also want to mention, audience members, be sure to go to my website, neologicaltech.com. You can get a copy of my book. I also have some meditation cubes on there, which can help you meditate and relax.
Look at this. Ismael Perez is looking pissed off. Do you know why Ismael Perez is pissed off? Because at the end of the interview, James Rink is hawking his crap instead of, look, man. Look, you can see it. You can see it. James is hawking his crap at the end of the interview instead of Ismael's crap. Right? Come on, man. This dude did the Cosmic Con for an hour and 20 minutes with you. You should be hawking his crap, not your own crap, James Rink. By the way, James Rink's stuff is crap. Somebody gave me some of it. It is garbage. It's worse than David Wilcox stuff. It's so bad. It's so bad.
And I think, Ismael, you actually have a copy of my book. So hopefully you like it. But I do want to get a copy of your book. You know what? Maybe I'll do that right after I get off the show here. But yeah, so there you all have it. Thank you all for listening in. Any other final comments?
Just know that we won the war. The victory is ours.
Nope, there's the hopium. We won the war. The victory is ours. What war? The war. Where was this war? Where was this war? You know, it makes me wonder. He's talking about these wars and how we won these wars, and you have to wonder, like, where did these wars take place that this guy is talking about? Where did these wars take place? I think I know.
Wow, the land of make-believe.
Oh, God, why do I do this? All right.
So it's time to celebrate.
All right. Well, we'll see you all later. Bye, everyone.
Oh, we made it through this garbage. We made it through this cavalcade of garbage. We really did. Now he's hawking his crap.
Please consider supporting Super Soldier Talk by purchasing your own Neo Meditation device. Your Neo Meditation device will help you reduce stress, integrate trauma, enhance intuition, enhance clairvoyance, and enhance creativity.
Look at this fake crap James Rinks is hawking. Look at that.
Get yours now at www.neologicaltech.com.
Neological tech. Wow. Oh, geez. All right, we made it through. I'm going to take a look. We're going to see how much that stuff costs. Neologicaltech.com. Stargates.com. Oh, impressive website. We're going to check out his. All right, let's look at the products. Let's see how much this garbage costs. Holy geez. It's $300 to $600 for these meditation cubes. Amazing. Oh, look, he's selling crystal skulls. You got to sell crystal skulls. And his book is $34. Boy, that's an expensive book for a bunch of garbage. Look at this Wi-Fi battery booster. EMF protection stickers for $55. Did you know none of these stickers do anything? You can get an EMF meter and prove it. We should buy one for $55 just to bust him for selling fake garbage. Look, meditation consultation service. He'll do a hypnotic regression so you can remember your super soldier nonsense for $250. Here's an intuitive consultation from some bald guy for $250. Digital dog. Oh, he's selling black goo shields. Look at that. After you purchase, you will be given a link to the digital download. Oh, God, what a bunch of nonsense. And look at these meditation cubes that he's hawking. This one is $2,300. This one's $8,700. Let's see. What do you get for $8,700? Saint Germain 24 Carat gilded core, blue diamond amethyst, rubies. Ooh. Equivalent strength of 9 units. This one's, it gives you a boost to your body's own chi energy. Oh my God, what a bunch of nonsense this is. All right, I can't. I can't. We've gone too long, but I will share my screen one more time, and we could take down our fair use banner because we'll be sharing from the public website here, and we're sharing. Let me see. This is Ismael's website. Remember them hot chicks in the video with him? They're psychics. This one's Sarah Astley, and she's an intuitive astrologer, tarot and Akashic records reader. After being gifted an astrology book on her 7th birthday, Sarah began connecting to her Syrian starseed spirit guides and learning all about the cosmos. So he's not just hawking himself, he's hawking, maybe this is his girlfriend. Then we have Taylor Fortune, an elemental magician. Ooh. And then we had the other hot chick, I think, from the video. Lifelong seeker of spiritual truth. B.A. fame, never identified with her family's fundamental beliefs. After a traumatic breakup that landed her abusive ex behind bars, B.A. turned to a transmutation of lower entities to get her life back on track. Through the process of ritual manifestation, psychic clairvoyance, and entrepreneurship, B.A. has made it her mission to connect with abused women all over the world. Well, that's sad. Too bad. Nice looking lady. And here's Ismael Perez. Ismael discovered his ancient mystical powers as a young immigrant child when he began to use telekinesis. He's got superpowers. Before he could fully embrace his role as a cosmic ambassador, Ismael went through a dark night of the soul, check that box, and led him to discover his true life purpose as a divine starseed from the Lyra constellation. Able to channel celestial downloads from distant star systems and multi-dimensions, Ismael spends his time as a galactic historian teaching classes on starseed cosmology. He is the author of the acclaimed book. That book sucks. Who acclaimed that book, you liar? Our Cosmic Origin, which explores the extraterrestrial ancestry of the human race and the coming golden age of New Earth. Yeah, the Mystics Arts Organization is dedicated to my uncle, a true mystic, and the reason this spiritual institute exists. And let's go to the, oh wait, let's show you the classes, right? Let me make sure. Yeah, we got it. Okay. Oh, and you gotta go here. Share this tab. Okay. So the course, this one's $222. This course, Starseed Astrology is only $55. Starseed Cosmology is $222. Psychic Clairvoyance, 3 classes on channeling the Akashic records. That one's $111. Love magic. You could do some love magic for $111. Maybe that's what he's doing. Does anybody, what do we think? Is he banging both those broads or just one of the broads? And the other one's like his psychic friend. He's got psychic friends. This one is $111. Jesus Christ. You two can pay this dude money. This guy's stealing from comic books and Star Trek movies. Jesus Christ. Booking takes you to, and let's see what the class is. It's the same thing. Oh yeah, that's all goes to one page. All right. So we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. What do you guys think? Is this guy for real or is this guy just another grifter? I know what I believe. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing that this guy can shovel this level of garbage, fake information at people for an hour and 20 minutes, and then expect people to run to his website and give him give me $222 and I'll tell you about your Akashic record. I'll do it for $10. I need the money. I'll tell you all about your Akashic record for $10. Forget $222. Maybe that's it. We're going to start a new sideline here. We'll just do it for half of whatever the grifters do it for, right? Then we're only ripping people off halfway as the other, cosmic cons, right? Heidi Mon saying he's going to tweet the proper company to you, not the guy who BS, as there's very old stained glass made of the frequency in an old church. I'd be interested in that. I like stained glass. Did you know my brother worked for a stained glass maker for a short time? He wanted to learn how to make stained glass, but the guy was using him like a slave helper and not teaching him anything. So he quit after a while because he wasn't getting to learn how you make stained glass windows. And that's what he took the job for, to learn how to do that. He came on the scene in the last 1 year and blew up fast. He's given hundreds of interviews. I believe someone is pushing him as the community needed a new face. Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. Hackteneer. This guy's getting a big push, and he's getting a huge amount of views. For example, the video that we looked at tonight got 62,066 views. And I know some of you may not be familiar with YouTube, but we struggle here to break 2,000 or 3,000 views on most of our videos. For the longest time, we were struggling to break 1,000 views on our videos. But you can say that a safe bet would be that you get between $6 and $10 per 1,000 views in ad revenue. So, and James Rink's Super Soldier Talk is a monetized channel. So even on the low end of it, James Rink made about $400 for an hour and 20-minute interview. And it makes me sad, because we do 2-hour interviews here of credible people, and we're lucky to make $12, for doing that interview. Listen, I'm not here for the money. If I was, I would just go all chips in on and be a cosmic con myself, right? These people making all this money with this level of garbage, it makes me very discouraged, and it makes me sad. Not because, and by the way, I'm not jealous. I'm disappointed. I'm not jealous. I'm sad that the universe, or at least YouTube, will reward liars and grifters like this so much, right? I mean, if I could get $400 for every hour and 20-minute interview that I did here with credible people, that would be amazing. But you don't get $400 for doing an hour and 20-minute interview with somebody credible. You get $400 for doing the Cosmic Con shuffle and UFO circle jerk like James Rink just did, and let somebody tell garbage fairy tales for an hour and 20 minutes. And thank you, Banana Planet, 666. I feel better already. Thanks to your kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you for your support. And by the way, don't anybody ever get it wrong. We have a tremendous amount of support here, which I'm amazingly grateful for. But I can't help but look at some of these grifter channels and go, really? Really? Like, and it makes me sad. I'm not jealous of James Rink. Good for him. He found a good con. If he's okay with sitting there and listening to fairy tales and shoveling fairy tales with no facts, no evidence, no proof, no corroborating witnesses, nothing at his audience every show he does, and let's be clear, that's what he does, and making $400 a show, good for him, I guess. I mean, does he wake up every day and say, I did a good job helping people tell secret space program fairy tales that they stole from books and comic books and television shows and movies and video games? Literally, people have gone on his show and said the weapons they used to fight the aliens were weapons from the game Halo. We heard this clown reference the game Halo 3 times in an hour and 20 minutes, right? Amazing. But thank you, Banana Planet 666, for helping us to praise the cash. We are very blessed. We are worthy of being blessed, and we will continue to be blessed by all of our kind and generous benefactors from around the world who help us to praise the cat.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Practice Preferred Frequency Light says, you are more than you could ever imagine. Maybe. Or maybe I am exactly what I could imagine, and no more and no less. How do you know, right? Bent K. Michelson says, it makes me sad too, but they have to be brought into the light, pun intended. Yeah, maybe you're right. Yeah. It's sad considering they have believers as well. Yeah. You know, listen, I don't know. I'm cursed, really, with this thing called a conscience. Like, I just couldn't live with myself if I just went on the internet and lied to people or helped other people lie to people all day or for my show. And, you know, we picked the name of the show. I'm sticking to that. We are truth seekers here. Good, the bad, the ugly. We're looking for the truth of these things, not fairy tales. But I get it. Some people, I suppose, get tired of it all being fake, and eventually they just turn on that believing brain, turn their discernment all the way down, turn their critical thinking all the way down, and just listen to it and believe it because it makes them feel good, right? These stories from Conspiracy Land are filled with things like fear porn, right? And then an injection of hopium. Like, there's all these scary things in the world, like AI is going to take over the human race and rule the earth and all these, but don't worry. And then they inject the hopium. The aliens are here and they're going to save us from the evil AI overlords and this and that. And the evil aliens and the good aliens are here to save us from those evil draconian reptilian overlords. There's always an element. I think that one of the things I've noticed about these grifters is that they echo back to people their own fears, right? People are very afraid of AI right now, right? People were afraid of the health situation, right? And the evil government and all that stuff. And they echoed those fears back to the audience, but then they inject the hopium that people want. People want to be hopeful. They want to believe that everything's going to work out. We're going to win. The alliance is here. It's all a psychological game designed to get listeners and viewers to believe them, have confidence in them, enough confidence to take out their wallet, specifically their credit card, and sign up to give them money. They are peddlers of hopium. They give people something to believe in, something to be hopeful about, some good news, right? Just like a preacher. Have you heard the good news about Jesus? And I don't know, call me old-fashioned, but and by the way, I grew up Catholic, and I left the Catholic Church over money. I've told this story before. A quick version is that when my father died, he was in hospice for 6 months. Do you know what that? A hospice is someplace you go to die. You're terminally ill. Nothing can be done except make you comfortable and let you end your life with some peace and dignity. And I got to tell you, I had not had an experience with a hospice ever before. But my father was terminally ill. They put him from a regular hospital because nothing could really be done into a hospice situation. And the people there were amazing. They treated my father incredibly well. They treated our family incredibly well. There was counselors available to myself and other members of our family because we all knew that he was dying. They made us as a family comfortable to be there and visit him and spend, and they even encouraged us to come there and, you know, spend as much time as possible. But anyway, so my father was in and out of hospitals dying for months. And while he was dying, he wasn't going to church. And consequently, he wasn't putting his church envelopes in. In the Catholic Church, they give you these envelopes, and they even put on there donations like $25, $50, $75, $100, and you've got to check a box and put that amount of money in. And they all have your name on them. So then they keep track of how much money you give the church. They spreadsheet everybody. And they also mark you for attendance in church by those envelopes. So my father's in the hospital, 6 months. He dies after 6 months in and out of a hospital, mostly in. And he dies. And he hadn't been to church in 6 months. Did you know that the Catholic Church, they refused to bury him because they and give him the burial mass in the church? He volunteered. He was a Cub Scout master, Boy Scout master. He did all kinds of stuff for that church. They all knew who he was. They told the funeral director that they couldn't give him the funeral mass or send a priest to bury him. And my father was absolutely all chips in on being a Catholic. He believed all of it. He was totally a strict Catholic. And anyway, I go to the rectory, and it turns out that the reason that they said they wouldn't bury him is because he was not a Catholic in good standing. And I said to them, how do you know? What are you talking about? And they said, well, he hasn't been to church in 6 months, Stephen. And I said, how do you know that? And they said, well, we haven't gotten any of the envelopes for the past 6 months. And I lost my goddamn mind. I was like, do you know where he's been for the past 6 months? He's been dying in a hospital, in a hospice. And then they said, oh, well, if you could bring him up to date, then maybe we could do something. And then I lost I'm like, are you telling me as long as I give you $25 times 6 months, he's magically suddenly a good Catholic again and they can bury him? And that's what it was. I went to the Mac machine. I got out $25 times 6 months, whatever that was. I forget. And I went back to the rectory, and I went in there, and then there's like a woman, you know, like a receptionist. And I said, tell the father to come back. And she goes, you could leave it with me. I said, no, tell the father to come out here for a minute. The priest walked out, and I threw that pile of money at him. And I said, if that's what this church cares about, that will be the last penny you ever get from my family. Call the funeral director. You're going to give my father his proper burial with a priest, just as he wants, you know? And I may have threatened him a little. But anyway, the next day, actually not the next day, like an hour later, the funeral director called me and he goes, yeah, I don't know what you did, but Father so-and-so called me from the rectory, and he was real nice, and we've got everything worked out. Here's the date and time. Here's when the viewing will be. You know, here's where the time for the funeral. We're going to do the mass, and then we'll go to they'll come to the cemetery and do the at-site burial. You know, the priest comes. And so I left the Catholic Church because it was about money. It wasn't about religion. It wasn't about spirituality. It's a business. And the Catholic Church is in the business of selling hope, just like these con artists. These cosmic con artists, they sell hope to people. that are hopeless. They sell people something to believe in that makes them feel good, right? The Catholic churches, we're all going to go to heaven. And God loves you, all powerful, all knowing, omnipotent, creator of the universe, and he loves you, but he always needs money. So make sure you get those envelopes in. The cosmic con artists are just like that, or just like the televangelists. You know, they sell the same thing. They're selling people comfort. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way the world works. And so we will continue in our exploration of the next big SSP superstar. I know we haven't gotten into the others yet, so I'm not sure. But you know, we're going to cover Elena Dannon. We're going to cover Tony Rodriguez. We're going to go back into Randy Cramer. We've covered him before. Now that Corey Goode has suffered his historic fall from SSP graces. By the way, Corey Goode just made a new video where he's claiming that everybody's supporting him, and it's only the trolls that are, you know, leaving. No, there are Corey Goode followers leaving him in droves. His days of big money, I think, are over. But it is what it is. You know, we'll see what happens. I thought that Corey Goode was done after Doxgate. Then I thought Corey Goode was done after he got caught paying off somebody to spy on Bill Ryan and take pictures of his house, because that's pretty stalky, crazy crap. Then he admitted it in his depositions. Great. Yeah. So we'll be covering more of these emerging and newer secret space program insiders. And as we do, at the end, we're going to do a poll on Twitter. By the way, it's important to follow me on Twitter if you want to keep up with the latest news of the show. It's at Stephen Cambion. It's just, cameras are reversed. I always forget the cameras reversed. Stephen Cambion, at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. We'll be doing a poll. And by the way, we're gonna go over and see. We had a poll to see. There was to see whose stories are better. And we asked in our poll, who tells better fake secret space stories? Ismael Perez or Corey Goode? And it was close. Corey Goode got 47% and Ismael Perez got 53%. So Perez wins. We will end our poll. And likewise, after we finish covering these new and emerging secret space program astronauts, whistleblowers, fake whistleblowers, if you ask me, I'm sorry, I haven't seen one of these people that I think is telling the truth. Not yet. But I'm keeping an open mind, and we're going to be as respectful as we can. We are going to cover these other secret space program leading people who may be the next Corey Goode or secret space program superstar. And then we'll do a poll, and we'll see who everybody thinks should be the next Corey Goode or secret space program insider superstar. Now, we may be done for the week. It's Thursday, January 6th. I haven't been to the cabin in almost a month. And the reason for that is the holidays. Both Christmas and New Year's fell on holidays. And I think there was an extra week in there, so 3 weeks at least. There was an extra week in there where they got 8 or 11 inches of snow, meaning I couldn't make it through the dirt roads to the cabin. I could get to the main road, but then I'd have to hike, you know. Anyway, haven't been there in at least a month, at least 3 weeks, maybe a month. Tomorrow, I'm hoping to go, but I still feel like hell. So I might just stay home and sleep for the rest of the weekend. If I do stay home, we'll do another show before, the end of the week here. But if I do go to the cabin, maybe I'll do a show, but probably not. I did a lot of thinking, and I think that I would like to get back to 3 or 4 shows a week, which I believe is sort of the sweet spot for us. Give everybody a break and then come back strong. That gives us a couple of days to come up with new shows, new material. And I also like more produced shows. You know, those shows where we actually have funny clips that we prepare in advance and other things like that. Those things take time to develop. And if we're just live show every day, I don't have time to do those things. And I think that the show suffers. And Spooky is asking for a show on Chupacabra. Yeah, but I would like to get somebody a little more familiar with the situation to be a guest and talk about it. For those unaware, there is a UFO Twitter guy, Chupacabra, who kind of got caught with his pants down. Oh boy, have you seen some of these screenshots of the messages and the racist and the transphobic and the homophobic? Woo, woo, boy! And I think that dude's getting canceled. And from what I've read and seen, he probably should. He appears to be just straight grifting, if you ask me, which is unfortunate because I did happen some time ago to see this timeline of ufology he was working on that I thought was well done, well researched, and good. But I didn't know very much about him, had never spoken to him. But he was sort of one of those rising stars of UFO land. And then people found out what he'd been saying in Discord. Was it Discord, right? I think it was in Discord. And boy, that dude had some out there thoughts, ideas, and he was expressing. I don't know. It was spooky. It sounded like my father or Archie Bunker. And by the way, my father was not overtly racist, but he wasn't outwardly, right? But I think he was. He was kind of Archie Bunker like my father, right? Like he would say things like, my father would say things like, maybe people should just live with their own kind and stay in their own neighborhoods. Like he would say things like that once in a while when he got frustrated. But then my mom's best friend was black and he loved them. So, we never had that talk. My father died when I was young. But definitely I had some Archie Bunkers in my family. So Chupacabra seemed to have, he was being Archie Bunker privately in Discord servers, right? Yeah, Spooky says, you name it, he probably did it, it seems. Yeah. But I don't know. More people than a lot of people are asking me to cover that, and I don't understand it well enough. I guess I got to read through all the screenshots, and then we'll share them all and talk about it. And in fairness to him, Spooky, he was on Spaces like arguing with his critics, and if he will come here, I'll talk to him. But first, we got to go through all those screenshots and show people what he's been saying. And then I'd be more than happy to have him here and have a discussion about those things. After all, he's entitled to defend himself. I don't feel comfortable just trying to cancel the guy and go like, look at what this guy said. Ugh. He should be allowed to maybe give us some of the reasoning behind some of those things he said. But certainly a lot of anti-Catholic stuff, a lot of anti-Jewish stuff, racist stuff. He said the slaves deserved it or something like that, like slavery was a choice. And I think he's a man of color, which is somewhat confusing, right? 900 pages of screenshots. Well, send them to me. I'll start reading them over the weekend. I don't know. I really don't know. And by the way, I was talking to Spooky about a certain show host that shall not be named before the show, and I was going to talk about that, but I'm not going to. Let's just say that somebody who likes to call other people narcissists is displaying some very narcissistic tendencies, and leave it at that. But, sometimes you just have to leave people in the rear view mirror. And one thing I did want to mention is that we have done a re-edit of the third phase of Moon documentary, which was 2 hours and 20 minutes. And it was hell trying to cut 20 minutes out of that. But I did it. And that will enable us, because StreamYard enables you to do broadcasts with pre-recorded videos, but they got to be 2 hours or less in length. So I have been broadcasting on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion, the first third phase of Moon documentary, which was 2 hours long. But I haven't been broadcasting the second one because it was 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's a free documentary called The Hoax Files, or I'm sorry, called what's the later one? I'm getting them confused. Hold on, I'll get you the title there. Yes, I have it. Okay, the second one is Third Phase of Fake, Recent Hoax, Fakes, and Misrepresentations. It's a free documentary. It'll be on my Twitter, at Stephen Cambion. You can watch both of them. And we're also broadcasting that 2-hour show we did showing proof that a certain show host knew the whole time that Third Phase has been using completely 100% fake manufactured UFO videos. People send them and even say, here's how I faked it. And they put it up and pretend it's a goddamn spaceship. It's lovely. So we'll be broadcasting those on Twitter every day for the rest of my life. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do it. It seems like when I first started to do it, some of those Twitter broadcasts were getting 300 views. Now they're getting 100. But I do think that it's important that people have access to these things. Oh, no, look at this one was 190 views. This one was 100 and, this one was 210. I don't know. Maybe it just takes a few days for the views to add up. But we'll be broadcasting those on my Twitter at Stephen Cambion. So if you want to watch a couple of free documentaries and laugh like you haven't laughed in a long time at the ridiculousness of Third Phase of Fake, the hoaxers. Some of this stuff is great. They even hoaxed being hoax busters themselves. They paid actors to pretend that they were trying to sell a UFO video. Oh God, it's wonderful. And we want to thank Sapiens Culture, who did that first one, and it's for his new series called The Hoax Files. Third Phase of Moon was just one episode. Apparently, he's going to have new episodes. I'm going to check in with him over the weekend. So we did our due diligence, and despite feeling like I really do feel like hell, I can't even describe it. It's like a bad cold and a bad sore throat. But I've been taking these cold pills and eating these cherry halls, Menoliptus. I've been through a whole bag already. This is product placement. Are you experiencing cold-related symptoms? Do you need some relief for a sore throat? No, until they pay me, they do help a little bit. So I felt like hell this whole week. I almost just said, I'm taking off until I feel better. I'm not talking for 2-3 hours every day. Look, today we just did 4 hours and 13 minutes. I was going to take off, but I said, no, there's work to be done. And sometimes you just have to show up, whether you feel like it or not, and get through it. And I'm sure I'll be feeling better soon. It's been like 4 or 5 days. This can't last much longer. I'm taking vitamin C, vitamin D, echinacea, something else. I don't know. I'm taking these nasal decongestants, multi-symptom cold, this, flu, that, whatever. I got to feel better soon. I was thinking that if I do go to the cabin, I'm going to load up that wood stove with a nice, super warm fire, get it like a sauna in there, and try to sweat this crap out of me. That's what I'm planning on. And we'll see if that works. People are telling me to gargle with warm salt water. Yeah. Does anybody know when you gargle with warm salt water, does that if you have bacteria in your throat that's causing that sore throat, does that salt water kill the bacteria? I'm curious about that. Or does that just make you feel a little better for some reason because it cuts up the mucus in there or something? I don't know. But everybody tells you to do that. Gargle with warm salt water. No, I haven't been doing that. I've been drinking hot tea with lemon and honey, though. That seems to help a little bit. That lemon, I put a lot of lemon in it. It sort of cuts up the mucus in the back of your throat, Soothes and shrinks swelling. All right. Well, yeah. Mr. Fish says swelling to be done. Yeah, absolutely. Baking soda is good. I'm willing to try anything. I'm hoping that I feel better. I'm probably going to go. But I talked to my wife about it earlier, and she said, and she's right. She's like, "Do you really want to drive for 2 hours to go someplace else and feel terrible, and then after 2 nights drive all the way back for 2 hours and still feel terrible?" And plus, sometimes it's a struggle to keep warm at the cabin. It's going to be, I think, 20 at night there, which means you really got to stay on top of that wood burner and keep that thing blaring, or the cabin gets real cold. And I don't want to be feeling like crap like this and cold on top of it. I'm very warm here in our nice warm house in the suburbs, right? So, but I don't know. I'll make it this. I hope I go. I think I'm going to go. I want to go, but then, you know, I don't want to go there and just lay around and be sick. If I go to the cabin, it's got to be worth the gas money. You know, the price of gas lately, I got to get some things done there. But I do have a ceiling to put up, and I have to insulate and fix a door. That's the front door to the cabin in the living room. You know, it's made from boards that are jammed together vertically. And so as those boards dry, there's a gap. And so that whole front door is just this huge draft of freezing cold air, and I got to put another layer of wood on top. Maybe that's a small project that I could get done at the cabin over the weekend. Think I'm going to go. Yeah. Amy Collins says, stay warm in place, I suggest. Yes. In the snow. Yeah, it's snowing at the cabin too, right? Madam Two Swords is here and says, lemon in cold water. Using hot water with lemon juice messes with teeth or something, I think. Huh. Lemon in hot water and honey helps too. Salt water works for infected or sore teeth as well. So does it help for infected or sore throat? I don't know. I'm going to try the salt water thing. So hot salt water, is that what you use? Hot salt water? Salt is not harmful. It's better than anything else. Yeah, but does it if I have like a throat infection with bacteria or something in there, does it kill that? That's what I want to know. Stay in bed for 24 hours and drink loads of fluids and chicken soup. Kills bacteria. Warm salt water. There we go. Thank you, DJDs. All right. I'm going to try that. Clean your room. Clear your throat. Yeah, look. Spooky's going to be in the United States someday soon, I think. So maybe I'll get Spooky to come here and clean the room. That's what I think. No, you're right. I just can't get through it. There's this one little pile of, there's one more table that you don't, I'm going to show you this on the camera here. Over in that corner, there is one more table you don't see here full of crap. And I got to clean that. And then I don't know why why do we have 3 webcams up on the, I don't use 3 of them. I use one of them. I think I was testing some things and I got to clear out some of the junk. Look, our screen went off. No signal, it says. So I got a little more cleaning up to do around here. And I got 2 more cameras to hang, new lights, and special effects lights as well. So you would think I would want to get this over with. Yeah, I'm going to clean my room. And, yeah. Oh, there's where the extra camera is. I didn't know. Let me see if we can do that. Oh, yeah. Let's see if it'll let me do it. Oh, yeah. So it'll let you use an extra camera now. I have never done 2 at once. Look at that. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. So what can I say, friends? We have done our due diligence. Redundant cams. Yeah. Forget David Wilcock having a few camera angles. We're going to have 6 at once. That's my next big goal. Pinzer Flactum says, everything you mentioned, Steven, sounds like you just got to get through it. All the vitamins you are taking will lessen it. Well, I hope so. And by the way, I got to argue with my wife because I have Pinzer Flactum, this little tote. It's like a zippered little bag, right? It's like a man purse, whatever. And it's filled with vitamins and drugs, and not drugs really, but like ibuprofen, cold pills, antihistamine, and vitamins, zinc tablets, all that stuff. It's all in a thing. It's all in that. My wife took that out of here. And then she says she gave it back to me. I don't know where it is. So I can't find all that good stuff. All I've got is vitamin C in the counter downstairs that I'm taking. I should be taking all that stuff. Yeah, I've been alcohol free for more than 6 months, Arlene, so I can't do that. But yeah, hot toddy. My grandma, believe it or not, used to give me those when I was a kid. She did. She got us drunk. Amazing. Yeah. I want to I didn't know about that. It's so weird. Oh, stop extra camera. Yeah, that's so weird. I didn't know that's where that was. That's interesting. Interesting. So you can do two at once. That's weird. That's a little too much of me, right? A little too much of me. I forgot we upgraded the software so it lets you do the extra camera. Interesting, right? Oh, no, didn't want to do that. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. How am I just now finding out that you could do that? I don't know. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to bounce on out of here. We have worked very hard this week to bring you some extra content. I have some other produced videos that I've been slowly pecking away on. Yes, Amy Collins, we're going to have a Dino Beaver camera. That's what I think. It's a good idea. I need a diorama like Ron from Cosmic Neighbors has of what looks like a place a Dino Beaver would hang out, like a Skinwalker Ranch diorama, and then we're going to animate it somehow. Maybe we'll have a mechatronic Dino Beaver, and we'll put it on the camera, right? Stormcrow says, I'm sure Perez has an online course that will fix you right up. Yeah, I believe that myself. And Mike says, I erase myself. Hakan says, for fastest cure, you can enroll in one of Perez's courses. Yeah. Mysterion combustion comments. Yep. Doobie-doo. That might help. Doobie-doo might help. Yes. Yes. Get a Mr. Heater for the cabin. Runs on those green propane panels. I have a propane fireplace, B. Baker. It's better than a Mr. Heater. It's a big fireplace that goes on the wall that burns propane, and there's a big propane tank outside. But I'm cheap, so I don't use it. I use it occasionally. When I first get there, I turn it on for 20 minutes, and then I get the fire going, and then I turn the propane off. I get through all of winter with one 25-pound propane tank that way. We're cheap, right? Yeah, definitely. My wife makes fun of me. I'm the same way with the stove, you know. Like we have a regular stove and oven in the kitchen there, but it burns propane. And there's a separate propane tank for that. And I'm always like, nope, not using it. We have a wood stove. Go outside, get some wood. We'll cook dinner with the wood because we're in the woods, and wood is free. You got to process it, but it's free. So, yeah. Dino Beaver rides are the best. I agree with that. Those Chinese diesel heaters work pretty well too. Oh, that stinks though. No, I don't want that. I definitely don't want one of those, right? Those are gross. So we're going to bounce on out of here. I'm not sure if I'll be back or this may be the last show of the week. If it is, please forgive me and, pray for me to get over this death cold flu. I would appreciate that. In the meantime, I may be at the cabin or I may be here. I will tweet. Follow me on Stephen Cambion, and you too will know what I've decided to do, right? Like this is some big thing, whether I go to the cabin or not. I think I'm going. I want to go there and try to get a little bit of things done. And besides, I have to drive my car for 100 miles before I can get it inspected, apparently, due to some weird thing with the battery dying and the emissions computer. So, yeah. So that's all I got for you, friends. We'll be back with exciting new entries into the next big secret space program superstar. Who will it be? Will it be Ismael Perez? Will it be Elena Dannon, Tony Rodriguez, or someone new? Maybe we'll pop in a few others, right? I'm aware of a few others that might qualify for new secret space program insiders, Cosmic Con grifters. We'll see what happens. We're going to cover them all, and then we'll do a poll to see who everybody thinks should be the next Corey Goode or Secret Space Program superstar. Let me know who you think it'll be in the comments. And I hope you will join us again. We want to thank all you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you super chatters, super stickers, super thankers, and you channel members. And that reminds me, I forgot we had to check the PayPal, and I did not check the PayPal. I apologize. Once in a while, we forget to do that. And internal service error. What? PayPal is down. All right, well, it's not my fault if I didn't check the PayPal. Isn't that weird? That is weird. Yeah, look at that. All right, to anybody who, if they did send a PayPal, look, I tried. I don't know what that's about. There's a problem with PayPal. PayPal may be down right now for maintenance or something. Try to refresh. Nope. Still not working. Let me try it with HTTPS. Oh, still an issue. Yeah, that's weird. All right, well, I apologize to any PayPal pledges. We will call them out on the very next show. And the bumper mentions Cash App, but we're going to cut that from the bumper and discontinue the use of Cash App. We're going to cash out whatever's in there because it's really wonky for me to use that for some reason. And yeah, the cybernetics must be attacking. Let me try with Edge real quick. I never use Edge. It's kind of like Edge is the new Internet Explorer. You know, it's that browser that you have on your system, but you never ever use it, right? It might not let me anyway because I don't have passwords stored on Edge. No, I'm getting a 500 internal service error on Edge as well. Oh, I hope there's nothing wrong with PayPal. So sorry about that, friends. We'll call out any PayPal pledges on the very, very next show. So that is all I got for you. Once again, thank you so much to all you kind and generous benefactors, you super chatters, channel members, Patreon supporters, super thankers, super sticker purchasers, and you PayPal pledgers. And thanks to the chat room moderators. Thanks as always to Spooky for the amazing graphics, and Ian, our announcer. We will return. I'm not sure when. Follow me at Stephen Cambion, and I'll announce any new or upcoming shows. Otherwise, we'll be back Monday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm so happy to be here with you tonight, and we are continuing our search. For those of you not up to speed, Corey Goode has been the secret space program superstar, making millions of dollars telling fake stories about being in a secret space program, being a secret space astronaut, telling his Buck Rogers science fiction fantasy stories for some 8 years now, and he's made money to the tune of millions of dollars. But recently, Corey Goode had a run of bad luck because he started all these lawsuits with his former business partners, his internet critics, and more. And in one of the lawsuits, he was forced to give a deposition in which the defendants' lawyers, the people who were being sued, had a lawyer, and he asked Corey Goode some very important questions like, have you ever been to space? You ever been to the moon? You ever been to Mars? No. Corey Goode even said that he never said he lived on Mars, but we have seen evidence and proof that, yes, during public appearances, Corey Goode bragged that he helped build a habitat for Mars colonists on Mars. So, as luck would have it, Corey Goode's karma perhaps has come around, and his days of that big money and being the top dog secret space program superstar, well, according to many people, observers of the situation, are over. And Corey Goode will no longer be the top earning secret space program fairy tale huckster. And so what's happening behind the scenes is that all of the other secret space program storytellers, all of which, to the best of my knowledge and research, are all frauds, are all liars, con artists, and scammers. And tonight we are looking into the secret space fake Marine, Randy Cramer. That's right. And by the way, we want to do something important tonight, and that is we want to examine what makes these scammers so successful, right? And one of the things that makes these scammers so successful is people who help them. Anyone that you may have seen who interviewed Randy Cramer, I don't care who it is, send me the link to that interview. But I guarantee you that almost every single person that I have seen, and I've watched many, many of his interviews, no show host, interviewer, researcher, whatever, asks him some very important questions. Like, if you really were in the Marines, how come the National Personnel Record Center has zero, no record of you serving in the United States Marines? No one asks him these questions. No one does the actual research to check his claims of being a Marine. He's not. Randy Cramer also at various times has claimed to be a Navy SEAL. He never was in the Navy. He never was in the Marines. So one of the reasons that these secret space program or super soldier scammers make so much money is because other greedy scammer-like people, like the people you see interviewing them, play along with the scam, play along with the lies, play along with the fairy tale huckstering. Doesn't take very long to check somebody's military claims. Why does none of these clowns do it that interview this clown? He was never in the Marines. His entire story begins with, I enlisted in the United States Marines at the age of 17. No, he didn't. If he did, there would be records. And I have heard him make excuses for why, people can't get his records. Oh, they were classified, this and that. That's garbage. I checked with multiple military sources, all of which confirmed for me. Doesn't matter what you work on in the military. You could work on classified projects. You could be stationed at Area 51. You could be working on top secret ship in the Navy. You could be doing all manner of classified things. your records of being in the military are still available at the National Personnel Records Center. They may not tell you where you're stationed or what your assigned responsibilities were if you're doing classified work, but they will confirm that that person enlisted in the military. Why then, in the case of Randy Cramer, do we find zero? All of his stories begin with, I enlisted in the Marines. No, you didn't, Randy Cramer. You, sir, are a stolen valor fraud and a liar. And every person I have seen interviewed you now, and by the way, I don't want to paint with such a broad brush. So let's leave in the possibility that maybe, just maybe somewhere along all the interviews he did, somebody actually checked his claims. But we see Emery Smith never checked his claims. Gaia TV never checked his claims. James Rink never checked his claims or told his audience about these things. And let's see, we've got lesser known people who will participate with his con and scam games, like this Ryan from the Experiencer Support Association. If you ran an organization that was designed to help people that are having experiences with aliens, why would you let a fake space marine come in and scam them for $99 a month for some course on how to get superpowers? That was irresponsible and selfish and stupid of this guy, Ryan, right? He's had him multiple times, multiple appearances. And Ryan has no excuse because I communicated all these things. I sent him the documents that show that so-called Captain Randy Cramer was never in the military, never in the Marines. When did he ask him about that? When did Ryan, Emery Smith, or any of these other people, James Rink, that interview him, ask him about the hollow medbed scam that Randy Cramer was involved in? I think, to the best of my knowledge and recollection, he scammed $60,000 off the public for a medbed scam. The GoFundMe got shut down. Do you know why the GoFundMe got shut down? Because GoFundMe determined it was a scam. Why then would these enablers of these fairy tale huckstering liars sit there like dummies and not inform their audience? Gee, before you give this guy $99 a month for his scammy course on how to get superpowers, you may want to know that he's already scammed the public out of $60,000 for a hollow medbed scam. And GoFundMe shut his fundraising site down because they determined it used deceptive practices, as in he was never in the Marines, but the text of the GoFundMe claimed he was. That's called fraud. Why would you sit there like an idiot interviewing a scammer and not speak up? Why would you let that guy come on your show and scam your audience? Well, a lot of people don't care. And here's the truth. These people don't care about their audiences. They don't care if you get scammed, as long as they get the clicks, the views, and they get the money that they want from associating with these sometimes very popular fairy tale huckstering idiots like Randy Cramer. So every time we see somebody interview Randy Cramer that doesn't bring the issues up that I've just given to you, you know that that person is a scammer too. That person is in on the scam. If they don't bring these things up, they're not telling you the truth. Why do I have to tell you the truth? I'm not making money from Randy Cramer scams, but apparently a lot of these other people are, and making money from their association with him, right? And when you see how cheap some of these whores are, how cheap some of these guys sell their soul to the devil to help a scammer, it's sad to me. It's extremely sad to me when I see that. You're going to sell your soul and sell out your audience for YouTube pennies? Really? That's how cheap you're willing to let your audience get scammed for literally pennies and a couple of dollars? Randy Cramer is no Marine. he claimed to be a Marine and was even authorized to release this information about the secret space program. Of course, all the military doesn't know who this guy is, denies everything that he says. But why let things like facts and evidence, like the fact that he's a fake Marine, a stolen valor fraud fake Marine, why would we let that get in the way of a good story that we can sell? Stupid people. Now, I mentioned these enablers. So, I want to be very clear tonight in that I'm not just attacking Randy Cramer for being a fraud. I'm attacking the people who host him. Well, not attacking. I'm challenging the people who host him. I'm challenging everybody that interviews him. Why don't you do the right thing and research the guest making fantastical claims? But see, we live in the land of wackadoos here. This is the land of wackadoos. Why would you actually check when a guest says they were in the Marines? Why would you actually check that they were? Right? That takes time and energy. We live in a lazy world of just let the wackadoo tell his stories and you make money. It's like a money machine, right? You stick the wackadoo fairy tales into the machine and out comes money. That's how all of this scam works. And it's a big club and I ain't in it. So I can tell you the truth. All these other show hosts, every single one that I have seen interview this man, never bothered to check into his military credentials, never bothered, right? And if his entire story, let's forget all about him having superpowers and being on Mars fighting aliens with literally weapons from the Halo video game. That's what he said he used to fight those insectoid aliens. By the way, Randy Cramer, you idiot, that's already a movie. It's called Starship Troopers, okay? Try to be a little more original. Before we get into his incredibly fantastical claims, what about his earthly claims? If his whole story begins with, I enlisted in the Marines at 17, and we can prove that's fake, doesn't the rest of the entire narrative involving increasingly more and more complicated and fantastical claims just fall apart? Of course it does. And by the way, Randy Cramer does the same thing that a lot of these other secret space program idiots do. And they say stupid things like there's shuttles going back and forth between Earth and Mars all the time. There are hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people with amateur telescopes that would be good enough to see craft going back and forth between Mars. There's astronomers, there's observatories in all major cities, especially some remote places that could see spaceships flying back and forth between Mars. There are Mars rovers right now that would see things. There are Mars orbiter satellites that are mapping the entire map of Mars. So nobody saw the space battles. Nobody saw the aliens. Nobody sees the spaceships flying back and forth except for Randy Cramer. Randy Cramer is a bottom-feeding scumbag loser who decided that he could just lie his way into money. And it did work. However, he never became quite as successful with his grift as others did. So we get a glimpse into Randy Cramer. And by the way, if you want another glimpse into him, Randy Cramer decided that he has superpowers. And for $99 a month, he'll teach you to have superpowers too. But that was a point of contention between me and this Ryan from Experiencer Support Association. But he's on your show all the time. Make him show you his superpowers, Ryan. And if he can't, he's a scammer. Because how could you take money from people? $99 a month, I'll teach you to have superpowers, but I can't show you my superpowers, right? I can't show you my superpowers, but I'll teach you to have superpowers. Just send me $99 a month by PayPal, right? It's ridiculous. And, you know, I'm really starting to think, you know, the big phone home, big phone home that others did, Lou from UCR. And, that had a very good, they had good intentions. Call your senator and ask for UAP transparency or this and that. And I think we need a big phone home where everybody calls their local congressmen and senators and shows them shining examples of these UFO fraudster, huckster, grifter scammers, right? Maybe we'll send them Linda Moulton Howe selling 100% provably fake alien pictures to her audience twice and making tens of thousands of dollars each time on that scam. We can send them Randy Cramer charging people $99 a month, to teach them superpowers, even though he can't show you his superpowers. We can show them Randy Cramer's MedBed GoFundMe scam and how he scammed people out of $60,000, right? And demand that they pass a law, right? The Cosmic Con law, where you're not allowed to do this to people. You're not allowed to lie to people about your military service. You're not allowed to lie about your background. You're not allowed to show people pictures of fake aliens and claim they're real and then just keep the money. That's called fraud. Why are none of these people in prison for this stuff? And by the way, Randy Cramer, I think I will be interviewing or asking a lot of questions about law enforcement from law enforcement in the jurisdiction in which you live. I want to know where that MedBed money went. I want to know if one person who took your $99 a month course ever got their superpowers. And if not, I want an on-the-record statement from your local police and prosecutor explaining to me why you are not facing fraud charges. Are we just supposed to let people scam people out of $60,000? Right? Why is nobody being held accountable? There are people whose job it is to protect the public. It's not my job. It's become right? I have to do this for people. I have to explain how these scams work. But in every case, we've covered so many cases of outright consumer fraud. In every case, the people just keep the money and roll on, right? Nothing happens. Nobody gets arrested. Nobody gets prosecuted, right? And by the way, there was an idiot on Twitter today. That's what I'm going to call you, twidiots. There's twidiots out there on Twitter arguing with me. Oh, Linda Moulton Howe's an 80-year-old woman. You should leave her alone. I don't care. I don't care if she's 180. If she's scamming people with fake alien pictures, people deserve to know the truth. I'm the bad guy here. She scammed people with fake alien pictures, not once, but twice. And I'm the bad guy here. I'm picking on an old lady. Yeah, a scammy old lady that somebody should have stopped a long time ago. Now back to Randy Cramer. There is an incredible researcher who has been on our program previously, and his name is Richard Cole, and he does an entire blog exposing some of these people. Most notably, it is a blog about exposing Douglas Dietrich, but occasionally he does a deep dive into some of these other people. And now we have done a previous episode here, so I do not want to take too long. I don't want to be here for 5 hours trying to explain this all to you. So I have put the blog post in the description of this video. And here's what I can tell you. In this blog post, you find an overwhelming mountain of evidence that Randy Cramer is a complete and total fraud. He's a fake space marine, and Richard Cole did a whole GoFundMe investigation, and to his credit, was largely responsible for the GoFundMe being taken down as a scam. There's some real action here. Randy Cramer claims he is an active duty U.S. Marine Corps captain authorized by the Headquarters United States Marine Corps Command Staff to inform the public of details of an unacknowledged special access program. He claims he's been upgraded in his security clearances in order to access classified intelligence files regarding a secret space program involving, among others, the United States Marine Corps. Yet, after nearly 7 years of public exposure involving hundreds of hours of interviews, conference appearances, and numerous websites, Cramer has yet to present a single document as evidence of the program or his own service within it. So, what Richard Cole did is go through and check some of his claims. And when you can check Cramer's claims, what you find out is that he lies constantly. This person claimed that this was his commanding officer. It turns out to be fake. And by the way, Richard Cole, who did this investigation and blog post, is a real former United States Marine, and I don't think that he likes fake space Marines, right? Cramer continues to assert that the United States Marine Corps is not investigating or prosecuting him for impersonating an officer. That chain of command is separated from and established under the Department of Navy, and he reports directly to his brigadier, Commandant of the Marine Corps. That's interesting because the Commandant of the Marine Corps was General James F. Ambrose when Cramer began his first public appearances in 2014, and there have been 3 commandants since then. So here's some of Randy Cramer's claims. He claims he was recovering memories in 2014 and that he worked with Navy SEALs, no Marine, USAP, or MDF. So he changes his story. He used Eve Lorgan for memory recovery via hypnosis. Yeah, sounds real credible. And here we go, 2015. The enabler-in-chief, Michael Salla, enables Cramer. All of these secret space program liars and fraudsters all come from Michael Salla. Why didn't Michael Salla? He's supposed to be an educated man, right? Why didn't Michael Salla check into his military history and find out he was lying and just say, well, I better not interview this guy because his whole story starts with a lie? Michael Salla is one of the enablers. He's one of the people that makes these scams work. Congratulations, Michael Salla, you scumbag. You are a scumbag, Michael Salla. It's your fault that half of these people get out here to rip people off because you don't do your job. You do no vetting. You could have checked his military records. You didn't. In 2016, Cramer starts a private consultation service called Earth Citizen Consulting, where he charges fees of $100, $250, and $500, as well as accepting donations. In 2017, here's where we get the GoFundMe scam. Australian investor starts a GoFundMe donation campaign on behalf of Cramer with the goal of raising $70,000, which yielded $6,435. The amount on July 24th, 2020 was nearly $10,000. The same woman also paid for a $13,500 9-day vacation for Cramer to the Netherlands. 2018, the Australian investor divulges that she has invested $50,000 of a $100,000 pledge to Cramer's hollow bed research project. She says, I was so impressed, I personally invested $50K US dollars to kick off the show and another $13,500 US dollars, sending Randy Cramer on an all-expense paid holiday. Well-deserved R&R. You know, fighting aliens in space is stressful. She wanted to meet him in person. The woman said that she had not seen any return on her investment and had not heard from Cramer in nearly 4 years. So what did Cramer do? He took $6,500 from this woman, right? Something like that. And he never delivered anything. And by the way, the whole medbed scam that he was running fell apart. Where's the medbeds, Randy Cramer? Where's the medbeds you stole all that money from people for? She said, I haven't seen a cent in return yet. I haven't been given any reports on the research equipment purchased yet. I started the GoFundMe page towards the mission. Yeah, and she got scammed and ripped off. So where are all of these people who interview him? Why are they not asking him about the GoFundMe scams that he ran? And here's 2-day intensive class with Captain Randy Cramer, U.S. Marine Corps. Again, every time he advertises something and takes money from people, that's an act of fraud. He's advertising these classes of his. 2-day intensive in-person class with Captain Randy Cramer, United States Marine Corps. He was never in the Marine Corps. That's a form of fraud. $277. Look, and you can PayPal him as well. Earth Citizen Consulting. Look, yeah, let's pay him $277, right? Let's pay him $277 for his garbage fake superpower stories, right? This is amazing that this man is not in prison. On March 15, 2019, Richard Cole confronts fake Space Marine Randy Cramer live on the radio. Cramer starts talking about warning the public of an alien invasion in 2019. Gee, I wonder where he heard that one. 2020, Richard Cole conducts more research, background checks, compile the research, report Cramer to GoFundMe. Yeah, Cramer's claim that his service in the United States Marine Corps is classified, as well as the existence of a USMC Special Section Unacknowledged Special Access Program, is absolutely untrue. Cramer has also claimed he served as in the U.S. Navy as a SEAL. Remember when SEALs were getting popular, right? The Black Hawk Down and SEAL Team 6 and all that. That's when Randy Cramer started claiming that he was also a Navy SEAL. Friends, you can't be a Marine and a SEAL at the same time. And come on, this is just so stupid. And why doesn't anybody interviewing him ask him how ridiculous that is? The Department of Defense, and in his case, the Department of the Navy, does not classify basic information regarding a person's service record. Such information is considered a matter of public record. So Cramer's excuses for why nobody can find his military records are bogus. They're false. They're fraud. A person's military service is a public record, so you can always get it. And here Richard Cole talks about the Stolen Valor Act. He could receive 1 year in prison and a fine. The FBI investigates persons to determine if their actions violate the SVA. If the allegations can be substantiated, the case is then returned to the U.S. Attorney's Office. Now, somehow Cramer claims that proof that he's telling the truth is that he's never been prosecuted. Maybe, there's loopholes here. For example, it's very complicated, the Stolen Valor law. And do you think maybe that those people have better things to do than chase around a fake space Marine telling space battle stories, claiming he was a Marine when he wasn't? And this is theft by deception and wire fraud. Mr. Cole goes on to detail some of his real criminal activity here. 70,000 goal will help bridge the gap. Once Captain Randy Cramer has these funds, his mission, sanctioned by his Brigadier General, will bring together large investors. Now, remember, he's saying he's Captain Randy Cramer, and his mission is sanctioned by a Brigadier General. These are all false statements, and this is right in the text of the GoFundMe. That's a crime. This is literally a criminal act, what he's doing here. Holographic regenerating med beds. And Richard Cole filled out a fraud report. GoFundMe removed the page. You know what that means? That means that GoFundMe investigated and determined that, yes, that was a fraudulent GoFundMe that included deceptive fake information in order to scam people for money. So they took it down. Why is anybody interviewing Randy Cramer asking about this stuff? And here is details. You can go to the description of the video. All the details are here of the requests made for this man's military records. They're all fake. They're all fake. He's never been in the military. He wasn't in the Marines, and he wasn't in the Navy either. Yeah, and here are some inconsistencies from Randy Cramer's statement. There is not a USMC base located in Los Alamos, New Mexico. Yeah, Alfred Landermott Weber, he's not a good information source, but people came out. And here is Captain Randy Cramer has firsthand knowledge of these med beds. He has had several of his own body parts. Look at this, is great. I love it. As you probably already know, Captain Randy Cramer has firsthand knowledge of these beds, as he has had several of his own body parts blown off and regenerated in the med beds during his service as a super soldier and space pilot in the U.S. Marine Special Section and Mars Defense Force with Radiant Garden Fleet. So he runs this GoFundMe scam, and he wants $20 million for his GoFundMe scam to make med beds for people, right? Cramer emotionally and extensively describes being in the Navy SEALs and being part of a covert operations in Central America combating cocaine cartels. So before he was a secret space program astronaut and fought space aliens, he was fighting cocaine cartels in South America as a Navy SEAL, right? Yeah, and who verified his experiences? Well, the other BS squad. Laura Eisenhower, Andrew Basago, Alfred Landermont Weber, and others. These frauds all back up each other's stupid fake stories, right? Then he has hypnotherapy work. All right, we're going to stop this. The entire blog is in the description of the video. And I highly recommend, if you really want an inside look at one of these fraudsters and you want to peel back the curtain, that's an excellent blog. I've done some of my own research that just mirrors what Richard Cole did. This man is a complete and total liar and a fraud. But knowing that, it's even more fun watching his stupid videos, because I found on the ultimate source, by the way, of secret space program super soldier fraudsters is a channel called Super Soldier Talk. We've used videos from there before. If you really want to laugh and you want to hear about people having superpowers and fighting aliens, this is a great channel. So we're going to put up, you know what? Let me just check in with the live chat. I apologize. I did it again. Somebody sent a super chat before the show even started. Way to get things going. Oh, and by the way, while I'm scrolling vigorously trying to find that errant super chat that's lost in the mix somewhere, I just want to stop and mention that we finally hit 7,000 subscribers today. So thank you to all of you subscribers, all of you people who have shared our channel, sent our channel to your friends and other people saying, hey, maybe you should subscribe to this channel. I've seen a lot of you people posting our channel, telling people to subscribe on Facebook and Twitter. I want to thank each and every one of you. We finally hit it. I had two goals when starting this channel: 1 million views and 10,000 subscribers. We're closing in on both of those goals. Thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we want to thank Collie Armstrong for a kind and generous $1.49 super sticker, and Collie Armstrong for another $2, £2. The other one was £1.49 and £2. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And we thank all of our kind and generous benefactors, especially you, Collie Armstrong. Thanks for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, now I have to vigorously scroll, Collie Armstrong, all the way back and see if we missed any other super chats. We're going to call them out live as they come in tonight. So if you're feeling generous, we'll share them on the screen. We read each and every super chat. And also, by the way, I want to thank all of you kind and generous Patreon supporters and channel members. I gave you guys 2 videos today, which are sneak peeks. They will debut this weekend. But if you're a Patreon supporter or a YouTube channel member, you get early access. All the produced videos, not the live ones, but the ones that we actually, edit and come up with. We then put them on Patreon now and give them to the YouTube channel members before they are posted publicly. And here's Deb from SAC with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. And Deb is also a member. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support, Deb.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas.
Well, you know, I love Sopranos fan. He's sort of newer here, but he's a real stickler for facts. To be fair, Andrew Basiago has challenged Cramer on a radio show and has previously labeled him an exo-hoaxer. Yeah, but Andrew Basiago's a fraud too, so who cares? He did back him up at first. He backed up his story at first, claiming that Randy Cramer was 100% telling the truth about the Mars space colonies and the space battles. I remember. So, but I get your point, and I understand, and I appreciate you being here, being a stickler for stickler for the facts, just the facts. Sopranos fan. Al Warrior is here with a kind and generous $2, and also I want to thank Deb from SAC for being a member. And look, more generous people like Al Warrior throwing $2. And also being a member, helping us to praise the cash, friends. Thank you all for your generosity and support.
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the gas. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the cash.
That's right, Al Warrior. That'll buy a lot of new clown noses. Thank you. So I got a couple of things to share with you, and one of them is I happened to find a video where, look at that, DJ D's, praise the cash. Love your work, Stephen. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It's much, much appreciated, and helping us to praise the cash, DJ D's. Yes!
Praise the gas, praise the gas, praise the cash.
Yes, praise it. Thank you, DJ D's. We appreciate you and your kindness and your generosity and your support of the show. So I happened to find a video in which it's on Super Soldier Talk, and Randy Cramer is there, and he's calling himself a captain, which is fraud. He doesn't get 2 seconds into the video before he starts lying. He's not a captain. To the nearest of my ability to research it, Captain Randy Cramer is a fake captain. Maybe he wanted to be like Captain Kirk and he just gave himself that, title. I don't know. Captain. He's not a captain. He's a fraud. We're going to put up our fair use banner here because this is a transformative work. We're educating the public, and we're going to be critiquing the video we're sharing. We're talking, if you're just joining us, you're watching Truth Seekers, and we are talking about the secret space super soldier, Captain Randy Cramer, who's a complete and total fraud and was never a captain anywhere except in the land of make-believe. That's what makes this so funny to watch when you know. Like, if you just watch this guy and you didn't know all this stuff I told you, that he's a total scammer running all these scams, scamming people to teach them how to have superpowers. Send me $99. I'm going to teach you how to have superpowers. Or he's scamming people, telling them he's going to develop and build med beds because he had arms and legs blown off and regrown, and he knows how they work. But when you know what a scammer this guy is and you listen to him through that lens, this becomes much more funny. I think so. Let me know what you think in the live chat comments, or if you're watching a replay in the comments of the video. We are going to share our screen and cite fair use. We're gonna listen to Mr. Cramer. Oh, you know what? I don't know that I got the audio. Let's do it again. Always forget that. I apologize. We'll make sure. Share system audio. Yes. It should just always be that way. All right, here we go. We're going to get into it.
I am Captain Randy Cramer, United States Marine Corps Special Section, Covert Military Space Program arm of the Marine Corps.
It doesn't exist, and he's never been a space marine or a regular marine for that matter. He's not in a special section. He's in no section. He is a complete and total fraud. And you know, I never want to wish anything bad on people, but every once in a while when I think about Mr. Cramer here, the fake Marine, I kind of hope he finds himself in a bar somewhere with like 20 really angry real Marines, right? And they find out that he's been lying to everybody, pretending to be a Marine so that he could grift for UFO dollars.
How about we start off with what some of the projects you're working on? Can you comment about your regeneration beds?
Sure. The Holobed project is, we're still in a planning stage.
Yeah. Now remember, he stole $60,000 apparently, $10,000 from the GoFundMe scam, and $50,000 from a believer, a one-time believer of his, who also gave him $10,000 or $15,000 for a very expensive vacation to the Netherlands, and he never gave any of her money back. She got no return on her investment. But here he is, and hey, James Rink is kind enough to help Randy Cramer find more victims. This is back when he was still running this scam.
So my chief engineer and my business partner and I are in the, call it a final stage of venture capital that should get taken care of sometime this year. So that's about all.
And one might ask themselves, if you are in the final stages and you have venture capital, why are you scamming the public for money in a GoFundMe and lying in the GoFundMe, lying so much in the GoFundMe body of the text that GoFundMe takes the GoFundMe down for deceptive practices?
I don't necessarily want to say a bunch more than that until we have more to talk about, but let's just say that it is a project that continues to slowly, move along. We've been having issues mostly over the last few years getting venture capitalists to take the project seriously without an immediate short-term return on investment, which is what most everybody wants. But
yeah. Oh, gee, why would they not take a project seriously run by a fake space Marine who claimed that he battled aliens on Mars?
I have to tell people that to develop something like this at the R&D phase, like no one's going to make any money from that. So people have to be willing to support the project without getting paid back right away.
Yeah. In other words, just give me your money and don't ask me when you're getting any money back from it, because apparently nobody got any money back. Nobody got anything. Where's the med beds, Randy Cramer? Or are you just a fraud? Did you just scam the public telling them you were going to build med beds, you idiot?
Because that's just not how this part of the project works. The manufacturing phase is when people get paid back.
So thanks for the business lesson.
Is it possible that maybe very wealthy individuals can purchase time in the regen bed to re-age themselves to help fund the project?
Well, we're certainly open to discussing that possibility.
Now, just be clear, James Rink just basically asks, well, couldn't rich people just give you some money so that you could turn back the clock on their aging and, make them 10 years younger for investing in your company? Ridiculous.
But at this point, the people that we've talked to who've wanted to drop, as individuals who wanted to drop large chunks of funding, don't just want time in the holobed. They want one of their own, and that's not an option.
Oh, we can't
Will
give you your own.
med bed be able to regenerate, say, eye tissue?
Anything. Can regenerate anything. Eye tissue, ear tissue.
Wow, that's great. So Randy Cramer has the capability, apparently, to repair my paralyzed eye. Why wouldn't he do that for me? Oh, because this comes from the land of make-believe and this stuff ain't real.
Brain tissue, skin tissue, organ tissue, internal organ tissue, anything and everything. It was originally an Arcturan technology that we were purchasing from them until we could develop it ourselves.
The Arcturians, they ain't giving this technology away. They have to buy. What kind of money do you pay Arcturian aliens with, you idiot?
Replicate the manufacturing ourselves. So when I was in the military, a lot of the holobed units that we used were actually manufactured off-world. They weren't necessarily ones that we make, but we definitely understand the manufacturing process now that we make our own for covert military space program activity.
Now remember, it's been a few years since he ran this scam, and he just said he completely understands the manufacturing process. He knows how to make med beds, which can do everything. By the way, that's part of the scam. Part of the scam of med beds is they can, what ails you? You got cancer? It'll cure it. Are you missing legs? It'll grow your legs back. You got a paralyzed eye like me? It'll regenerate your eye tissue. It is all things to all people. So I must remind you of that old saying, when something sounds good to be too good to be true, it probably is. That's why this medbed scam works, because it preys on people's hopes, right? I can use myself as a perfect example. When I first experienced a paralyzed eye, first of all, there was all these surgical options that may or may not help. I did all of them. Exhausted everything, nothing fixed it. I even had what most people would term a cosmetic surgery, but it was medically necessary. I had something called an eye lift or brow lift. And that's when they take your eyeball and like they try to lift it up because the eye is paralyzed. So your eyelid droops down and that interferes with your vision for the part of the eye that's still functioning. And anyway, this is why this scam works, because it preys on people who, like in my case, I've exhausted all earthly possibilities. Nothing can be done. Nothing can improve my situation. Now, it's been years since I've investigated options or tried to, I just sort of accepted it. But imagine being paralyzed and this guy comes along and says, yeah, you get in this med bed, you won't be paralyzed anymore. Imagine being missing legs or having terminal cancer, stage 4, and you only have a few months left to live. And this clown and clowns like him come along and say, well, we've got a solution for you. It's called a med bed, and it comes from aliens. You may be desperate enough to believe it. You may be desperate enough to hand money over to a clown like this because he's giving false hope to people. He is selling hopium, but it's garbage.
Activities, which is separate than what we're trying to do as a civilian operation to build them.
Can you become younger than 21?
You technically can be, but it's a technology that we're not going to want to do that with people because in our test studies.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Most of the scammers selling this medbed stuff and collecting money from the public are all claiming that it can age regress you as far back as 21. So you could be 80 years old and just be 21 again after some sessions in this magical alien medbed.
Or special section within the test studies on such technology find that when you age reversed someone or recondition them to back when they're in their teens or their 20s, they tend to, you have a percentage anyway of people who go through that process who tend to start behaving like irresponsible adolescents again. So we kind of don't want to keep
garbage
giving people a reason.
What a garbage peddler!
Irresponsibly by looking in the mirror and going, "Woo, I'm 21 again. Let's start drinking."
Oh yeah, that would be terrible if you were 80 and suddenly 21 again and you started drinking. Yeah, we can't have that. So stupid. This guy's stories are childish and stupid. This man is literally, I think he's on the verge of being MR or mentally deficient, whatever term you want to use. Like, he's that dumb, this guy.
And then people start reliving the mistakes of their 20s because they think they're in their 20s again, which they kind of are. So, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that people are going to act in their best maturity and all of a sudden be a mature person in a 21-year-old body. They tend to become immature people in 21-year-old bodies. So our policy will not be to age reverse people pretty much, under 40.
He's already got policies to handle his fountain of youth. He's literally promising people, hey, invest with my company. We're gonna have the fountain of youth.
Particular technology uses your genetic profile and restores cellular tissue to your genetic profile. It doesn't alter your genetic profile or give room to change your genetics
that's good news.
at all. It uses your own genetic profile and will cause the cells in your body to simply conform and recondition themselves to your own genetic profile. So no purple hair. You can dye it purple, but can't make it that way. Just
no, I don't think he's schizophrenic. I think he's just a scammer.
So, would you ever consider possibly doing a collab with Jared Rand and one of his medbed technologies, or maybe work?
I mean, I've listened to him. I mean, I was in a conference call not too long listening to him.
Put the link in the description of the video, Gunner65. And by the way, I shared your blog, of course, your excellent work on debunking this clown. I'm going to go over to YouTube and see if I can't find it. Is it just called Randy Cramer? Or if you could put the link in the description or let me know what his YouTube channel is called. Oh, yeah, he's got a new YouTube channel. Great. Preview of psionic capabilities. We believe in you, Captain Randy Cramer. Oh, geez. Oh, you know what? We're going to share some of this stuff. Thank you, Gunner65. Oh, great. And he's got a co-scammer now. We're going to get into that. Let's finish up this video first, and we'll get into this new channel he started. Which, by the way, I always love that these guys had access to all this advanced alien technology, and they can barely work YouTube, and their videos look like they were done by a 12-year-old with a 10-year-old Android phone or something.
Gus, his, what he's calling it, the consciousness chamber, something like that. I mean, we're just, as far as his project and my project, we're dealing with fairly non-congruent technologies, so I'm not sure how they would work together, to be honest with you. His unit seems to be a standalone unit, and so more power to him to be able to make that work.
He's talking about another different medbed scammer, and if his medbed scam and the other medbed scammers medbeds can work together.
And our unit is scalable to mean we'll be able to make it different sizes. So yeah, I just don't think that his technology and my technology are congruent necessarily to warrant collaboration. Special section medical personnel have this technology and some even more advanced things that they can do to restore cellular tissue in the body and heal people from different things, but they definitely have working versions of this. Yeah.
And it's so funny. He's claiming that the United States military has working versions of this technology. So why don't any of the rich and powerful and elite age regress themselves, right? Why isn't Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, taking 20 years off? If they're in charge of the military, largely, right? Well, not Hillary, but Trump was. What about Biden? Biden is literally like a stammering old man that's senile. He wouldn't get in a med bed. They never have an explanation. Or what about the super billionaire class like Elon Musk or the Rothschilds or the Mellon family? Why aren't they getting age regressed? Why are they suffering from mortal things like cancer and dying at advanced age? If we already have the technology, wouldn't the elite have access to it? Of course they would. That's how you know it's all a scam and a lie.
I wouldn't be able to use any units that they have right now because they're signed on to secrecy agreements that would create a violation of the Espionage Act for them to do that. So
yeah, and here's the explanation for why nobody gets access. Sure.
Anybody in the command staff, anybody in the intelligence staff, anybody in the medical staff handed me a schematic, a blueprint, a piece of technology, we'd all be in violation of the Espionage Act. But because I'm developing, essentially reverse engineering this as a...
Oh, yeah, so he gets a pass from the Espionage Act. Sure you do, fake space marine.
From the point of view of a civilian company, we can slide through the loophole, as it were, of not having to worry about the Espionage Act because no one's technically handing me a piece of classified information, which is what would happen if someone handed me a blueprint, a schematic, or a piece of hardware to replicate.
that also applies to any kind of photos, because some people are requesting proof.
Good for them. I mean, people can request proof all that they want until we.
Yeah. Why don't you have pictures of a working device? Why don't you have schematics to show? Why don't you have patents? Wouldn't you have patents if you had this super advanced medical technology that no one else on Earth has? Of course you would. This is such a scam.
We have a civilian prototype to show people, then people don't get to see proof. Sorry. That's the way it works. But, once we've got a civilian prototype, believe me, people will know we've got it. Because
remember, this is some time ago. This video was dated 3 years ago. Where's the med beds, dude?
we'll make it work.
He's been spanking himself off with the UFO dollars he's scamming from people for 3 years now. Still no med beds.
Okay, great. Can you comment on, because you've talked about your experiences on Mars. Was Mars the only planet that you were stationed on, or did you have any other experiences, perhaps on the moon?
I mean, I've did training on the moon, been back and forth on the moon a few times, but didn't really live there. Wasn't really stationed there.
No, he just went on weekend trips to the moon. He just fought all the space battles on Mars, man.
Stationed on Mars in the MDF and stationed on a ship when I was a pilot. And have, been around.
Yeah, and he claims to be a pilot. You know what I'd love to do? And again, not that I wish him any harm, but I would love to take Randy Cramer up in an airplane, because I can fly a plane. And I'll take a parachute with me. I'll let him sit in the co-pilot seat. I'll fly us up as high as the plane will safely go, right? And then I'll jump out with a parachute, and we'll see if this man is a pilot or not. By the way, he doesn't have a pilot's license. He doesn't have any proof or records of actually having any flight training. Just trust me, dude. I'm a space pilot.
On the solar system, but never really lived or been stationed on another planet or another satellite.
What is the name of the moon base?
Luna Operations Command.
Uh-oh. That's the same name that Corey Goode uses. Corey Goode, here's another guy you got to sue. Corey Goode, you got to sue this guy. He's using your terms. Is that one of the trademarks that he has? I think it is.
What I can remember of it being inside of it, it's a pretty big facility. It's multiple levels. I remember going up and down an elevator, multiple levels, multiple floors to go to different sections. What I thought was interesting about it was I was expecting to see all of this super modern, high-tech construction and hardware, like it was all, built from the future, when the truth is it's all built decades in the past. And so you actually have some sections that appear pretty old. So
same kind of garbage that Corey Goode says. And thanks to our friend here, and again, his blog is in the description of the video. I highly recommend it. Richard Cole is a real Marine, and he does great research. All the proof that Randy Cramer is a fraud, a liar, and a scammer is in the blog post in the description of this video. So I was not aware of this. Thanks to Richard Cole, I am now. Randy Cramer's got a new YouTube channel, and this is how you could tell that he's one of the bottom feeders of the secret space program, because he's only got 2,500 subscribers or something like that. Yeah, he's running the University of Conscious Evolution. So remember, besides being a secret space program astronaut and fighting space battles and building holographic medbed technology that could regrow limbs and age regress you 20 or more years, he's also, of course, an expert in human consciousness, superpowers, and more. And he's got a scam partner now named Kendra Salil. And I am not familiar with them, but there's a website here, University of Conscious Evolution We'll check out how much they're charging stupid people. This is going to be good. Look at those fonts, man. He spared no expense on this video. Look at this. This looks like it was I have a 10-year-old child that could make a better video than this. This is embarrassing for you, Randy Cramer.
First Fridays and third Thursdays, right? And so the first Friday of December, we will be doing the Inner Circle Open Q&A, that's where you can ask any question you want about anything of either one of us, about any of our experiences or anything we've ever done or been or anything else, and we'll answer. So that's the whatever category.
Yeah, and this is him pitching. He's pitching, get behind my paywall. Get behind my paywall and send me money because I tell space battle stories.
So have fun with that. Think of something good and write it down.
Maybe we should attend that Q&A thing and ask him why he's a fake space marine and what happened to all that money he stole from all those people to make med beds, the loser.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks everybody for showing up. Appreciate you having here. Thank you so much.
And you see how these scammers work? They scam people with these big, fantastical claims like, I'm going to create medbed technology. And then he got $60,000 from that scam. Where's the medbeds? He just rolls on, and now he's on to a new scam. Like, give me $99 a month, and I'll teach you how to have superpowers too.
For being a part of our experience, and we just hope that as we keep adding stuff to the university, to our library of information, that we will just keep having more and more stuff for people to work with and develop with and keep at it.
I guess this is his girlfriend now. This girl's new. I've never seen her.
Because it is our happy place is realizing
scamming people. Our happy place is scamming people for fake information.
Everybody needs more help with their work, and the best thing that you can do to help people with their work is just give them better tools and hopefully better advice and to how to simply use those tools. And so it is part of what makes us happy in this world to help people develop and sort their shit out. And
he wants to make people happy
because we know that everyone has an amazing potential. Amazing. Everyone does. Every single person does. And you just have to believe in it a little and do the work. You don't have to believe in it a lot. You don't have to believe in yourself a ton. You just have to believe a little and do the work. As long as you can do the work, you'll make the development. And you don't have to believe in yourself.
Checking out his girlfriend
to do that. Give yourself permission to walk the path of being more amazing. And then maybe someday you'll be like Josh and shooting electricity out of your fingers. So
did you hear that? He's claiming that one of his students can shoot electricity out of his fingers. We got it. This is the people that are paying $99 a month. They're all trying to get superpowers. Let's hear that again. One of his students, this is crazy. All right. So you heard it here first, friends. If you give Randy Cramer $99 a month, you might be like one of his students, Josh, and learn to shoot electricity out of your fingers. You can learn to shoot electricity out of your fingers for $99 a month. Jesus, this is incredible.
Or amazing. And then maybe someday you'll be like Josh and shooting electricity out of your fingers. So maybe. So depending on how much you want to work with it. Anyway. Maybe. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll see you in a couple weeks. And we'll send out email.
Yeah, give us $99.
Everything, letting everybody know. And take care. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you.
Right. He doesn't even know how to do a proper salute. He's no space marine. Let's check out some of the rest of his videos. Is he doing lives? Oh, he did one. What's the difference between meditating and thinking? What are his videos on? Oh, he's giving a preview of the superpowers. Preview, you get a preview of what superpowers you get for $99 a month. By the way, Randy Cramer, we have a new viewer here who wasted $99, and they said that your course was a waste of money, and they did not get superpowers. Right? Are we going to check out the superpowers? All access plan. Let's see the pitch. This is a pitch for money, so we like those.
You're not going to scare
Oh, this stupid. This guy's monetized too on top of it. Hold on. So he's making YouTube ad pennies while he's promising people superpowers as well, right? Let me just cue this up. Sorry, bear with me one moment here. Oh, this is a brilliant pitch video. Where do you hear this? Jesus God. But wait, there's more. Besides the superpowers, you're going to get electro fingers. Electro fingers are verified. Yes, yes. Come on, this is so stupid. This is my life now. Listening to wackadoos. This guy's such a wackadoo. Oh, what a wackadoo. Oh, let me do it one more time. Make sure we got the audio. I hate that. That is the bane of my existence. The all access plan. You too will have superpowers.
Membership with UCE is our way of reaching out and meeting people where they're at. We know times haven't been easy, and it's not simple to drop hundreds of dollars on courses with all of life's obligations and uncertainties.
That's why we're responding with our new membership program. Your monthly membership is the price of admission and gateway to any of our
$100 a month for this wackadoo. Beginning course for meditation, psionics, and self-mastery. Manifestation mini course. Psionic power cleanse. Telekinesis intensive. You could get telekinetic superpowers. Maybe David Wilcock got his Look, you don't need to take this guy's class. You don't need to get telekinetic superpowers. According to David Wilcock, all you got to do is take baths in your own piss, and that don't cost $99 a month, Randy Cramer. Why are you charging people $99 a month for telekinetic superpowers when David Wilcock says you just got to take baths in your own piss? The Archangel Michael told him that.
Materials you want on your own time and at your own pace.
You can subscribe and go through the beginning course on meditation, psionics, and self-mastery, which is up now, and then have access to the new courses as they drop each month over the next few months. You can do all the courses and mini courses you want, and whenever you want.
Yeah.
We hope you'll stick around and participate.
So somebody heard that David Wilcock made $4 million from one course, and he started this. And it's called the University of Conscious Evolution.
In the groups available within each course, the monthly Q&A Zoom calls with both of us,
as well as the monthly Inner Circle meetings.
There will also be a quarterly psionics intensive, the first one featuring telekinesis training.
Ooh,
in the coming months, you will see increased content as the advanced course, the emotional self-mastery course, and the principles of manifesting mini course are all set for production.
There will also be lots of Q&A content,
oh boy,
bonus videos and lectures to come, as well as the new Psionic Power Cleanse guided.
Oh, all right. This is ridiculous. I'm looking for the website. Oh boy, we're gonna share that. YouTube for $99 a month. You sign up now, and you can have electric superpowers. And you get a free trial about what we teach: meditation, psionics, and self-mastery. Yeah. Do you want to learn self-mastery from a scammer who scammed people out of $60,000? Just a few years ago, he was claiming that he was developing and he was going to build med beds. Now he's going to teach you meditation, psionics. He's going to teach you how to get superpowers and teach you self-mastery for only $99 a month. See how this works? He did the Super Chat Shuffle. He went away for a little while after the MedBed scam, and he came back with this scam. Oh, book an online consultation with literally decades of studying, training, and experience in the application of self-mastery and personal development. Our consciousness team is ever endeavoring to bring you the most practical and comprehensive collection of courses and tools. Meditation courses. Captain Randy Cramer. Now, Captain Randy Cramer served in this special program since his youth and is the official spokesman for the command staff of United States Marine Corps, alongside his partner, psionic healer and conscious life coach. That's who that chick is, Kendra Salil. Their extensive knowledge, passions, and expertise of psionic, self-mastery, and healing love will come together to bring you the University of Evolutionary Consciousness, Terran Division. Oh, geez, God. Jeez. What does this book us? What are we booking them for? Oh, you can book them for live classes, $355. You could talk to Randy Cramer for 60 minutes, or for an hour for $233. Oh, you can, Kendra's $233 for a consultation. What a bunch of scammers. And by the way, we will not let tonight finish before we, let me do this. Let me catch up with the live chat. I apologize. Let me scan through here. I am scrolling. I saw that wonderful yellow. That's what we see. Chris Damaris with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and for helping us to praise the cash, Chris. I got to figure out how to give people psionic superpowers. And then, then I'll be able to charge $99 a month. That'd be a good idea, right? Archaic Revival, you said it, not me, and I won't say the R word because people get upset. And by the way, I have a special needs child, so even I don't like that word, but I forgive you. I use it sometimes too. I'm a low IQ R word, and even I can tell he's a scumbag. Yeah, I agree with you. And we're not going to let tonight go without pointing out that one of the enablers here, one of the people that helped him sell this garbage and is currently helping him sell his new $99 a month garbage is Ryan over at the Experiencer Support Association, right? Well, let me do this one more time. Always forget, make sure we share system audio. We got it now. We're good. So we're just going to sample a little bit of this. Apparently Ryan Stacy doesn't do any vetting. And he has no excuse because I sent him that blog post. I sent him all the information that Randy Cramer is a scammer, was a scammer, and I believe continues to be a scammer. After all, if he's promising people you're going to get superpowers if you pay him $99 a month, and he can't prove that the people got the superpowers, that's called fraud, Ryan Stacy. Why would you help a fraudster defraud people out of money?
Empirical scientist detective as I could, in trying to be objective while still being the person that it's all happening to.
And this is recent too. This is only a couple months ago. And why would somebody who runs an Experiencer Support Association help a scammer scam his vulnerable audience out of money?
But at some point, basically, if I treated it like, well, maybe I just need medication, because actually my friend who is a psychiatrist.
Oh, he's talking about when he got his superpowers. We're going to fast forward.
To kind of gauge, but you never know. And sometimes I could get to a position where I'd be like, hey, why don't you check to see if a doctor can clear these? And some are willing to do that, some are not. And it's very touch and go on when the opportunity to ask that question is for me. Because I need to build that relationship, and that could ruin it. But it's also important depending on how far that experiencer wants to go. Where this is kind of...
Yeah, you're doing a great job helping experiencers, exposing them to a con artist grifter who wants $99 a month to teach them self-mastery and how to have electricity coming out of your fingers. Did you know he said that? He's promising people you might get electric superpowers, Ryan Stacy. This is ridiculous. Should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of yourself. How many times have you hosted this clown scammer? And how many times have you told your audience that he's not a real Marine, or that he scammed everybody in a medbed scam and the GoFundMe got shut down as a scam using deceptive practices? Did you tell your audience that, or did you just give them half the story?
important, and what's leading to this this new program that new university is like, there's kind of like, once we refer people to help with the trauma, to understand the trauma and accept it.
Yeah, he's helping him sell his bull nonsense $99 a month courses here. So congratulations, Ryan Stacy. You're helping a scammer scam more people.
Start moving towards a goal of.
And by the way, I'm sure I'm going to get some kind of message. Ryan's Mr. Politics, right? He's always got some kind of political. Well, I was investigating his claims, but he never gets to the part where he tells his audience that it's all a scam, right? He wants all the benefit of hosting this scammer without any of the, responsibility that comes with hosting a scammer like this. You had a responsibility to tell your audience the truth. Instead, you helped the liar lie to your audience. Congratulations.
With it. The next stage, the third and final stage, is developing the psychic ability, or working on the psychic ability. So this is kind of good timing, because in our process, we've collected.
This is good timing. The Experiencer Support Association needs somebody to help us develop our psychic ability. And here's Randy Cramer, who's a fake Marine who scammed people for $60,000 for fake med beds, right? He's come along, and for $99 a month, he can help those vulnerable, damaged people develop their superpowers for just $99 a month. Are you getting a cut of any of the signups or something, Ryan? Why would you do this?
A lot of resources where we can refer people to help when.
Let's refer damaged, vulnerable people, instead of referring them to a psychiatrist, which they probably desperately need. Let's refer them to a new age scammer. That sounds like a good idea. That sounds real helpful, Ryan.
Are there, but we're not really at a point where, once that's done, where do they go next? Right. So I'm going to use that as I skipped our icebreaker question, but I kind of framed it in here because I think this will be good to throw in. And then I'm going to ask you to talk about this new idea, or this new venture that you're in. So CC's icebreaker question is, through your present understanding of things, what is your opinion of the nature of reality?
Oh, I don't care what his nature of reality opinion is. He's a scammer. All right. That's it. We're going to go back to Randy Cramer's. We're going to listen to his explanation of how you get the psionic superpowers. 1 second. We're citing fair use. All the videos that we're sharing is in the spirit of fair use. We're educating the public about new age scammer, fake Marine, space Marine, fake astronaut. Oh, I did it again. One more time. This will be the last one that we share. Then we'll have time for questions and comments from the audience.
Amplitudes to which things around you and within you occur, which we basically define as the bending of matter and energy to our will, right? And
so for $99 a month, he can teach you to bend matter and energy to your will.
If it's and that can include the perception of matter and energy around us in ways that we're not normally used to perceiving with the 5 normal senses, which we have a whole nother thing that we're going to talk about, the psionic senses. So when your body and your brain get enough connection and clarity through practice, diligent practice, then you can have amplitudes of things that start to affect what's happening inside, outside, and perceptions. These are all manifestations of psionics. Anything that one can do to affect or perceive using those psionic skills.
Yeah, and I just don't understand how he could promise people superpowers for $99 a month.
Can be defined.
I don't understand this.
A psionic skill, right? So we talk about psionics as the larger umbrella of everything. And then under that umbrella, there's all these different skills, which through some practice, discipline, training, you can do consistently and regularly and accurately.
And just to be clear, to the best of my knowledge and ability to research this man, he has never demonstrated any psychic, psionic, or superpowers publicly. So again, I will challenge Randy Cramer right here. Show us your superpowers. You're taking $99 a month from people, teaching people to have superpowers, even claiming that you might be able to shoot electricity out your fingers like one of your students. If they just give you $99 a month, can you show us your superpowers? Show us your superpowers, Randy Cramer. Stop talking and start displaying superpowers. And I want to see you shoot electricity out your fingertips. I want to see you move things with your mind, because you're taking money from people claiming you can teach them to do it, which means you must, by definition, be able to do it. Show us your superpowers, Randy Cramer, you liar.
Any of the things that you can do specifically to accomplish a specific task is a skill, right? So skills that we've covered, precognition is a skill, right? It's a thing that you practice, you learn, so you can do that thing. Also helps build and train your brain so that you can do other skills. Every skill that you would spend time on is going to help your brain be able to do other skills, because it's strengthening the whole brain muscle, mind muscle thing.
Oh, now he's a neurologist as well. He knows exactly how the human brain works. You ever notice these guys are experts on everything
that we talk about, so that it helps everything. But there are some, what do I want to say, almost like skill trees, in which there are places where you start and develop a skill in order to be able to develop another skill, or a skill that's more advanced than that.
Yeah, you know what else has skill trees? Video games. This guy plays too much Halo. Do you know he once described the weapons he used to fight the aliens on Mars almost exactly were weapons from the video game Halo?
Where
Space
usually
Cadet.
there's a precursor of learning skills before you're going to be able to do.
Oh, let's skip ahead. This guy's boring.
Be awesome. The problem is that when you have this model of instruction, that you have about a 1% success rate of the people that show up. Every 100 people that show up.
Here's the explanation for why you're not going to get superpowers if you give them $99 a month. Only 1% actually get the superpowers.
One of them is going to actually be able to take what you've shown and done and demonstrated and run with it and do something with it without more help, which that's a stupid model. I think that's a dumb, stupid model. Why would anybody teaching anything?
He did just say that he can demonstrate these skills, which means there's an awful tall order for him to avoid a fraud charge here. He's got to demonstrate precognition, electricity coming out of his fingers, telekinesis. That's a lot of superpowers that I hope you could show law enforcement, Randy Cramer.
When able to look at not beyond the like, here's what I'm presenting. I'm presenting some information. I'm being a good teacher. There, I'm done. Right? How about taking it one more step to like, how many of these students are absorbing that information? How many of them are doing anything with it?
Sedona, he lives in Sedona, Gunner? That makes sense.
2 days, 3 days with any kind of impactful change or changing what they're doing in their habits of the reality, or
yeah, he might sound more believable. You're right,
to their daily habits and practice by having a daily meditative practice.
Oh, we need a meditative practice to
the
get
numbers
the
are so
superpowers,
tiny,
right?
When you start to actually
all these freaks are in Sedona.
Get that feedback. Who
are you man enough?
Teacher with any self-respect of wanting to go beyond just like, I came up with a good teaching model and I taught something. I'm a good teacher. Yay. How about you're a good teacher when your students learn something, and when more of your students can absorb the information and learn something? I feel like I'm fortunate. I had some great teachers.
Yeah, here comes the promise. Don't worry. It's usually only 1% get the superpowers, but I'm such a great teacher. A lot of you are going to get the superpowers.
When I was young, to have as a good example of what you do every day. This is about something that you take on in your life to develop more and more and more and more. So we're going to talk about today a little bit is more of those abilities. And I rambled for a minute. or a few, to talk about why I think it's important to teach a certain way. But there, I got my soapbox about that. Anyway, I had good teachers who felt like if students weren't learning,
maybe one of his teachers was Professor X from the X-Men. I don't know.
Or getting it, well, then that's why they were a shitty teacher. Like, they weren't a good teacher because they had a good lesson plan. They were a good teacher because the students understood that lesson plan and they could answer the questions and they could give them an assignment that would make them understand it better. Like, that's what being a good teacher is helping your students fucking learn. If you're not helping your students.
Oh, you dropped an F-bomb, clown. Add a subheading. Oh, look here. We're going to learn all about the superpowers that you get. This is awesome. Remote viewing, dowsing, telepathy, precognition, telekinesis. He's doing it right on the fly here. Cryokinesis. What is? Oh, we're gonna have to hear what that is. Cryokinesis. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. Pyrokinesis. Did you ever see the movie Firestarter? Look at all these superpowers. You're gonna get all these superpowers.
Will heat it up, causes heat. Physics, right? We're not lighting it on fire by magic, right? We're setting something on fire using physics. Well, how do things heat up? Molecules spin, that heats up, that causes things to boil and burn.
He can teach you to cause things to heat up, boil, and burn.
Right? So the more you can make something spin, the closer you can get to a flash point and cause ignition. I'm gonna have to build a trainer for this one, and I'm gonna have to build a new TK trainer, and I'm probably gonna have to build a bunch of trainers to show people how you can do these basic development stuff on them.
And by the way, now he's in trouble because he's going to have to prove to law enforcement that he is able to do all of these things, that he's taking money from people to teach others. He's going to have to prove that he can remote view, he can do dowsing, he can telepathically communicate, he can know about events before they happen. That's precognition. Telekinesis, he's going to have to prove that he can move things with his mind. Pyrokinesis, he can light fires with his mind. You heard him. Or cause water to boil with his mind. Chirokinesis, I think, is freezing things with your mind.
The PK trainer, pyrokinesis trainer, is a container of 1 cubic centimeter of water in which you have a digital thermometer attached to it so that you can see your hundredths of a degree change. You want a nice super scientific one. Again, in a housing that is not being affected outside from that you can keep, that be at a stable room temperature, right? So that when you're starting at a stable room temperature, whether you're trying to go up or down, you'll be able to notice those tiny at first movements of temperature up or down.
Okay, so you can change temperatures of water molecules with your mind. Great.
By using physics. So heat it up, spin it around. You want to freeze it, cool it down, slow girl. So that's slowing the molecules down until they.
So these are the superpowers that he's teaching people, taking $99 a month to teach people.
Don't move anymore. And when they don't move anymore, then they get super cold. So, and most people, when they start this process, it's like basically all you're really doing is slightly warming and slightly cooling a cubic centimeter of water, right? Which is, it's not much. It's not fancy, right?
Yeah, that's not a fancy superpower, but it would still be extraordinary if he could actually teach people to do that. But let me know what you think in the live chat. Can he even do this himself? And should he not be able to, or shouldn't he have to demonstrate that he has these abilities before taking $99 a month from people to teach others these abilities? I think so.
It's not an impressive party trick, but it's physics at that point. You are making a tangible impact of something that is temperature change. And it is only about making more of that faster to get to flashpoint or freeze point. The easiest thing to start with when you really want to like make something hot and try and set something on fire is a matchstick, because you go for the match head, which got phosphorus in it, which is going to ignite faster than the wood.
Oh, so he can ignite matchsticks with his brain. Great. There's another demonstration of his superpowers I would love to see.
Itself, right?
By the way, there's magic tricks to do that. I can do that.
So make something with a slightly lower, easier flashpoint to hit. But again, like everything else, especially with the hard abilities, and one of the reasons why I'm a super fan of them is because they push development in a way because you experience a tangible, oh, I did that. Shit. Right? Instead of being like, did I do that? Did I really do that? Was I imagining that? Am I? And you can, and
this is ridiculous.
Belief is a crazy thing.
Yeah.
Literally.
Anybody that believes you is crazy.
Because you can have too much belief in what you're doing and have it not work because you believe more.
All right. I think we have heard enough. These are the superpowers that he's claiming he can teach people for $99 a month. Remote viewing, dowsing, telepathy, precognition, telekinesis, pyrokinesis, chirokinesis. This is a real problem for him. How David Bucky, he carries flash paper with him to show people. Yeah, I'm going to start a course for $199 a month because I could do some of this stuff. Well, I can fake it. He can light a match to his sallow eyebrows. Yes. And Wesley says, I don't think he could do this if he was in a controlled setting where he can't manipulate the test area. Well, a perfect person to test him, Wesley, would be a magician. And I'm a magician. I did 20 years as a stage magician. I could set up some tests. Is he going to accept the challenge from me to show us his superpowers? Of course not, because that would ruin his latest in a long line of scams, right? Yeah, he should claim James Randi's $1 million challenge. Nobody ever did, because superpowers are not real. Yeah, if you try too hard, it doesn't work. If you don't try hard enough, it doesn't work. I'm sure he's got some excuses for why people don't get the superpowers. And this is a real problem. This whole situation is a real problem with this clown. Like, he should have to prove that his superpowers are real before claiming that for $99 a month, he can teach you to have superpowers. And by the way, I'm going to follow up with Sedona, Arizona authorities. I want an on-the-record statement from authorities there. How is this man able to make these public claims and take $99 a month from consumers without proving that he can demonstrate these abilities he claims that he's going to be teaching people? And I can't wait to hear the stuttering, right? Yes. Mark Tarana, actually he could. Uri Geller could bend someone else's spoons, but he needed a lot of misdirection to do it. Look here, not here. And what he would do is misdirect while he bent the spoon in one hand, and then it's a long thing. I did a demonstration of spoon bending here once, right? I definitely did a demonstration of it. So here is another rising guy trying to be the next Corey Goode secret space program superstar. But I think Randy Cramer's got some problems because he has proven lies in his background. He has proven scams in his background. But never underestimate the stupidity of stupid people. I think it was George Carlin who says, think of all of the stupid people that you know, and then take a moment to realize they're even stupider than you think. How this guy is making a living scamming people for $99 a month to teach them all these superpowers when he himself cannot demonstrate that he can do these things. It's pure consumer fraud. If he cannot, and look, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Show us your superpowers, Randy Cramer. And if you can't, then this is a scam. Your whole organization is a scam. If he cannot demonstrate all of these superpowers, then he is by definition scamming people. I just can't believe it. So we're going to take comments and questions from the live chat. I appreciate all of the support that we've had tonight. What a great audience. And I'm always hesitant to do this because when we play bumpers for just 2 minutes, everybody jumps out. But I hope you jump back in. This is a viewer-supported show. And while other people get paid to lie to you, I get paid, well, the show gets paid, to show people the truth, to peel back the layers of deception, and to reveal that some people are not to be trusted and why. And, you know, all it takes is peeling back a few layers. This guy is so transparently a scammer to me, but I realize that if you just heard this guy talking on Gaia TV or some other show, you might not know that he lied about being a Marine. You might not know that he lied about being a Navy SEAL. You might not know that he got caught scamming people on GoFundMe for this medbed scam that he was pumping for a while. What happened to the medbeds? And Ryan Stacy, why didn't you ask him about the medbeds, right? Why doesn't Emery Smith or anybody else interviewing this clown ask him about the $60,000 that he allegedly or apparently stole from all those people for medbeds that he never created, that don't exist? Where are the medbeds, Randy Cramer? So we are a viewer-supported show, and here's our wonderful announcer, Mr. Ian, to remind you how you too can support our show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month, you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly, Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members-only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers.
Praise the cash. Just want to do a quick tutorial on how to set up Amazon Prime to Twitch. So if you want to help out Truth Seekers Show and Steven, I want to put together a quick tutorial. Now, I'm not an expert on this, so I was just playing around. This is how I did it. So you may find a different way to do it, but if you're not sure, I'm going to walk through what I did. First, right here in Prime Loot. Now, this is on a PC and not Apple. May be different, but at least you're going to see what I'm doing on my laptop. You're going to see Prime Loot up here. Click that on. And here you're going to have in the purple box to activate your free trial, and it's free. So you just go through that. It'll take you to Prime Gaming. From here, you'll see how to activate your Prime Gaming. I don't think this is necessary to get your free subscription to Twitch from Amazon Prime. I just went and did it because I wasn't sure and I was playing around. So if you're not sure if you want to do this, just skip it and go to the next step. Then over, if you do your drop down on your Amazon account, you're going to have this here to say link Twitch account. So I'm going to click that, and all this is going to do, it's going to link your Amazon account with your Twitch account. So you click link down there in that little button, and it's going to have what is your Twitch name and then your name on your Amazon account. And I'm going to have my name blurred out just so everybody's not seeing it. I'm going to click confirm, and it's going to go through the processes. Now my Amazon account is linked to my Twitch account. I go back to Twitch, and I'm on the Truth Seekers Show, and right here you got Steven's face there. Just come down here to subscribe, click that, and it's going to bring you all the way down here. Now you can subscribe for $4.99. This is very similar to the YouTube membership, where you can become a member on the YouTube side or watch it for free. Here you can subscribe to his channel and pay $4.99 a month, or you can come up here and click this little box, say use Prime sub. Now it's free. Now I get 1 month. Now the thing is every month I have to go out there and resubscribe. Hopefully they're going to send me an email to remind me to do that. Then I can go out there and I can click this every month, and Steve's going to get some money from Amazon. We do not pay for that. This is part of my Amazon Prime subscription. That this is just one of the services. And I didn't realize it, but Amazon bought Twitch. That's the reason they're putting these two together. So I'm going to do click the subscribe button. Now I am subscribed. I got a founder badge and I got some different stuff, and close. And now I am subscribed. I did not pay anything. However, Steven gets some money to help producing the top quality programming that he's been doing. So go out there and praise the cash and sign up for Twitch subscription, especially if you got Prime. It doesn't cost you anything, and it really helps Steven out. Thanks.
Haha, thank you. Voices in my head. I love that. We're taking money from Jeff Bezos. Every month, I'm taking Jeff Bezos money. And you can help me take some money from Jeff Bezos because he gives free money to you Amazon Prime holders. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you could send us a couple of bucks a month and it will cost you nothing. Instead, it will come from Jeff Bezos. And I think Jeff Bezos has plenty of money. And I love the fact that we're taking money from Jeff Bezos every month. I'm now on Jeff Bezos' payroll. I just hope I will not have to take a crap in a plastic bag during the live show or pee in a bottle like those poor Amazon delivery drivers. So we'll take some questions and comments from the live chat. Welcome if you're just joining us. You're watching Truth Seekers, and we're broadcasting live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Rumble. Now, there's a few problems with the other live streams, which we're working out. But in the meantime, we're rolling with the punches. Wesley says, false hope, false private promises while leaving vulnerable people out of the pocket, maybe even bankrupt. Yeah, I know a lot of people give a lot of money to some of these clowns, and that's unfortunate. David Bucky says, for his next trick, he will make your disposable income disappear. Absolutely. And Ben Fox with a question, been loving your show recently. Can you share your own UFO or abduction story? Well, that would take way too long. Well, not really. Listen, I, like many people, I saw something when I was 10 years old in the forest. A typical dull gray, metallic, what you would describe as a flying saucer, I suppose. Elliptical in shape. It was round. It was just above the tree line. I only saw it for a few minutes, but it changed my life, and it got me stuck in this rabbit hole off and on since then. I began devouring everything that I could find. I was once very much a true believer and convinced that aliens are here. I've since sort of changed my belief system in that For all I know, what I saw was a top secret government project. After all, my sighting occurred right near McGuire Air Force Base and Fort Dix Army Base. Largely, it's not that exciting a story. I just saw something. So for the most part, I've decided to keep my personal sighting personal. I once told the story, the entire story, in a previous audio podcast, which you could probably find if you're that curious. But, on the scale of stories, mine is very ordinary. I saw something that I couldn't explain. I thought for the longest time it was a flying saucer with aliens in it. And years later, I'm not so sure. You see, I went through this process where I paid good money and I went to UFO conferences, and I thought that the people that ran these UFO conferences and events vetted the speakers. And I was horrified to find out that I paid, $400 or $500 in some cases to go to UFO conferences with people like Randy Cramer, who claimed that he was a Marine and really wasn't, or people who claimed they were doctors when they'd never been to college. Then I started to realize that I had to personally vet every information source before determining if it was a good information source or not. And part of that transformation happened, after I began my first show, which was an audio podcast called The Midnight Hour. You could still see episodes of that here. And you'll notice that when I first started that show, I was much more on the aliens, it's all aliens side. And I believed most of the people telling me information. Later, I got a lot more cynical and a lot more skeptical, and I began to fact check every single person. I don't care who they are, I'm fact checking everyone. DJ D is reminding people to hit the thumbs up. It really does help. Another way that you can help us is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really, really does help. It may still be in the playlist. Archaic Revival reminding people to like, right? Hawgene Contactee, Howgene, I hope I'm saying that right, says he's holding that lady's cash until he receives more investment money. Yeah, sure he is. How many months does it take to get superpowers? I really don't know. That'd be a good question. And by the way, one of the reasons I'm sort of pissed, not pissed, but I'm disappointed in this Ryan Stacy, is these are questions that he could have and should have asked this guy. Instead, he chose to help him with his grift, right? I have to laugh to keep from crying. Sometimes that's all you could do. I watch these podcasts out of frustration over a community that has turned into a clown show. That's right. This whole thing is a clown show, and you have to be very careful who you choose to believe. Buzz Aldrin should come on this show. Buzz Aldrin. Well, that would be something, wouldn't it? I believe in ETs. I just don't know if they're here around Earth. I haven't been convinced of it, and it's hard with so much garbage in the field. Yeah, there's a lot of garbage. A lot of garbage out there. Dan Aykroyd, I think, is well-intentioned, but is kind of gullible. Yeah, he's one of those guys like I used to be. I used to just, when somebody said something, I believed them, It wasn't until I started really peeling back the layers of deception that I realized I had been lied to by many, many people. And you see, we have been slowly breaking down how this works. We've got scammers and liars like Randy Cramer, and then we've got enablers that help amplify them, advertise their garbage, show hosts like this Ryan Stacy or Emery Smith that don't do the work. They just believe him and let him tell his fake stories without doing the work. And by the way, Ryan Stacy of the Experiencer Support Network is a private investigator by trade. Like, that's his day job. Him more than anyone should have been able to investigate this guy. He didn't do that. To the best of my knowledge, he didn't. When someone blows up on the disclosure scene, they're always part of a government disinfo program or a scammer. The rest never get a chance to be heard. I agree with you, and that is probably likely true, right? When William Shatner becomes a UFO expert, we have problems. Well, there's money to be made, and William Shatner, I don't blame him. He ain't turning down any money, right? With Amazon Prime subscription on True Seekers Twitch, you get superpowers, pyrokinesis, chirokinesis, and telekinesis. It's just random which one you will get. Yeah, we're making the new X-Men team, Kepsa. And for just $5 a month, you get superpowers, right? Jeff Bezos looks like Kevin Spacey. Al Warrior says, praise the cash. I agree. Yeah, Sopranos fan. I here's what I will say about that. There was a time, and you don't know the history, so I'll try to be quick though, and I'll try to make a long story short here. There was a time when I trusted that Ryan Gordon was credible and doing good work, and I no longer believe that. So Ryan Gordon, if you're not aware, Sopranos fan, once came on my show and made all kinds of accusations about somebody of a sexual nature with no evidence, no proof. Then he threatened to sue me. So he threatened to sue me if I didn't take the show down because he looked like an idiot. And there was another time when he came on the show and he was like drunk drinking vodka in his underwear in a trailer somewhere. And that became an issue. And it's very, very clear to me that in the Angelique case, Ryan Gordon faked having evidence. So do I trust that Ryan Gordon's phone recording was not manipulated or digitally manipulated? No, I don't trust. I don't trust Ryan Gordon. So could he have manipulated that? Yes. But here's what I can tell you. Mike Rogers publicly on Facebook said, don't use me as a witness. I no longer stand by the Travis Walton story. And that was while they were having a dispute over money. And then Travis Walton and him talked, and suddenly he took those posts down and he recanted his original statement saying that they faked it or whatever. But Ryan Gordon is a former porn producer, and I don't trust that he is a trustworthy source of information based on many factors and the way that he treated me. I'm not going to trust anything that guy says. I would be very, very suspicious of Ryan Gordon. However, there is other information in the Travis Walton case that would seem to indicate that Travis Walton was lying. For example, there was a blood test and they can determine how long it's been since you ate. And in that blood test, I believe it hadn't been 5 days. He was not without food and water for 5 days. So where was he? Was he hiding somewhere for 5 days, eating and drinking just fine? There's also 2 failed lie detector tests of Travis Walton. So I think Travis Walton's case is shaky at best. Yeah, you saw it and you said the air smelled like ozone. Yeah, when I had my sighting, the air smelled like ozone, but I was 10 years old at the time and I didn't know what that smell was. It wasn't until years later in a chemistry class in high school that I knew that what I smelled when I was 10 years old was ozone. And ozone, to me, indicates that craft, whatever I saw, had some form of electrogravitic or electrical propulsion. And I also, during that sighting event, I felt like static electricity in the air. My hair, everything, like through my whole body, I could literally feel electricity in the air. And I smelled this weird smell, which I didn't know at the time, but I found out later, probably when I was 16 or 17, that what I smelled was ozone, which is very typical in some sort of electric system. You know, electricity arcs and it creates the smell of ozone. There's other ways ozone can be generated through electrical means. I felt electricity in the air. It was the strangest thing. So I think whatever that craft was that I saw, it had some form of electric propulsion that was causing the air to be ionized, if that makes sense. Mark Tirana says the midnight hour was great. Well, someday I am going to be in a cabin in the woods, Mark Tirana, without the ability to stream video and all these fancy things. And we'll go back to the midnight hour show. It'll be just me, and I will be a voice in the wind once again, Mark Tirana. I kind of miss just being a voice, right? But I can't lie. I'm a very visual person, Mark Tirana, so I do like all of this stuff. It's nice to be able to give people a cool visual to go along with the show. But at times, especially when I'm having a bad day, and I look, or that one of those, do you ever have those days, Mark Tirana, where you just don't look good? You know, you're having a bad hair day, you just look beat up or tired, and you don't want to be on camera. I miss just being a voice. at those times. For those unaware, before Truth Seekers, I had a show called The Midnight Hour, and you can catch all the episodes. There's like 50 episodes. It was a weekly show. And all the episodes are available here on my YouTube channel and also on my original YouTube channel, which is just Steve Cambian. Still there, right? Mark Tarana says, I won't hardball question your grift if you don't hardball question mine. That's another way that this works. Ryan could be getting a cut of the money. Well, I don't know that to be true, but it's a valid question. Is he getting a percentage of people from the Experiencer Support Network who sign up for Randy Cramer's scammy classes? How do you feel about Archaics? Are you familiar with Jason Shares? Yeah, but not really. Those things are both on my list for future shows, Angry Pistachio. So I think it would be best if I have facts in hand before putting my mouth in gear. So I would prefer to finish my work or research on those subjects before telling anybody what I think, right? It's always best to have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. And I learned that from a very wise man called Stanton Friedman. I thought both were true, that ETs can be physical or non-physical, but that aliens are physical. Well, it depends on who you ask, right? Patty, did I see Corbell's latest orb picture? Yes, and I guarantee you that's going to turn out to be a nothing burger. That's what I guarantee. And all of these people that are pumping that up might remember that Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are the same people who lied to us about Bob Lazar for years, lied to us about Skinwalker Ranch, lied to us about those pyramid-shaped spaceships and more. Why would you trust somebody that keeps lying to you? And this is a good, what I will say about that is this: like, if you are in an abusive relationship, would you keep going back to somebody who keeps hurting you? I don't understand these fans of Corbell and George Knapp, because largely they have brought us all garbage. That's what they've brought us, garbage, for years. They've made millions of dollars being garbage peddlers, selling fake stories which can never be proven to be true, but we're all supposed to just keep getting excited and giving them more money. And by the way, maybe this is petty, right? Maybe this is petty, and I freely admit that. But now Corbell and George Knapp are going to do a podcast together. And no offense, but could you leave, something for the rest of us? You two clowns have made millions of dollars selling your fake stories. Now you got to invade and do a podcast too and take audience members from the podcast world. You haven't made enough money. You haven't made millions selling your fake documentaries and your fake garbage stories. Now you got to come in and take some of the ad money from the podcasters, right? You can't even leave podcasts. No, they got to come and take they're here to take every dollar they can, every cent. That's what they're here for with their garbage. And by the way, there's a reason he didn't post that video. He posted a still image, and he's had that for 2 or 3 years, that image. Why didn't he post it sooner than now? There's a reason. It is a deceptive still from a video. And I think if we see the whole video, it'll become quite clear what that thing is. And that's why we're not seeing a video. I was convinced Nibiru was real and went down that rabbit hole hard to find out it's all BS. That's when I started taking things with a pinch of salt. Wesley, I was in on that too. I believed it. I thought Nibiru's coming back. I remember that stuff, right? Yeah. All right, we'll take some more comments and questions. Sorry, I'm way behind in the live chat. Roger says his Facebook post was referring to the fact that he wasn't a witness to the abduction. Yeah, I'm sure he's got ways to weasel out of it, but he was jumping off of the Travis Walton ship because he was getting cut out of the new movie money. That's what I've heard from several people that knew him. May or may not be true. Look, Sopranos fan, me and you can argue about the Travis Walton case for a year. He's never going to prove that really happened to him, and I'm never going to prove that it didn't. But 2 failed lie detector tests and a lot of other evidence seems to me, I really don't I really don't believe Travis Walton. Loggers passed the initial lie detector test from Guy Wilson, top polygraph examiner at the time. Only one logger's test was inconclusive. Yes, but did you see the list of questions? They didn't ask about spaceships and aliens. They asked if anybody knew anything about his disappearance or if there was foul play. So, that's cherry picking the data. And by the way, Travis Walton himself failed 2 lie detector tests. So, you always get to an impasse. It's always this tantalizing. The story may be true, tantalizing. It may be fake, but we don't get to any conclusive evidence. But I tend to believe that Travis Walton made it up to make money, because look what he's done since then. He's cashed in at every venture. Every time that Walton can cash in, he does, right? He's made a career of running around at UFO conferences for decades now, telling his story. And, I don't blame him for that, but it means he's not trusted to me, because it's financially motivated for him to keep saying this happened to him, right? Rest in peace, Stanton, a good man. He's the reason we know Roswell. Yes, he was a good man, and I miss him, especially when I get stuck on a research project, because I used to occasionally call him and tell him what I was working on and that I'm stuck, and he would give me some other ideas to try or other avenues. I kind of miss having that, or just talking to him. He was a fun guy to talk to. And by the way, just to be clear, I didn't agree with him on everything. I disagreed with him on the Betty and Barney Hill case, and he once yelled at me on the phone. He yelled at me. He was very upset with me. And the essential thing of our disagreement was that the star map, and he said, I don't care about the star map, Stephen. I spent so much time with these people. They're telling the truth, and you can believe them or you can put your head in the sand. Like, he got real pissed. And then I apologized, and we were okay. Yeah. When will you take the yoke of truth for yourselves and not upon the shoulders of whom you dispose? Well, I'm not sure I understand that question. But I do have some work coming up that is very pro UFO. I have some stuff on crash retrievals that nobody's seen before. I'm hoping to get that work done and be able to bring that to you soon, if that's what you're talking about. Like, a lot of people say to me, well, we've heard who you don't believe. Who do you believe? And I try to be, yes, $5,000 from the National Enquirer's best UFO story of the year, right? If we don't dislocate and disrespect them, the scammers get elevated and praised by gullible people. Yeah, I agree. Grow up, grow in kindness, wealth, and beauty. Well, from your mouth to God's ears, let's hope we do. Yeah, and again, everybody is free to, at some point when you got a story that doesn't have physical proof or evidence, and it's just a story, people have to choose whether they're going to believe it with no proof or no evidence, or they're not. And to me, he doesn't have enough there. It's just a story, just like a Corey Goode story, just like a Linda Moulton Howe story with no evidence or proof. Without evidence or proof, the story is worthless to me. Who cares? Even if his story is true, what is that? Do I still have to get up every day and go to work? Those aliens haven't done anything for me. It doesn't change anything. Has Walton been confronted on it? And if so, how has he addressed it? No. He went on and did a circle jerk show with Jimmy Church after that information came out. And Jimmy Church is a coward and a slime ball, and said he didn't even listen to it. So he didn't want to talk about the evidence that they faked it. It's very, despite what I think of Ryan Gordon, the tower theory is a very valid explanation for how they hoaxed it or faked it, if they did hoaxed it or faked it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Chris Johansson. In fairness, he says, here's the thing with Stanton. I noticed many times over the decades that he wouldn't or couldn't back down when proven wrong. He never said the words, I was wrong, they fooled me. Well, that's a very common trait, especially among women. If you're married, tell me the last time your wife admitted she was wrong about something. some people just are that personality type that they won't back down, you know. I still love him as an all-around person. I love the guy. I really admired and respected him, and he was very kind to me when nobody knew who I was, and you know, just starting a show. And I remember when I asked him for the interview, I had talked to him a bunch of times already because he just had a phone number, and I called him to ask him some questions about a Bob Lazar story I was working on, and he and I became fast friends because I was on the track of Lazar being a fraud, and I told him about all this new information that I found indicating Lazar was a fraud. And then I asked him for an interview, but I didn't think he would really do it. And he was like, "Sure, what time do you want to do it, kid? Just let me know." And he always called me kid. I miss that. I'd call him and he'd say, "How you doing, kid? What are you working on, kid?" You know, just a good guy. And you know what they say, you know, God takes the good ones and he leaves the bastards here for the rest of us to deal with, right? Any thoughts on the rantings on the latest Alien Addict show? Well, here's what I'll say. Idiot Grifton, for those unaware, got in an argument with somebody on Ali Alien Addict show in which he claimed he was a camera expert. And then the person he was arguing with, whose name escapes me, I apologize, started asking him questions a camera expert should be able to tell. Like, what was the focal length that they used to take this? What was the lens they used? And he didn't have any answers. That guy made Grifton look like an idiot. And now Grifton is, I wasn't going to share this, but I will. Here. Now we have Grifton grifting off of the death of someone in his audience. She was in our audience as well. And if you want to really know what kind of a scumball Grifton is, Rich from Grifton, third phase of Moon hoaxer apologist, I said, just when you think third phase cheap whore hoax apologist Richie Grifton could not possibly get any scummier, he proves he can. Monetized video exploiting the recent death of a viewer, a new low even for this scumbag. So for those unaware, a woman named Coraline, she died and was one of his friends. She was always in his live chat. She was in our live chat for a while, but whatever. Unfortunately, she passed away recently. So he's putting up monetized videos claiming that he has an EVP captured of Coraline. An EVP, for those that don't know, is usually a ghostly voice of a dead person. And I put grifting off a dead viewer. Only Rich could be that scummy. So congratulations, Rich, you scumbag. Really? You're grifting? You are going to grift off of the death of somebody in your audience? You're going to put up a monetized video claiming that you have an EVP recording of their ghost in a clickbait title to get views? You are a scumbag. Only a scumbag would do that to get views. By the way, I just want to let everybody know that in order to keep up with the competition, if any of you die, I'm getting EVPs, all right? Don't be upset with me. I got to do it to get views, right? That's how desperate he is to get views, that scumbag. That is a scumbag thing to do. That woman is not even cold in her grave yet, right? That woman who did all kinds of stuff to help him, right? What does he do when she dies? He grifts off of her. He was also saying, oh, if anybody sends any money tonight, we'll call it Coral Bucks to grift super chats right after she died, right? Now he's grifting off of her dead ghost, saying he has EVP recordings of her ghost. And by the way, I didn't listen to it. I didn't watch it. I refuse to give that clown even one view. I won't do it. And in fact, I get pissed off at people who send me links, YouTube links, because that means they watched it. Don't give this idiot any views. And here's another thing. I keep saying this, and I'm trying to be as kind about it as I possibly can. But you idiots giving him money, that's what you're supporting. He's grifting off a dead woman, and you're sending him money to help him do that. to help him continue that level of scumbaggery and douchery. That's what you're paying for. You're also paying to help him call people pedos with no evidence or proof, claim people faked cancer, lie through his teeth to his audience for all that time, right? And by the way, I have no patience left for any of you people. You want to argue with me? Watch 4 hours and how many minutes? Is it 4 hours and 30 minutes, I think. There's 2 documentaries full of a mountain of evidence of third phase of moon, fakery, fraudery, and bull, right? And people still want to argue with me and say things to me like, you never proved that third phase paid him. He explained how third phase pay him in the documentaries. And even if they don't pay him, he's sucking up to them because he's a douche. Look at what he has to do to get views. Grift off a dead woman. She's not even cold in her grave. He's grifting, trying to get views off of a woman in his audience dying. That's what kind of man he is. You know, I just shake my head because I'm telling you, every time I think that guy could not possibly get any scummier, he gets scummier. Where are we going to be at in 5 years with that dude? I don't know. And, you know, yeah. Any of you who die, I'm getting EVPs. I'm sorry, but we got to keep up with the Joneses here. So if it's okay for him to grift for money and put up monetized clickbait titles to get views off the backs of dead people in his audience, then if any of you people die, I got to do it too. Because, you know, we got to keep up, right? The fact that he has to do that to get views tells you everything that you need to know about him. And to you people watching him, clicking on his videos, that's what you're supporting, for him to continue to do scumbag, douchebag things like that. That's what we're supporting. And like I said, don't send me links. I don't care. I don't care. That dude's in my rear view mirror, right? We blew by him and we're going to keep blowing by him because I don't need to sell out to the biggest hoaxer frauds in this thing in order to make my show successful. He does. His show is a joke. It's terrible. He does no research. He doesn't. How does he prepare for his shows? Oh, let me just go on Twitter and grab some stuff to share and ramble about. That's his show. Great. That and grifting off of dead women who died. And by the way, Rich, what do you think their family thinks about you making money off of her death? You think they would condone that or condemn that? You should be ashamed of yourself. Yeah, I don't recall the specifics, but I'm sure that I had heard that those initial lie detector tests may have simply been, did you hurt or have anything to do with the disappearance of Travis Walton? To which they answered no. So, but you know, every once in a while I get somebody like you, a Sopranos fan, who, no offense, you want to argue with me about a case from when was that? The 80s? You know, I can't instantly recall all the details, but that's to the best of my recollection, yeah. So when you say people passed a lie detector test, where's the list of questions? Get the list of questions. You can email it to me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'll admit that I'm wrong. I'm often wrong, right? You can send me the list of questions that they were asked, but I'll try to look it up myself. I have to go through, I have folders for everything that usually has all that information. So I have a Travis Walton folder somewhere on one of these computers around here. I'll look it up. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You can email me and I'll show that on a future show and update the audience, right? They pay him ad revenue on the show he does for third fake. Yeah, he's a cheap. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing wrong with being a whore, but I don't respect cheap whores. If you're going for YouTube ad pennies and licking the buttholes of those clowns, Ugh, you know, I feel sorry. I feel sorry for somebody that has to grift off of a dead person in order to keep their show going. Or he could just get a real job and not do slimeball things like that, right? But he's lazy. He's incredibly lazy. You could tell that from his crappy show that he never actually has a show together. And by the way, good timing, because coming up this week on Truth Seekers, there we go. Fake Cousins will be a guest host on Truth Seekers this week. That's right. Fake Cousins from Third Phase of Loon will be a guest host on Truth Seekers. I think I did a pretty good job here with this character. So Fake Cousins will be guest hosting our show this week, and they're going to have real alien videos to show you and real spaceship videos to show you and more. And there may be a special appearance by Grift on, because I have that character done as well. Haven't really used it. I don't want to really give attention to that clown. Yeah, I believe that is correct. Thank you, Chris Johansson. Correct. They were only asked if they had done harm to Travis. See, and here's where facts matter, Sopranos fan, because when people like you got to have the facts. And I was hesitant to even say that, but I'm sure I remembered it that way. When people run around and say, well, the whole logging crew passed lie detector tests, then people make assumptions like the police must have asked them if they saw a spaceship and a blue beam of light. No, they didn't. They only asked them if they had done harm to Travis, to which they replied no, to the best of my knowledge and recollection. So, yeah, they passed a lie detector test, but it had nothing to do with the flying saucer or the spaceship stories. It was solely, did you do harm to Travis? And they all answered no. And yes, they passed. No, they didn't do harm to Travis. But it doesn't verify Travis Walton's fantastical claims, right? Yeah, in the movie, they asked him about the craft, but Travis himself said the movie was highly embellished. I agree. Yeah, well, I agree, Chris, but, here's the problem, Chris Johansson. The problem is that people tell people things and they just accept it. So maybe somebody told him that or somebody said that. The fact, I have heard people say that on shows. I have heard somebody being on a show talking about the Travis Walton case, and they said the original logging crew passed a lie detector test, but they leave out the information that you and I are bringing out, which is they were only asked if they harmed Travis Walton. They weren't asked about a spaceship, blue beam, any of that stuff. They were simply asked if they harmed Travis Walton, to which they replied no. So it's easy that people accept the false information. And the false information was that people assume, oh, they passed a lie detector test. That must mean that Travis Walton's telling the truth. They saw the spaceship take them. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. And they were not asked about that. Because the questions are available. See, you still want to argue. You're wrong. You are wrong, and you still want to argue. Again, you got to have facts in hand before putting your mouth in gear. Prove me wrong. Go get the questions. They're available. And there are sources. Chris Johansson can tell you where to look. Right? It was a suspected murder case, not a UFO investigation. Exactly. The original authorities thought that these guys had murdered Travis Walton. Yeah, and many documentaries have addressed that over the decades. It is a known fact. I'm sure that I remembered that right. Yeah, and Patty is correct. It's not worth arguing over because Travis Walton's story can't be definitively proven. At the end of the day, it's a fun story, an anecdote with no evidence. Like all stories, or many, many stories in UFO land. Travis Walton paperbacks are going for hundreds of dollars. I have one. Really? Travis Walton is a super snooze fest of alien abduction. Well, compared to all the fantastical stories of Sopranos fan, I know you don't know him, but Chris Johansson is almost, he's right. Like, he knows what he's talking about. He always has facts in hand. And if he says that, and listen, I will try to find it. I will try to dig it up. Chris Johansson, you could try to dig it up. If anybody has the information that we're looking for, which is the questions that were asked of the logging crew in the first lie detector test directly after Travis Walton's alleged abduction, then you can email it to me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And I will share it on the show. We'll get to the bottom of it. That's the great part about having a great audience. And by the way, thank you all. We have a great audience here. Is that we work as a team, and sometimes I can't find something and we just put out a call for it. It shows up in my inbox. I can share it on the show and we'll all benefit. We'll all know the story. So just email me if you can find it, if you can find a video with the timestamp, if you could find an article, any proof. That's what we're looking for. We're just looking for the questions that the logging crew with Travis Walton was asked. And I believe Chris Johansson is 100% correct. That's how I remembered it, because I have, Sopranos fan, I have had to correct people on that point 25 times. 25 times people have come to me and said, but Steve, the logging crew passed a lie detector test. And I always have to correct them and say, yeah, but they weren't asked about the spaceship or anything. They were just asked if they harmed Travis Walton. And again, I could be incorrect, right? And you still want to argue. Like, what more can we do for you, Sopranos fan? How about, because here's the problem. It takes twice as much energy to dispel bull that it does to create it. Why don't you go find the original questions they were asked? But I've put out the call. If somebody finds them, we'll share it. You still want to argue out of this. I remember it that way because I have corrected people many, many times on that exact point. Chris Johansson remembers it that way. You're telling us we're wrong. Prove it. Why don't you prove it wrong? Why do I have to show you that we're not lying? I have a proven track record of getting things right. You would know that if you've been here for some time. But you still want to argue, right? Because you want to hold on to that story being true. I get it. You know what I'll do? I'll do something else for you. How about this? I do have something that I could share that somebody shared with me recently. If I could find it, that proves that Walton failed the lie detector test. One second. One second. All right. Let me find it. I have something somebody just shared with me. A hidden interview of Travis Walton. You're going to make me work overtime. If Travis Walton failed 2 lie detector tests, why are we arguing about what the questions were for the logging crew that passed the lie? You know, this is the nonsense we get into. And I get it, but some of you people are just like, you know, well, what do I have to do? Do I have to take you by the hand and like prove everything to you 100%? All I can do is share with you my knowledge of the case, and my knowledge of the case is substantial. Let's try this again. I followed that case ever since I can remember, as long as I can remember. Let's do this one more time. I don't share from share system audio. Here we go. I believe this is
suing events.
I'm going to scroll past this. Okay, so what Travis Walton won't tell you is that a polygraph examiner came out for the National Enquirer, and then he got paid off to not tell everybody that Travis Walton failed his initial polygraph. That's important. There's one failed lie detector test. There's another one, which, I'm not going to dig up and show you right now, but Travis Walton was on a television show where he was asked specific questions. Are you telling the truth? Did you see a flying saucer? Were you abducted by aliens? He failed that one as well. So we've got 2 failed lie detector tests. We've got the one-time crew boss coming out and saying they faked it and then changing his story once the money got repaired with him. And I don't know if you notice, Sopranos, but every time I show you more proof and evidence, you make excuses for the evidence that we have. The Mike Rogers said that he no longer stands behind the story. You made excuses for why that happened. We tell you that Travis Walton himself failed 2 lie detector tests, and you still want to argue with us that the loggers passed a lie detector test. But again, I have to dig it up, but I'm almost certain that they weren't asked specific questions about seeing a spaceship or anything. They were only asked if they harmed him, because it was a murder investigation, which makes sense. Facts matter. Oh, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. Go believe in your fairy tale then, because no amount of evidence that I show you. Do you think that maybe that he failed 2 lie detector tests? Were you aware that Travis Walton had blood tests which proved that he had not been without food and water for 5 days, like he claimed? Were you aware of that fact? Do I have to dig that out too? And it's not my job to prove the story's fake. It's simply my job to give you the evidence. You can make up your own mind, but it's very clear that your mind is already made up, and nothing I say will matter to you. Mike Rogers essentially laid out how they faked it. Then he walked that back when Travis Walton and him talked things over and the money got right. That's very suspicious. He gets cut out of the money, and suddenly he starts saying that it was a hoax. He gets cut back into the money, and he walks everything back. That was the sequence of events, and I followed all of that very, very closely. And I shouldn't have to do this, right? And Kepsa is right. It should be 1 scammer per show, right? It's too much, and you made me work all this overtime so far. Oh man, I just, sometimes it's like beating my head against the wall, right? I have to go play a previous show. We have the witness recanting. And this whole story is a carefully manipulated, people who interview Travis Walton ask him things like, so you passed a lie detector test? And he says, yes. He just forgets to tell them that he also failed 2 lie detector tests, right? That's extremely problematic if you ask me. And here, I will share this. You can believe what you're going to believe because your mind is made up. Don't bother you with the facts. Here's what Mike Rogers said. I do hereby give notice that I am no longer to be considered a witness to Travis C. Walton's supposed abduction. for years, Travis Walton claimed Mike Rogers saw the spaceship. He recanted all of that. Then he changed his story again. So the story keeps changing. You know, I don't want to argue with you. If you want to believe the story, believe the story. But there's more evidence that it's a hoax and that it's fake than there is that it's true. That much I can tell you. And if we go by a preponderance of the evidence, then we have to accept that this is a real problem, that the story is problematic at best. You know, I don't get it. You know, people will believe what they want to believe, and no amount of things I show them. And you know, I'm not the only one who's noticing that I show you evidence, you make excuses, right? I show you more evidence, you make more excuses. So these are excuses and talking points, Sopranos fan. They said they saw a spaceship and he recanted all of that. Then he changed his tune. What, don't you find it suspicious that he gets cut off the money and suddenly he's trashing Travis Walton and saying it was a hoax and he's no longer to be considered a witness? Then they get to him and they make a financial deal and suddenly everything's good again. And Travis didn't hoax anything. He was misquoted. The tape was manipulated. And by the way, no, I don't think that tape was manipulated. I was an audio engineer. I looked at it. Doesn't look edited to me. But you can believe what you want to believe, right? We're done here. We're done here. Travis Walton failed 2 lie detector tests. He had a financial motive. He cashed in everywhere he could to make money on that story, right? Great. So, you know, I just don't get it. He passed 1 lie detector test and failed 2. Why are we arguing about this? Why don't you do this, Sopranos fan? Go suck his dick. Go suck Travis Walton's dick and have him tell you the story. That's what you can do. Because you will just not, you just don't care. You don't care about evidence. You don't care. You're making excuses. Just what I said. I show you he failed 2 lie detectors and you say he passed 1. Do you know the polygraph examiner for the one he apparently passed? Oh, that's right. You don't know the facts of that, do you? You're just repeating talking points from the believer crowd. I can't help you. If you want to believe it, believe it. Good for you. I don't. Because facts matter, evidence matters, and all of this was money-based. All of it. The reason why the crew all passed the lie detector test was because the question on the lie detector was not about UFOs. Here's a third person telling you about that. Here's a good comment from Orion. This was the question I had asked. Well, until I had looked at the polygraph consisted of. The questions they were asked had to do with a missing person and or murder investigation, not a UFO abduction. So there you go. We were right. And you're still going to argue with us. We were right. There's 3 people telling you this. The logging crew was not asked about anything to do with aliens or a spaceship. They were simply asked if they had anything to do with his disappearance. Did they harm him? They answered no. That's the lie detector tests that they passed. Yeah. And here we go. Here's another one. Here's another lie detector test that he failed. And this is from Michael Shermer. What really happened on Fox's TV show Moment of Truth? On the television show Moment of Truth, he failed. He failed the lie detector test. 1 second. All right. Moment of Truth, the television show. I'm not going to share it. He failed that lie detector test too, years later. Thank you, Al Warrior, for the bacon and the kind and generous support of the show. We appreciate your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. And, I'm sorry if I get frustrated, but, those are the kind of people that frustrate me. I show you evidence, you make excuses. I show you more evidence, you make excuses. So it's very clear to anybody watching or listening to this that no amount of evidence I show you will change your mind. So why are we even doing this? It's a waste of time. No amount of evidence I show you will change your mind. Your mind is already made up. Why are we doing this? It's a waste of time. And when I go and meet my maker, I'm not going to think, you know what I should have done? I should have argued with more people that are just intent and absolutely want to believe UFO stories. I should have spent more of my life arguing with people who've already made their mind up and will never change their mind. Or if you won't admit that you've already made up your mind, there's a problem there.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, Al Warrior. Yeah, there is more evidence that it was a hoax if you're looking for more evidence to make up your mind. Sunny Sandu is here. Damn it, got here late. Sounds like another amazing episode. I'm going to have to rewind and watch tomorrow. Well, thank you. Yeah, and see, you still want to argue with me. I told you I have to dig it out. I don't have instant recall of. Do you have any idea? We've done 1,000 shows here. I've done one on Travis Walton, right? Where's yours? Where's your proof that we're wrong? 3 people in the live chat, actually 4. There was another one whose comment I missed. 4 people have told you now. So we're all wrong and you're correct? Oh, no, you want to see them. You go find it. We've had 4 people tell you that you're wrong. They were not asked about spaceships, UFOs, and aliens. They were just asked if they had anything to do with harming Travis Walton or had anything to do with his disappearance. So it's false equivalency. It's just completely false to say, well, the logging crew passed a lie detector test, so Travis Walton's story must be true. They weren't asked anything about aliens. They weren't asked if they saw a flying saucer. They weren't asked if they saw a spaceship. The problem here is you're connecting dots that don't exist. These dots don't exist. Go find it. You go find it, or I'll dig it out when I get a chance and I'll show it on my show. And then you will make more excuses. That's what will happen. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Or you'll come back to me with some other so-called proof that Travis Walton's story is true and expect me to dispel that. And again, and again, and again. And we can go round and around for 5 months on this. How about for once, one of you people that 100% will tell me I'm wrong, you prove I'm wrong. How about we do it that way from now on and save me the trouble of wasting my life away with wackadoos who've already made up their mind and don't care and they just want to believe. Great. Then go believe and leave me alone. Because I require facts and evidence to believe. And if you come here with incorrect facts, but then tell us we're wrong, then you bring the facts. Show me a lie detector test where they were asked about aliens and spaceships and seeing Travis Walton beamed up to a ship and they all passed the lie detector test. You can't, because that doesn't exist. That's false information. It's disinformation that peddlers of garbage cite. It's easy to come here and say how wrong. We've had 4 or 5 people now tell you you're wrong, but you still want to argue with us. You all want us to go do the research for you, do the work for you, prove you wrong. But we will never prove you wrong because you've already made up your mind. And therefore, no amount of proof will suffice to you that you're wrong because you refuse to admit that you're wrong about that case being real or not. All right, we'll take a few more questions and comments. No, I'm not getting angry at questions. I'm getting angry because you refuse to back down. We've showed you that Travis Walton failed 2 lie detector tests. You made excuses. Oh, but these loggers passed a lie detector test. You were wrong about that. We've shown you the financial motivation. We've shown you that his one-time partner recanted everything and basically called Travis Walton a liar and that it was a hoax. You made excuses for that. So it's very clear that no matter what we tell you, you're still going to argue with us. I could go pull that lie detector proof right now, put it on the screen, and show you that they were not asked those questions as you are claiming. And you will still come back with something else to argue with me that the case is real. I believe the case is a fraud, a fake, a hoax. Prove me wrong. Go do it. Let me know. Let me know when you have overwhelming smoking gun proof that Travis Walton was abducted by aliens and missing for 5 days. And by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but there's a whole mountain more of evidence that that story is fake. And if you choose to, you can accept that evidence, or you could put your head in the sand and just say, I just want to believe it. Don't show me, don't bother me with the facts. My mind is made up. That's your problem. You don't want to be bothered with facts because your mind is already made up. That's why I get frustrated. What do you want from me? What else am I supposed to do for you? I'm not doing all the work for you. You go find it. Yes, I am. I followed that very closely. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. You're timed out, and you can go find another show to annoy the host of. There's no end to this. Every time you come here, you argue with me. Go start your own show. Do it better than me, buddy. David Bucky. Ever see Randy Cramer and Simon Parks being interviewed together? It's pretty funny. No, we should cover that, though. Yeah, I agree, Chris. And I'm adamant that we're right about this case. We can check, I can't do this on the fly. I can't pull up, how many, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. By the way, on skeptic.com is where you'll find that information about the lie detection stuff. You can also find it on michaelshermer.com. So there you are. Now come back to me with more arguments. Come back to me with more excuses for why the story still might be true, right? Yeah, I'm not going to waste any more time on this. No, I don't want everything to be a hoax, but I want evidence that something is real. And if you don't have it, then we move on. Yeah, exactly. Jamet Malibu is exactly right. Truth seekers would be overjoyed to find hard evidence we are not alone. I absolutely would. I would do a cartwheel live on the show. Absolutely. The Travis Walton case is very weak. We all agree on that. Yeah. I didn't change my mind on Ryan Gordon. I don't know that there's no evidence or proof that audio recording was manipulated. So until you provide proof that it was manipulated, it wasn't. You have to provide proof of your claims. He's saying it was manipulated. You're saying it was manipulated. Prove it. I could load it in an audio editor and show you it doesn't look edited to me. And what do I know? I'm just a guy who ran a commercial audio recording studio for 10 years, right? But you're the expert. 3 of the 4 relevant questions asked during the test dealt entirely with this issue. I'm not sure what that means. If anybody can find it, put the link in there. And I've told you where you can find it. It's on skeptic.com and michaelshermer.com. All the information is out there if you have time to look for it. I'm running a live show right now. So, it is what it is. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force him not to be stupid and gullible. Yeah, we should get a camera expert like Richie Grift on in here, right? We are dealing with something that involves consciousness as much as our physical reality. Evidence is difficult to come by, especially with the level of effort to cover it up by the government. I absolutely agree. Yeah, and here's the 6th person. The polygraph exam given to the other alleged witnesses was designed to determine whether or not Walton might be the victim of foul play instigated by his associates. So there you go. There's a 6th person. You can look on skeptic.com and find this. Or we're just going to keep going round and round, right? You're never going to believe us. You've already made up your mind. So we won't bother you with the facts because your mind is made up. It is what it is. Christina Diaz is here with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show, and for helping us to praise the cash, Christina.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. At some point, and I'm sorry I get upset, but, I just get so frustrated. Like, it's clear and obvious that this guy has already made his mind up and he just wants to argue, right? Like, how much evidence do I have to show you? If you believe that those 2 lie detector tests were wrong, right? Aaron Flores says they don't really want the truth, bro. They want to fight. I'm just getting, quite honestly, my level of patience has been low lately. I've had 2 sick children at home, and this is not an excuse for popping off, but it is what it is. I've had 2 sick kids at home this week, and I don't know. My level of patience, it used to be that I would laugh at nasty negative comments in the comments section too. Here, I'll show you one if I can pull it up. I think I can pull it up. I'm pretty sure I could pull it up. And people's level of ignorance, I don't get it, No. And it's always some idiot with kitty videos too, right? So let me see if I can share this. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to share her. Here's the kind of stuff. This is why I get upset. You are doing what you are doing for monetary value, or you wouldn't do it. How do you know that the content that you get from other narratives is truthful? You're making your money doing it, so therefore you will continue on. You're just another David or Linda doing the very same gig by using someone else's stories. You give your viewers what they want to hear and don't care where or how you obtain it because you are making money just like they are. That is what you do best. Like, does this person watch the show? Right? She's going to say I'm doing the same thing as Linda Moulton Howe, I guess, or David Wilcock. It's just ridiculous, And so I've been pretty good lately, especially since I quit drinking, at controlling myself from having angry outbursts. But my level of patience is near zero with stupid people. At some point, I just can't. You can't argue. And so I don't know what to do about this. I definitely could use some time off, right? I definitely could use some time off, rest, recharge, take a break, come back, right? Oh no, Chris Johansson, you had a flu since December. It won't go away. Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, could be somebody that we already know and hate come back with a new name to aggravate me. People like that. 2023 is all about UFO cynicism. Absolutely, Simon Fly. And shouldn't you be editing? I hope. I sent you a message. And by the way, thanks, Simon Fly, for letting us use all your wonderful stuff, right? Yeah, you could show him Travis saying he made it all up and he'd argue against it because he still needs it to be true or wants it to be true. Yeah, and I do regret popping off like that, though. Like, at some point, I think it's obvious to everybody listening and watching. That guy just refuses to accept any evidence. He's already made his mind up. Now, if you showed me overwhelming evidence that Travis was telling the truth, I would accept it. If you showed me overwhelming evidence his story was true, I would accept it. So at some point, you just have to, all we can do is save the ones we can, and that it is what it is. David Bucky says, man, I miss Twitter the most because your memes. I'm banned. Oh, I'm sorry. No, yeah, and he's always here telling me I'm wrong and arguing with me, but it is what it is. I do have to get better at being patient. I should not let people push my buttons so easily. It's become a religion to so many people because the world is lost. When you question the pillars of their belief system, people will act like it's blasphemy. I absolutely agree with you, Hal Gene Contactee. Absolutely believe with you, It is frustrating, like creating chaos. Yeah. He's ignorant, not our job. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Wesley. It's like talking to a brick wall, And by the way, Hal Gene is right. It's these pillars. Right? Like, did you ever have to argue with somebody that believes Bob Lazar? It's the same exact thing. I go, yeah, but Bob Lazar wasn't a real scientist. Oh, well, maybe he just lied about his education to get a better job. Okay. He never stepped foot on Area 51. Oh, well, the men in black got there and they cleansed the logs, those flight logs. That's why they erased Bob Lazar's name. No, that didn't happen. They'll just come up with that guy's doing mental gymnastics to still believe the story, right? Still believe the story. What evidence or proof? Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know. Maybe if he had an alien DNA sample, or he had, I don't know, films, video that couldn't be debunked. Or if he passed 5 lie detector tests in a row from 5 different polygraph examiners, not failed 2, passed 1. And by the way, the one that he so-called passed was kind of a joke, right? Tell Chris to up his intake of quality olive oil, garlic, and honey. Not mixed in a concoction, but just up and intake these foods. All right. Well, I'll... yeah, pass it along there. Try that. Jeremy Corbell fans are the same. Jeremy Dumbbell. Yeah. So I'm going to bounce on out of here, and I'm going to work on my patience because I really try, but at some point, especially when it becomes obvious that they just want to argue, they just want to keep going with their belief system, A wiser man than me once said, don't bother me with the facts. My mind is made up, right? The same people that would say Lazar lied about his degrees to get a better job will ignore the fact that they could check his degrees and interview his professors. You can't win with them. Yeah, you'll never win with the true believers. Look at the people still supporting Good after his depositions. It's amazing that guy still got an audience, right? Go relax and have a good night. I believe I will, Davina TK. And thank you all for being members. I appreciate all of you, especially you members and Patreon supporters. And by the way, check your Patreon, check our Patreon page, check the community tab. If you are a member of our YouTube channel, there's a couple of bonus videos for you, early access videos that you can check out. And we appreciate you very much. I said what we're doing now is I will be producing these produced videos and uploading them to Patreon and the members only section during the week. And then on the weekends, we'll debut those videos on the public channel. It's just another of those little benefits. You get some extra goodies a little early. Your question on Kurt Jamunkel's show that made Linda have a meltdown was what led me to your show. Your other work on TTSA Lou Elizondo has been amazing. Keep it up. Well, thank you, Sonny. I appreciate that. Much appreciate. Much appreciated. Good stuff. Yeah. If you're sick, you want the best organic stuff you can, right? Yeah. Like, share, subscribe. Yeah. And we'll check in with the... I just told that guy to do something to perform a sexual act to Travis Walton. That's when you know you're frustrated. Go suck it. We're already up to 7,005 subscribers. So we just need like 3,000 more, 2,995 more. Everybody tells me that this gets easier once you hit 10,000 subscribers. I really hope that's true because I'm getting a little tired. But then every once in a while I feel that way, and then I get recharged, you know. And by the way, yesterday's show was something I want to do more of. I've got a lot of stuff I've written that I've never used on the show, and evidence I've collected, and links. So I'm starting to organize that. We'll be doing more shows like that. And by the way, this week we're going to have a pretty amazing guest. 1 second. So people know that I'm a bit of a skeptic. And so one of the things I really like is I'm not a big fan of Michael Shermer, though. I think he's a little too skeptical, right? But this week we're going to have an interview with Brian Dunning. And he's from Skeptoid Media, or the Skeptoid Podcast. You may have heard of him. Really great researcher, author, and show host. And he goes at things from a scientific and skeptical point of view. I thought it would be helpful if we have somebody besides me being so skeptical here. We'll bring in somebody that's even more skeptical, because we rarely do that. Normally it's me against the believer guests, you know. When they're brave enough to, participate. Wesley says, great show tonight. I appreciate that. Yeah, what would you accept as hard evidence? That is a good idea to ponder, right? Oh, you got muted. No, that's called a timeout. You didn't get muted. And I don't know where you're at, but if somebody is getting nasty and abusive, who are we muting? If you missed this whole thing, we just had an hour of arguing with somebody over the Travis Walton case, and he keeps getting abusive. So if somebody timed him out or muted him, so be it. Simon Fly says, I like Brian. Yeah. That should be a good interview. Shermer is more of a shill than a skeptic. I believe that. Yeah. Spooky, you missed it. So somebody's here arguing with us about Travis Walton. And we kept showing more evidence and more evidence and more evidence, and he just argued with everything we showed him. So his mind was already made up and just wants to argue. It is what it is, though. I believe in free speech and freedom of debate, but Yeah, the guy was the worst. You know, I believe in freedom of speech and all of that, and people have the right to disagree. But when you argue with me during a live show for an hour because you don't have evidence and expect me to instantly pop it at you, no, it is what it is. I'm gonna. You were guest hosting. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, you came in just at the end here. We're gonna bounce on out of here. But we had a great show tonight. We want to thank all the kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers. That's something I have to remember now. You channel members, you super chatters, you PayPal pledgers. By the way, I should check in with that, shouldn't I? I apologize. We forgot earlier. All of you kind and generous benefactors, we appreciate you immensely. Channel members, super chatters. I'm glad that I checked it. We have Sweet Caroline with a kind and generous $20 PayPal says praise the cash from Sweet Caroline. And we have one more here, and that was Valacor says, been gone for a while after a car accident. Glad you're still doing good work and have in fact grown and are really focusing more on facts and less on emotion. Well, I guess you missed the part where I told some guy to suck a you-know-what tonight, but, and got pissed off and angry. I'm enjoying it and learning. Thank you, Valacor. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. So we thank you, Patreon supporters, you channel members, you Twitch subscribers, you super chatters, PayPal pledgers, super thanks people, and super sticker purchasers. We thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. We thank the wonderful audience that we had tonight. And we thank Spooky for the graphics. Thanks to the chat room moderators as well. Yes, so that's all I got for you. And we are going to bounce on out of here. We will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And I hope that you will be here with us. So that's all we got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.